Hello, welcome. I'm your replacement Pocket. I don't know if it's going to be better or worse. We'll have to see. I'm going to probably make less funny jokes, but we'll see how it goes. I'm here with Jake and Jason, here for another night shift. It's good to see you guys. Are you guys ready for another European face-off?
My question is a budget Pocket a bucket? Is that...
Oh,
how do you guys feel about that? Little bucket host.
Nice. I don't recognize you being alive, DDK, because the last time I saw you, you were losing every single match in the viewer games when we did the game night on Sundays. So good to see you're alive and well. Hopefully your self-esteem's not broken too much. To be fair, I had the cop out. I only got to play one game, and then I went out undefeated. But that might change in the future.
Sorry, the lane swap Shiv Kelvin.
It just
purple items viscous. You're the GOAT.
Fate presented me this option of a good Shiv on my team. I'm like, what does my team need to play? I was like, fine, I'll make the sacrifice. I'll play Kelvin, and we'll just happen to, and I'll buy refreshers, my first item, and I'll just double dough.
Well, it's unfortunate we don't have the lowlights from that because I was wondering, like, surely we should make some talent lowlights from those, and it would just be probably all me. But let's check out the action we have today, Jason. Before you get to roast me some more, I'm gonna.
I was gonna say there's a really funny moment in there where you cut to ZP's like comms, and he's like, okay guys, okay, so we gotta push here. All right, then maybe we could do mid boss after. Oh yeah, get that guard in the right lane, and then you go to Dan, and he's just like farming the souls in his spawn, just having a good time. And then he goes back to ZP. Yeah, okay, so we're gonna push here now, and then we're gonna look for the buffs up in 10 seconds, guys. Make sure you get the buffs. And Dan's just farming souls back in his base. It was hilarious. I wanted to make something out of that. I just didn't have time.
Yeah. Well, we'll make time. And for you guys that don't know what we're talking about, we had a game night, our first community night for patrons. It was actually really fun, and you should definitely check out or keep your eyes out in the Discord for more opportunities for that. Obviously, sub on Patreon for those opportunities for the future. But these are the matches that we have today. Abraham's Lotos fighting for a chance in the money match against Buff Enjoyers. Obviously, typically, we would expect the Abraham's Buff Enjoyers matchup. We'll have to see if that repeats today, but it does seem like Buff Enjoyers, guys, they're slowly, edging out here, an edge against, a rather large edge against Abraham's, judging on last week. And then we've got the Hydra Nation Chain Gang opener for NA, and then Hydra Nation. Will they lose 3 times in a row against the Baroness Hotel? I don't know, but you have to stay tuned to find out. They have so many
heads, Dan. Eventually, those heads will run out, I would imagine, at least as I learned over in Disney's Hercules. Will the final head be chopped off tonight at the Baroness Hotel? Only time's going to tell, but at least for my eyes, looking towards the EU side, obviously NA is always the premium match we look forward to in these night shifts lately, which is really odd to say. We did have some change-ups in EU a little bit. We did see Lotos actually take down Abraham's in Core 7 that happened just a few days ago in a best of 1, and then, yeah, they did get smashed in the grand finals going 0-2. But we're seeing them be able to at least trade some maps against Abraham, so maybe, just maybe, we'll have a different grand final team coming into EU.
Yeah, I mean, in this challenger match, right, it is a best of 1, so there is that chance. If you come with, like, a smart cheese strat, like a cheeky draft, catches your opponent's off guard, all you need to do is beat them once, right? And so having that chance here in the challenger match, I hope Lotus are come prepared, because I do think they're going to need to have that kind of an edge to take down Abraham's. I still think Abraham's is really strong, and as long as even Buffagers can win a few weeks in a row, and I won't count Abraham's out. We've seen too many times these teams kind of rising and falling, and there's always that chance that in this next week here today, we're going to see Abraham's back on top again. So as good as Buff Enjoyers are, tends not to be an easy one, at least in the.
Well, very quickly, shout outs to Roshan getting our sub started with a primer. So that's a good start to the day. And speaking of which, let's go over the Patreon stuff before we get into the meat and potatoes of the first matchup here in Europe. So Patreon, obviously, we are providing, our night shift, graveyard shift every show, where we'll take a pro from either the EU or NA side of things in the Deadlock community to go and be interviewed by us, but also by you. If you are a night shift intern, resident, or chief, you'll have the opportunity to hang out with us in the after show at the graveyard shift. So we really appreciate your support, and that's one of the offerings that we have for you. Obviously, we already talked about the game night, which is also a Patreon thing, and we'll be adding more stuff like that in the future. So thank you for the support, and keep your eyes peeled for more goodness on that end. But with that covered, guys, we have to wait. Jason, do you want to?
I guess I'm saying I'm looking forward to when we add more and more things to Patreon to really reward our loyal fans who are here to support us, because we added in the game night, something we really wanted to do, play with the casters, do these in-house 12-mans. We had some other ideas. We're floating maybe the idea of like a D&D night, or if we have like a certain tier met by people, maybe we do a D&D night. Obviously, you have to kind of really cut down the amount of people that are involved in that. We have some ideas cooking, and we really want to give back to you guys at home who are really here to support us every week, whether it's just to watch the show and enjoy it, or to support us financially as well.
You guys can also share ideas that you have with us in the Discord.
Yeah,
we're always lurking.
Yeah, well, the show presented by Intel today, having that sponsor prize money does make a big difference, and we want to give a big thanks to Intel for making that possible. By the same token, Patreons, it is this community show, right? We're so early in the history of Deadlock, right? We're kind of bootstrapping this whole thing, trying to get it all together and work. And honestly, we wouldn't be here without this level of support from the community, from our Patreons, but also all of you guys subbing on Twitch, YouTube memberships, all the ways to support the channel. They all really help us, because it's all going to be plowed back into more Deadlock shows, more tournaments, more opportunities to see the best players in the world, playing Deadlock, what we all are here to see, really.
We're gonna run out of room on this graphic eventually. We're gonna have to make that font size so small for the $5
1 point font.
Exactly, just to fit them all in there.
Damn, look at young Calc there, the manager.
Oh, there we go. Hey.
Let's go.
Yeah, young Calc's still around, man. I want to see him come back into the game. I hope like his wrist is getting better. Okay, I think that's a little too small. We have to really get a lot of Patreon subscribers there for that one. But man, he's got a new haircut looking fly. Hope his wrist is ready to go, because I want to see, man, there's a lot of NA talent out there. I think we've been learning week in and week out when it comes to North American part of the show. And I really hope to see my boy come back.
Yeah, well, let's get, speaking of the show, let's start to dive into some things. We've been glazing our community enough for now. Now it's time to check out more of an overview here for the Deadlock that we have at Night Shift. When we look at the pick priority, we see, I guess we get one lens on the meta as it develops with the pro matches that we have every Wednesday. Obviously, the pick priority is something that's super interesting. The two regions don't always agree, and
almost never.
Until the graphic comes on the screen. But I'm running out of stuff to say. There we go.
I think the fact that the regions are so different consistently has really, speaks to how much more there is yet to be discovered in the game. Although I think one thing that has been a commonality across regions really is the dominance of great talent in quite a few metas. GT has been seen as this crucial character. I think giving that like reliable ability to hit a big stun, cancel some important ultimates, or catch and punish people globally has really become more and more valuable. And I think more and more players have started to pick up the GT and make it part of their options for really being a threat in this game.
Yeah, and I wanted to actually take a look, because I have it on my screen, of like the big priority change between shift 6 and 7. And I think the biggest change we saw is Mirage. He went from, going pick banned 5 times, he got picked 5 times, to actually being picked or banned all 7 times in the last shift, which I think is kind of interesting to see the priority of him go up, because we've been talking a lot about him. We've been talking about the similarities of like him and Ivy. I know, Dan, you've been talking a lot about that, in particular, the fact that you can get around and have that global presence. You can push some things down. But at the bottom of the table, it's still pretty much no one wants to pick Dynamo. No one wants to pick McGinnis, Page. No one wants to pick Viper or Vindicta. It's kind of crazy to see like her fall off that hard from just such a, well, to be fair, a pretty impactful change.
And also 7 being untouched, I think, is probably the biggest surprise, because a lot of these characters have been down in the dumps for a while. Vindicta did get absolutely obliterated with the nerf bat, but honestly, I think the rise of other carry options than 7 has really changed the meta quite significantly, right? With more stuns being played, more consistency in shutting down those 7 ultimates. Look at these top characters. Quite a few of them have a hard stun that is able to lock down the 7, and we see people preferring the survivability, the mobility of carries like Mirage and Ivy, as you guys were saying.
It's also cool to see that Shiv can have this, not just have this codependent relationship on Kelvin, but can actually be picked, because we see Kelvin gets banned a lot, but we're actually getting some Shiv picks just by himself, which is kind of cool to see too.
Yeah, and I think you kind of fill a slightly different role, at least in the beginning of the game, because you don't have that safety. I think when you pair Shiv with a Kelvin, you obviously turn Shiv into like an S+ tier hero. I think he goes above and beyond any sort of ranking system we have out there, which, funny enough, actually ZP and I did do a tier list actually a couple of days ago on Friday, which we're going to be releasing very, very soon. If you guys want to check that out and see where we placed everyone, whether it came to competitive play or in your own pubs as well. But yeah, Shiv, I think he's still insanely strong. I think we even heard Lightbringer talk about it on the Graveyard Shift last week, that he's still just a really strong hero overall.
I think
Yeah,
the
we
flexibility of the builds is pretty potent for Chiv right now, where you could go a gun build, you could go spirit, you can hybridize, and in the end, that resetting ultimate is just so powerful, right? In being able to secure kills, being able to, take, especially those late game fights, man, the power of a percent HP execute when people start to have thousands upon thousands of HP, bloodletting, especially once you get some more points into it, becomes an incredibly potent skill at damage mitigation and tanking, even in the late game.
Do you think, Jake and Jason, that the rise of Veilwalker is responsible also to see that we see some of these different picks? Because I feel like with Shiv especially, it like solves some problems for him.
Yeah, I mean, you think about some of the carries, right? Like the maybe part of the reason we're not really seeing carries like Seven and Infernus that were, just a few weeks ago were super popular, right? Like a month ago, probably top 2 carries are Seven and Infernus, kind of going one way or the other every game. But they lack a lot of survivability, and Veilwalker is now maybe enabling the chance for a lot of these stunners and gankers to just instantly open up on a carry. And if you don't have that hard escape from Tornado or Stone Form, not that those are perfect escapes, but they make a huge difference in being able to just either do you escape that first moment of engagement, or are you caught and killed, burst it down, which, if that happens to your carry, it's almost lights out. It's pretty hard for your team to come back if the fight starts like that.
And I think the item in general just kind of it's forced a change on a play style. And I think we saw North America adapt to it quite heavily last week, where they finally started picking up a lot more of these Veilwalkers. But the ability just to quickly get around the map, because obviously speeds you up, but to be able to catch people off guard like Jake is talking about, it just makes you never feel safe. And you have to kind of farm even more carefully if you're behind already.
Well, that's a good point about the safety. But let's check out these rosters then for this first match that we have coming up today here in the European segment for Night Shift. We've got, obviously, Abrahams, who are a consistent team in our finals. Which one of you guys wants to take this?
I mean, I'll talk over Abrahams, man. These guys are beasts, man. Saint has really looked solid on the support. I think has been like kind of a key factor in this team that we don't talk about enough. The ability to kind of flexibly adapt. Definitely going to need to see Calvin banned against this guy, but that opens up the rest of the squad, right? It allows people like Together with these big frontliners to have a huge game, and then Jamside and ABL, I would say on the core roles. Always going to be really sick when these guys get farmed up. They're really, playing their game. ABL, I think, tends to play a little bit more of like a tempo carry style, where Jamside tends to be that late game ultra threat. And then you pair that together with Taz, who, pound for pound, maybe one of the best initiator players in the game right now. Has just like consistently does crazy stats while also doing his job on the initiator. So across the board, this team not to be messed with. Certainly our favorite here in the Challenger, man.
Lovely.
I really hate to see Jamside's picture signature hero as Infernus now, because it's been just basically any hero he just turns into gun. We've seen Billy, we've seen Ivy, we've seen Kelvin out of him. We've pretty much seen every single hero possible in the game. He plays it as a gun. So I find that kind of funny, but also funny to see that ABL has it as Shiv, when Together's generally been the Shiv player for Abrahams. But yeah, this is, I mean, still insanely strong team. I can't even say who the #1 team in EU is, to be honest, because it's always so back and forth between Abrahams and Buff Enjoyers. But I am kind of waiting for that streak to come out eventually, Jake, where one team has proven to be the best.
Yeah, I mean, a long time ago, it was Buff Enjoyers. They won a lot in a row. But once Abrahams came onto the scene, man, I don't think either one of these teams has really had that big run of dominance. It's been like maybe the biggest streak is like, have we seen 3 in a row? Honestly, it seems like maybe 1 or 2 in a row, but it's just hard for the teams to keep that going, with how closely matched that they are. And I'm sure those teams are like screaming each other all the time. It's hard to stay ahead. These teams are watching each other, adapting to each other, and the mechanical skill on both squads is so high. No matter how good you are, it's just hard to see, for me, a team getting a big enough lead to really consistently defeat the other, at least in this moment in Deadlock, which means, I mean, that money match is just always great to watch here in Europe.
Yeah, we got Lotos coming in now on our roster sheets, and Lotos, definitely a team that I think has a pretty specific identity when you watch them. It's actually kind of fun to see Dynamos actually made an appearance here on these graphics. You don't often see Dynamo anymore, really, ever. I don't think even anymore is correct. It's just basically ever. So with Lotos, is there a way that Lotos can put up a performance here?
I mean, so I do. Go ahead, Jason.
You go ahead, Jason. Okay, I'll go. I'm not really sure, because like for me, I said this last week and I'll say it again, and I'm even looking at their match versus Buff Enjoyers from last week. They don't really have that like star player. I know like Rake was able to do some pretty good play on Mina, but again, it's Mina at the moment, and she is seen as being very strong. But there's no like individual that you see ever like carry a game single-handedly or like kind of carry the team through a tough time. I think that's kind of what lacking for me on their side. Like if you think of Abraham's, there's so many matches we can think of where ABL has a pop-off pocket game, or you see Together have a pop-off Shiv game, or Saint even pulls out the Dynamo or Kelvin and has some amazing saves. But I just can't really say the same for Lotos. Not that I want to talk badly about them, but I think that's kind of what they're lacking at the moment to have these games where one person can kind of carry you through.
I will say, though, for this team, though, I think their strength is in the team play. And they have been a team that's able to get out of the lanes against some of these top teams and actually still have a fighting chance, still have a puncher's chance really in the game. And that's better than we can say for most teams. There's a reason they're always in this challenger spot and getting eventually those chances. I think this is a team that maybe like we won't see now because you're not looking at like, oh, it's this one player trying to carry. But I actually think maybe this is a healthier place for Lotos to be a team that's going to build consistency. It might be a long time. They might have to work up to catch up to teams like Abraham's and Buff Enjoyers. But I think keeping a consistent roster, developing that team synergy, like in those late game team fights, I think that's what ends up really counting, is a team that has the great coordination and communication to be able to fight those things out. And the individual plays are great, but they only get you so far. And, of course, you are contending with teams that are insane in the deathmatch and great in the late game. So it's not going to be easy. But I think Lotos, I like that they're keeping a consistent roster and developing rather than, the way we've seen a lot of teams in NA kind of just like scrapping team rosters, completely changing it up and trying to just have a new look every week, hoping that something's going to stick. Where I think for Lotos, if they do find success eventually, it's going to be more durable maybe than teams that might have like a pop-off week with some, players coming together that can't necessarily keep it together in the long run.
Can I hit you with a counterpoint though? When you go against Abraham's or you go against Buff Enjoyers, you always have to ban very specific heroes that are already strong in the meta because they play it to an insanely high level. I think when you go into the draft phase against Lotos, you don't have to ban a pocket because no one on their team is known to be an exceptional pocket player. You don't necessarily have to ban Kelvin. You don't necessarily have to ban GT because they don't really have those exceptional players that make those already strong heroes shine even more. And I think maybe that's why I lean towards the no star on the team, because you don't have someone to draw out those bans. And if you have those heroes get through, that they can, punish a team for that.
Well,
it's a good point.
It all starts
given the edge
with the
of the
Mo 1v1. Sorry to interrupt you, Jake.
Speaking of an edge in the draft phase, we got to get the Mo 1v1.
It's flying. I want you guys to pretend like you got to pick a Mo and you're like the coach in the corner, like shouting at them, Parry, don't be scared. You
get your head up, get out of that lock, man. He's gonna break his arm.
Throw in the towel, bro. Throw in the towel.
You're a terrible coach. You're the worst coach.
I'm not paid to be a good coach.
This is like the multi-jumping meta. They're barely hitting each other. Oh, big slight lead here for the orange Mo, and the Mo in the orange trunks, the beautiful black suit. Like
I can't even see.
Very fashionable, very stylish. This is like the double jump wall jumping meta. This is getting, the agility meta is getting crazy right now.
Oh, now this is important. Lotos wins in the Mo 1v1, which means they should be from what we've seen, they should be going to first pick, because we're seeing every team default to first pick if they want to have a strong draft.
It's interesting, I guess. Yeah, I was thinking like maybe because Shiv Kelvin is so strong, it could be better to be second pick. But then again, maybe the other team is just going to get Kelvin if you don't take it, and then you're forced to take Shiv. So maybe you're right. It is better to go first in that sense.
All right, lads. Do we expect anything different this week? Because the meta feels reasonably settled, and we get an opening Abrams ban.
I don't mind this for picking first, because I think if you go first pick, you probably take Great Talent or Kelvin, right? And then so I think Abrams is a character that you're giving up when you go first pick. I don't think you're taking Abrams first, and so I think this is a pick that you're not going to go in first too. However, I like the Bebop response now, because it's like you could take GT or Kelvin, and now you're giving the other one to Abraham's, and you're in a little bit of a bind here, Lotos. I don't know what they're going to prio more. I suspect the Kelvin, but maybe it is a GT.
But you have Kelvin, GT, and Pocket all left open. So you're
I think you have to give up Pocket. I think you just have to give up Pocket. Oh, they take Mina first. So you're giving Shiv Kelvin here. I mean, Mina in theory has a good matchup there, right? Because you have a semi-reliable dodge for the Shiv ult, which obviously you're going to need to use it sometimes in the fights. It won't last forever, but it does help, right? In theory, and that mobility should be decent against Shiv. like the ability to silence Shiv, so he can't use his dash. But I feel like this is just going to be a snap Shiv Kelvin or a Kelvin GT, which I might even like more, but it's a close call.
Dude, if they watch the game night, the Patreon night shift game night, they would know that the Kelvin Shiv goes hard in lane.
No, they need to pull.
That's the only way they could have figured it out.
Yeah.
That's the only way. The green in Furnace is coming up hot.
Ooh, okay, that makes sense.
So Ivy has been climbing. I've been seeing it all the time in my pubs. The Ivy carries feel completely insane to me with like the global presence, the survivability, and the gun damage is pretty bonkers as well. But not taking the Shiv Kelvin with the opportunity to do so, although for Lotos, it's like, now do you have to take Shiv to block pick it? It would be almost too insane to give up both the Ivy carry and the Shiv Kelvin. So I like that they take it for themselves, but like you were saying, it's not necessary to have the Kelvin, but it certainly doesn't feel as good as getting the combo.
Shiv Mo, I think you have to look for frontliners here. The GT is obviously still left open, but you already have Mina, who kind of, I mean, actually, no one acts similar to GT in the game at the moment. Let's just say that.
Mo is nice for punishing the Ivy split push, and it's a doorman. Actually, also, I think pretty good at punishing the Ivy split push, right? You have some, if you can just catch Ivy and ult her, you could share. Her flight has pretty long animation, right? So if you have like a good stun, a good lockdown, such as the doorman ult, taking Ivy out of her ult, setting up for more follow-up stuns when she comes out, then okay, it's going to make her a little bit more cautious to go all in like that. And Abraham just grabs the Paradox. I mean, nothing crazy about it, but just has always been a great pick, and we know Taz can pilot it super well.
It does feel like Holidays has kind of fallen off. Like we were unsure if people were overreacting or not, but it generally seems like if people had overreacted, I feel like we're at that stage right now where that kind of gets corrected a bit. And it still seems like Holiday is not really cared about as much.
Viscous man.
Yeah, I think the nerf to her barrels, the knockup. I mean, to be fair, ZP did pretty well, but ZP was also screaming, "Get Dan, get Dan, get Dan!" Yeah, in those games. But yeah,
guys, I don't know if our Patreon viewer games are going to look at the balance for the best players in the game.
That's how we decide the balance. That's Yoshi watched and was specifically like, okay, so we need to nerf.
Heard that. I'm gonna adapt that. We're gonna need to buff green. We need to buff all purple viscous. That's clearly...
and green in Furnace. We need to nerf.
Green in Furnace. I love the pocket ban here though, because I think it's a great matchup into Shiv. Doorman, I think it can be pretty hard to lock down pocket. So it's just like, and it would just be a nice catch. But then the ABL, I don't think he's, in the end, maybe, it's a tough call. It's like you had to let one of these through here. I think you can grab a Mo here though for Lotos. I'd love to see I love a Mobility here. That sounds beautiful to me.
Mobily. Yeah.
Mobile.
But you take away like all the frontline tanks. So Abraham becomes infinitely weaker now of not having any sort of frontline.
Especially with Viscous and Bebop Band.
Yeah.
Hayes! Lotus is playing a different game here. I would love to see, actually, I don't know, maybe I prio the Billy over the most, because I think Hayes is going to be sort of late game carry, but I think early game is going to be playing like tempo catch, which could be nice into Grey Talon and Ivy, right? These heroes that are potentially, like, in theory, Hayes should be good against Grey Talon, right? Like if you ever a little bit too deep on the lane, Hayes sneaks up on you and catches you. And
Bro,
they go rush carrying the late game.
Tankless game? Like I don't understand what's happening here, Dan. Like where are tanks at, man?
I don't know. I do remember Lotos really liking Mo in terms of like the gameplay, just hunts in the mid game into the jungle. They built their entire strat about like just disabling the enemy junglers. So I don't know what they're up to, but they always have a game plan. Lotos every single week. It might not work out, but they have a clear strategy. So
I mean, we talked about this though. It's like, do you really want to just play like a very straightforward, predictable meta against Abrahams, or do you want to try something? Do you want to be a team looking to innovate? And maybe for Lotos, it makes sense to be a team trying to innovate. We've seen Hayes have success in the past and look really good. Calico comes out for Abrahams. Interesting, a hero that's was really dominant, has now risen a little bit higher in the prio. Should be pretty decent against Doorman, right? You can like jump on top of Doorman and then be pretty hard to lock down. Using that ultimate, you're going to get some pretty reliable damage off.
Now that I think about it, I'm kind of worried if you're ever trying to get to Grey Talon, if Sync plays the Kelvin. Oh my, what is even happening?
Whoa, let's go. Hold your horses.
There's two pretty reliable stuns for the Dynamo ulti this game. So this makes me think this is like more of a dynamic knock-up fighting Dynamo. I mean, I like that into something like Billy and Calico, because I think Dynamo should be able to escape the Billy change if you use your
singularity,
quantum entanglement.
Quantum entanglement, yeah. Like
it's been so long, I don't remember the names. Okay.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know what the skill is called either. I definitely don't. But I think that should be a pretty good way to, and also lets you dodge like the GT bird in theory. Although if the Great Talon is like aware, he can kind of bait it and loop the loop back around and then clean people up. But
maybe this is their Mo, actually, that they can just run around and just like gank with a Dynamo like they would use the Mo for like the combo and initiations, because you can get like some really good range and like really good lockdown on Dynamo's like knockup.
I mean, and think about all the ways for Lotos. I mean, I am like, obviously I still think Abrahams are the favorite. Their job's straightforward. It looks really strong. If they just get into a good position in the game and they play it like you're kind of ult reliant on Lotos, there's a lot of ways for this Lotos squad to kind of take one player out of the game. Right? If it's like Hayes initiating on you with Sleep Dagger into Silence, and then you just get bursted down by Mina or Shiv, Doorman, kind of the same plan, right? With the Doorman ulti catching people out. It's like the quintessential +1 player advantage for a few seconds. And then, of course, you've got the singularity from Dynamo to do much the same. Shiv can execute. So if you can like find that opening kill, get the Shiv execute, maybe you can just be in a position where you can win the fight out from there as Lotos. And I think this is like, for them being a team that likes to be focused around team play, I think playing tempo actually makes a lot of sense, versus for Abrahams, they want to play something more conventional, let ABL get to the point where he just nukes the world on Great Talent and he's super, happy to be deep into the late game. I think for Lotos, this is like a tempo draft. I do think they need to at least generate a good lead and kind of stay ahead, but I actually think there's a way that they can really do that, especially with some early Haze rotations.
Yeah, Jason, that GT Ivy, it feels like if you get to 30 minutes, I feel like Abraham's just insta win. So that's a scary prospect.
There's just so many squishy players on Lotus side that I'm kind of worried about if these arrows start connecting. I do see the potential of like the catch and kills and to turn it into something. But at the same time, Dynamo is like relatively squishy, and I feel like he needs so much money to accomplish what he needs for the team, because I think he obviously needs healing booster for sure to help heal some of the damage being done at a Great Talon. Maybe like extra charge if you want to go some knockups to actually disable Abrahams a bit. I don't know. I feel like this is gonna be a very tough game for Lotos, but I'm open to have my mind changed, man. I'm open to see what these lanes would be, and Shiv Doorman is kind of what I was expecting to be paired together, especially if you get that level 2 door pretty quickly. Give the extra shielding to Shiv, which makes him that much more deadly in lane and that much more able to go for this poke.
As we get into the lane, some initial trading here. I actually kind of like this lane, right? If Shiv can, I think that Shiv's knives are going to be the key. I almost like expect that Doorman won't have a problem in landing those bells. But I think if Shiv can get like back-to-back knives on Great Talon, you don't have that much HP on GT, right? To trade poke. You rely on being aggressive. And I will say, once you get a few levels on, then yeah, okay, GT and Paradox are going to really be putting a ton of damage down. But in those early trades, I feel like there's a chance for Lotus to come up to a lead, especially if maybe, there's a unexpectedly early Haze gank, maybe around the ultimate coming online.
Do you think we're going to see Sai go for a gun build on Doorman? Because he definitely has, I think it's like the highest bullet damage in the game at the moment. It can do some serious work if you can hit these shots.
I don't completely hate it. I mean, I think like I like the hybrid build the most on Doorman. I think like all-in gun is like a little bit too memey for the top level of play, but I think there's something to be said for like a hybrid build with power surge and some support items. I feel like that's what I like the most in Doorman, when it's just very middle of the road in terms of the way you build him, getting a little bit value out of all the different aspects of his kit.
Well, he's definitely not going the early level 2 door here, as we can see. He picks up the bell and the cart. So no extra shield in that lane, which I feel like that's kind of a missed opportunity, because you can already see the amount of poke being done to Sai with the headshot booster picked up. He's not going to have a lot of sustain. And we're already seeing a fight break down towards this tier 1 camp as well. Lotus not trying to let that one go for free.
Yeah, and I mean, they're just so weak in this lane. They do get a parry off. Oh, almost getting the counter parry from Calico. But Haze is pretty weak in these early trades, and Dynamo as well. So this lane gets absolutely shut down and punished, which is really rough for them. Like giving Jamside a great start on the Ivy. We talked about his threat in the late game, and honestly, getting a great start on Ivy is sort of the opposite of what you need to happen in this Lotos game, right? They want to play tempo. They want to be off to the early lead. So that's the weakness, right? The Haze Dynamo, it's like, yes, the rotation can be good, the ultis can be good, but that's not really going to happen if you're, significantly behind in the game.
That was a first buy Healbane out of Pyro. And I can see the potential of it because you want your poke to stick, especially when the Kelvin gets heal on his level 2 Frost Grenade. And they've already been able to actually pick off Satan here. To be fair, like this lane, Mina and Mirage together, the double M&Ms, as delicious as they sound, can put out a hell of a lot of damage. And I think we're seeing Abrams have to respect it.
Yeah, as soon as you get one kill off the early heal band, it's actually worked. Like, it's a lot of heal you get off that single kill, like more than you would get off of pretty much any other 1600 regen item. So if you didn't get the kill, you'd be feeling pretty silly about it, right? You might be falling behind in the lane, but for an aggressive lane that wants to, you know, push for more kills, like, this is getting scary for Billy even, who, yeah, gets some barrier, gets some assist, but, ooh, I'm not sure about this dive. Yeah, and even Billy just thinks better, but has to fall back, and a lot of skills just got popped in this lane, and I think Mina and Mirage are going to buy and really push the aggression here. So that's giving Lotos, you know, two characters that want to maybe open up in the mid game. Maybe they can do that with this Mirage and Mina.
Yeah, I'm really not hating this. And to be honest, with Mina being so strong, Mirage going on the rise when it comes to pick priority, I think we might be seeing, you know, a new, I don't want to say A tier or S tier lane, but maybe like a, you know, high B, low A, maybe even like a high A tier lane combo here that we haven't seen really ever here in the Deadlock Night Shift. And by the way, System, thanks for the sub as well. I think we're up to almost 950 subs, and Puckett did say if he gets to 1,000 subs, he's gonna wax his eyebrow off on stream the next time he's hosting. And if he denies it and he decides he never said it, you know he's just lying.
Yeah, Mirage taking a lot of pressure here in the side lane, but now Mina's healthy. Mina maybe could put some counter pressure on. Remember that heal bane means these Kelvin heals are going to be a lot less effective as long as Mirage is, you know, hitting his left clicks on you. Pretty powerful hero, right, to grab the heal bane, because, man, as long as you're just left clicking people, you're going to keep that application on. And the soul lead has pretty much evened here across the board, other than, of course, that Abraham's jam side up to an early lead. IV ult, though, is just not one I feel like you can really tempo out. Like, even if you have the ult, you're not just going to, like, rip the ult to throw a bomb at somebody on the lane.
Yeah. Especially when you go gun Ivy, you're more about just using it for, like, rotations and not really used as primarily as a damage source, as it looks like Sai with the quick disconnect.
Oh, that's painful.
A pause here.
I wonder if the DC...
Oh, he died too, yeah.
Yeah, caused him to die there, potentially. Definitely a tough one. Nonetheless, though, that lane, man, like Paradox plus Grey Talon is just so much poke in the early game, right? Like, you get a few levels onto that charge shot from Grey Talon. You know, the Paradox can set up for that with like the stopping time, and like there's so many ways you can get popped and killed, especially as somebody like Doorman. Seems like he's going to be able to get back in and call the ready here as Sai. Gonna have to take a quick trip back to the spawn here, back to the hotel.
Do you know the lore of Doorman?
Isn't he like some crazy eldritch entity? Oh, hold on. Bird at a GT. Looking forward to that side lane. Saint's already down, though. Are you going to be able to get a trade? Mina is super low, though, and vulnerable. Yeah, there's the cleanup. Billy did kind of waste the ultimate there. But nonetheless, GT's going to be very happy to pick that one up. Grabs that Mystic shot. Is going to be able to put more pressure onto Sonya, who luckily is very high HP on the Shiv. Maybe one of the better characters at surviving some of that heavy poke burst.
And Jeebsy and Felix both coming in with the subs as well. Thank you guys so much subbing with your Prime. Remember, if you guys do have Prime, you're running out of days to use it here in this month. You can pick it up on the channel. It's massively appreciated. And we're almost at the 1,000 sub mark, which I didn't think we would ever be getting to. As Singularity is going to be coming out of coffin, looking for the kill on target. So this one, it's going to be the Bolt Dance coming in a little bit late here, not to pop on top of that perfectly. And that's not going to be a single kill coming through for the side of Lotos on that, out of a big ult contribution.
Yeah, I think just a little miscommunication there. Hayes was just a little bit late to come in and rip the ultimate, a first like second or two of the Dynamo ulti. I mean, honestly, getting two in the lane of Dynamo, I think, is about as good as you can hope for. ABL, though, nose side is super low, and oh my, the Doorman ult, I think, is just going to save him, because he should be able to escape during this duration. And oh, hold on, the follow-up is there. They went risky for the kill. They are trading that onto ABL, which is nice, but it seems like Sonya should just be dead to rights here. Maybe ticking out even from his passive.
Oh my.
He's just trying to clear the way before he dies. I think this is really smart. He is going to go down, but
sick movement, to be fair.
Yeah, the fact that he lives a little bit longer and clears the way, really, I mean, that could have been a ton of Guardian damage, and I think the heads-up awareness to prio that, and the fact that they still killed ABL is like, I mean, ABL's ahead enough in this game where I feel like Sai is going to be down to take that trade. Maybe the 2-for-1, though, not quite good enough, considering Taz also can be a big threat.
I'm so sorry, Jake. I know you weren't here last week, but I kind of have to continue this one because of what just happened.
Nub Whisperer.
with 5 subs coming in saying wax those brows, Puckett. As Sass gonna get a kill on the left-hand side after picking up the Guardian. I'm just imagining Jake's wondering what the hell just happened.
just stun locked here. ABL getting in very close in this fight. Misses one power shot on a Shiv. He's kind of out of damage. I think ABL could find himself in some real trouble as 2 Shiv procs on him. Have brought in Saf though to help assist this play, and now Sai looks to be in trouble to swap onto Shiv. And the rotation from the side lane after clearing that Guardian is pretty huge. A lot of damage on Asanya, who's giving as good as he's getting, but yeah, just overpowered here in the mid lane with that rotation.
Yeah, it took a little bit of time, but I think we're seeing the game start to go in what we would expect, considering how strong Abrahams is as a team. Maybe keep things equal in the early game. But now they're starting to explode as ABL is up to 6.5 thousand souls, looking for more Guardians here in the mid lane. This one, I don't think it's gonna be long for this world. This should be finished off here. It's gonna get all 3 in very quick succession. Now sporting an 8,000 soul lead. And Jake, you had to have seen what's happened in chat here, right? Like, do you go XLR?
Cop it with the 5 gifteds is epic here. Appreciate that, man. We're powering through. We're going to be getting that 1,000 sub mark very, very quickly. And I mean, honestly, for Abraham's, right, this is, you know, we talk about sometimes the early Guardians being important, and I think being down like 1 or 2 isn't the end of the world, but when you're down all 3 Guardians, you know, I think a team like Abraham's really knows how to make the most of that and to really snowball and punish it. They're trying to at least trade back. I mean, I would say this is the strongest lane right now for Lotos, with the Mirage and the Mina. It's not a lane you really want to rotate into, given how good these characters are at escaping if they get ganked. So maybe this is the chance for Lotos to bring back and at least trade a Guardian, at least get one of their own.
I think it's about reinforcing this lane to take this Guardian to kind of free up these 2 heroes, because if they're left here all alone, I think they will go down if Abraham's really overcommits players in towards this position. But it's going to be Lotus doing the same. Did you see Sonic Sniper looking for the initial kill on Together? He does have the killing blow ready to come in. The Owl comes in for a little bit of extra time, but eventually Together will go down. The Door Metal has been used as well into a teammate over on Abraham's side.
And it's going to be enough to just kind of delay things and get Lotos out. They're so low. I mean, Mirage just has to fully disengage from this. And honestly, 1-for-1 with the Guardian take is great for Lotos right now, considering where they're at in the game. Ooh, that's a nice little tech. I didn't even know Calico could come through that fence hole. But Saf, and sneaking through with the movement, even catches Pyro on the zip there. So getting that nice exit kill, and Shiv as well. Low HP, trying to be a little bit greedy, sticking around for the farm. But yeah, dead to rights. Billy catches that one and continues to play this tempo game. Abrahams, we know how good they are at expanding the lead. However, Lotos, I think this is probably their best chance to turn around here is around playing around the Singularity. Oh, and it's just missed. Oh, the Ivy already stoned for it. Would have caught him, but beautiful play from Jamside. Read that one coming. And the counter rotation is going to be brutal here. ABL showing up alongside Saf to get this cleanup. Hayes trying to invis away, but can't take any more damage. And ABL too quick on the chase.
Yeah, they get the kill off of that one. The overcommit. Again, you talked about Singularity as being one of the big playmaking opportunities for the side of Lotos, but if you can't hit them, obviously Ivy's a very difficult hero to hit it on too. Then you're not really going to have a chance for great success here. I mean, the strongest player at the moment is going to be Kakarzo at 9.4 thousand souls, and he's relatively high even compared to the side of Abraham's. But the rest of the team is starting to fall very far behind. You know, we talked about the Haze and what potentially we could see out of Haze, but I think falling about 1,000 to 2,000 souls behind this early on, I don't know how you come back from this.
Yeah, I want to see what Hayes can get in terms of like a silence clip, but Shiv is just absolutely getting destroyed in here. He's going to drop a nice big bag, and I wonder if they even stick around for that one. Seems like Abraham's going to play things a little bit safe. They know the lead they have. They don't need to take risks. ABL being dope in the mid lane. This would be a massive kill to get. Absolutely worth risking your life here on the Haze. And the trade is good from TAS, but I mean, I would say that's a good trade, but so many players around the map here from Lotos are dying at the same moment. It's like you said, I think Kakarzo does need to get active, does need to start participating. We need to see a little bit more carry. And yeah, the souls are in good, but he also has Cult Sack. So, you know, it's like the soul value is going to be a little bit deceptive, a little bit overrated here.
It's actually passing on over too. Over to Billy. So actually one's getting the extra ability point too, which is going to be important. Actually, you know, now I thought about it, I've only played like Billy a couple of times, so I don't even know what you max on him, but it looks like it's going to be bash down coming through.
Regardless, I think that's a heads up play. Like when you know the urn is not really under contest and it's essentially free, prioritizing it as, let's see, Hayes getting one catch here on the Ivy, but Ivy, I mean, there's a lot of playmaking potential to get our way out of this. The Soling X is good, and the counter potential onto Hayes. You just don't have the damage for that kill. You didn't even really get close to getting Jamside down. Holding the melee for now, but yeah, it should be an easy cleanup for Saf. Fly also used from Ivy, I wonder if she wants to chase for more as she's getting on top of one of the most farmed heroes here for Lotos in this Mirage.
Yeah, I mean, Coffin's going to be in there to help him out with the heal. And looks like Pyro will escape. Jensen actually might be punched this one back. Never mind. Pyro does go down. Sap rotates in to go for the kill. Now Tass is going to be here to join for the fight up against Sonya Sniper, who eventually picks up the kill with Killing Blow. But he doesn't have it maxed out, so there's no chance for any sort of follow-up kill to come from this as he quickly retreats back towards his Walker. And he'll be safe for now. For Rake, though, he's gone back in over on the right-hand side of the map, and he's not looking too healthy. You're trying to clear out the wave to stop Together from just taking the Walker.
I thought this was the Billy's Walker, but somehow he's diving way too deep, though. I think that's actually, I mean, maybe if he gets that, it's worth it. But I do think from Abraham's, that's the way that you allow a comeback in this game, right? It is an overcommittal onto some of these Walkers a little bit too early. I mean, maybe Together just thought, he could, continue to burst that one down, but Hayes is a pretty powerful hero if you're not trying to kill her. If you're just letting her pump damage at you while you kill Walker, right? She can sleep you and disrupt you and put a lot of damage on you. So yeah, great catch from Rake. But still, a 10k soul lead for Abrahams. They have quite a bit of mileage to work with. Just one potentially bad dive isn't going to cost them just yet.
Yeah, I think at least the upside for Rake is he did get a lot of extra souls for his side, getting that single kill onto Together. He was quite far down now on 90 HP, trying to escape from this one. But you can already see in the mini map, there's going to be no chance to do so as the one tap from the Kinetic Carbine finishes him off. Abrahams continue to extend their lead up to 12k, and they're going to go for this Walker. Together's joined the fight yet again here on this right hand side, and he's like, I almost had it last time, I'm going to finish it this time.
Yeah, this one I don't even expect Lotos to really go for the defense with this low HP. Walker's just dead to rights here. Paradox going a little deep. Okay, Walker doesn't stomp though, proccing those explosions. I think they were thinking, okay, they would get the resistance off, but Billy is going to grab that cleanup. And the bird comes in almost popping Psy in the mid lane. And I mean, look at the map right now. Really no presence from much to speak of here for Lotos. As GT dancing in the close range, even going for some melees on the Haze.
He's got Spirit Sap as well. So it looks like he's going for Silencing Wave, which I find that kind of interesting considering who's going to be close enough to use it or use it for it. Because it doesn't interrupt channels. So if the Singularity is already out, you're not going to be stopping it. But I guess he's maybe hoping to silence any sort of like Sonya Sniper if he goes in deep so he can't escape or he can't get any more daggers off.
Yeah, it can be powerful. Here's the connection though. Onto that GT. They have a lot of damage coming in. The Singularity as well. Does it find anything there? Enough to keep this fight going at least. Lotos, they have to bring numbers into this one. Doorman is here as well. Banishing this Calico is going to delay things for a minute, but I don't know if they have the firepower to keep fighting. Mina is here though with the ultimate. It's going to be critical if they can find this one. They need to find some sort of a kill off it, but Taz is so healthy. I'm not convinced you're going to be able to find that one. Has to use that escape now as well, and going to rip the ult, put what damage down he can, but Abrahams aren't dissuaded whatsoever. They're continuing to charge forward, and this Billy, so farmed right now, just completely shrugs it off. Saint the only one low, but see if he's able to get out of this play as, yeah, Shiv just absolutely swarmed here in the low ground, was kind of stuck into that fight. And it's an 11 streak for Sap. I mean, he's kind of getting out of control here on the Calico. You pick this hero for the early tempo, and he is absolutely delivering as they look to convert straight to the mid boss.
And while all this was happening, not only do we have another missed Singularity, because Sap did pop the ultimate to get away from it, but also Jamside still pushed a Walker down the left lane, so he's up to 18,000 souls. Kakarzo is near here to potentially contest, but shouldn't be anywhere near it to actually stop it. Instead, he's going for the Walker, gets swapped out of it, trying to get their second Walker, sorry, not Walker, Guardian, their last Guardian of the game, and to get themselves a flex slot, but there's no chance for that as Sap's going to shut him down.
And we could be actually pretty close to the end of the game here. They do find one kill into Saint. They're going to take away one of the rejubes. Do you stick around to try and finish off this kill, though? He almost has that Frozen Shelter online. You're getting a little bit desperate, though, as Lotos. You got to maybe take those gambles, take those risks, even if they do look really unfavorable. And Calvin doesn't quite have the dome off online. Mirage does find that one kill, but is it going to be worth it? That's a nice parry on the Billy, but the heavy melee miss. And regardless, I just don't think you can get this kill. The heavy melee, I don't think it makes the difference here. Mirage wisely just trying to escape this one, trying to make what time he can, but I don't know if he's going to be able to get out of this one, man. Billy is just like ready for that escape. Tornado is good. Maybe it's enough, actually. Mirage is pretty potent once you start playing into this like kite back strategy. Oh, another parry by Mirage. He's styling on it, but like once again, he's regardless of the parry, he can't win that fight even with multiple parries.
He won the mental game. That's all that matters, Jake. He got him parried twice and then just ran away because he knew he had him. He didn't get the kill, but he got the kill on the inside for Together there. But the urn has been secured for the side of Lotos, looking to go for a turn on the left hand side of the map. As you can see, it's going to be on their own side, and they will commit very heavily here out of Pyro to get this last Guardian, so they get a flex slot finally unlocked. but he will fall to jam side once again as the Owl's gonna be thrown to the right hand lane. Well, there's already a fight breaking out.
Mina in big trouble, and it looks like Together got that kill anyway. They're continuing to commit onto the Billy, but this is the rejuve for the Billy, right? So Shiv, yeah, you find one, but 3 down. It's just a full retreat from Lotos. ABL in the hotel, trying to play his way out of that one. He is going to be able to get away. Shiv now caught. Certainly no escape here. I mean, at this point, I don't think you can even take the one-on-one against Taz. You have to somehow get a miracle execute here, but oh, it holds some nice damage. But yeah, Taz wisely plays that one a little bit slow. Lets Together come in for the cleanup. And now mid Walker really in trouble. I think mid Guardian's going down here. It's just a solo Doorman trying to hold this one down.
Yeah, it's going to fall, and I think even part of the base is going to fall from this too. It's also not a good sign if a Paradox can take a Shiv on 1v1, but then again, Tass is on 21,000 compared to the 12k from Sonya's Sniper, and this lead is just continuing to grow up to 36,000. Going to get even bigger here in just a few seconds with this Walker going down. And you have to imagine Base Guardians is going to be the next up on the menu here for Abrahams.
Yeah, it's pretty important that you have that one rejuve online for Abrahams, right? There's a few players who aren't going to be eligible to use it. I think it's just, what, Kelvin and Billy? But regardless, you know, there's a lot of players buffed up by the rejuve. And a lot of players, maybe, I mean, someone like Calico can really push the risk profile here. And meanwhile, Jamside is just locking this game down, man, getting so farmed. I think, like, the next 6k item, I wonder what you even go here. It's like, feels like you just go all in. Yeah, maybe a Siphon. Maybe, I mean, I don't know. Is a Glass Cannon too insane? Probably you just don't need to do something like that in this game.
Not for Jam side. I don't think that's too crazy. Like, why not when you have this kind of lead, continue to grow it even further? I think it's definitely not the safe play, but it's a flashy play. We're a big fan of flashy plays here.
Billy's getting absolutely ganked out and just barely. I mean, the rescue beam was almost good enough from Saint, but they still have that execute here out of the Shiv. That's a really nice kill to grab. Like one of the characters that is vulnerable to being killed without the rejuve. But you have to keep looking for more here for Lotos. And I think, you know, Abrahams are going to recognize that desperation, play a little bit passive for the moment. Without Together, I don't know how much you really want to force a team fight. Him being, right, you're really your key frontliner for Abrahams.
I think you have to look for this next urn. It's up in just under a minute. I think you look for buffs, you look for the urn pickup, and you use that as an opportunity to get back into this game. Because now Together's alive, there's no chance to really push any objectives. And there's not really much farm left on their side of the map either. And Mina's getting a little bit overextended here. Kakarzo's got to be careful. But again, high mobility, should be able to escape.
Shiv trying to play aggressive here. A disconnect though on Coffin. And they really are just trying to go all in on getting value out of this black hole, right? If you can find a big singularity, that's like your one hope back into this game. Abrahams, I think they're going to be pretty cautious about that. I think as long as they play split, right? Like losing one player to the singularity, it's just not going to be good enough, I think, for Lotos, right? Like it's something, but I don't think you're going to be able to take an objective off that. You need to get like a 2 or 3 man ulti, and for all the reasons we've discussed, it's super difficult in this game, right? ABL is like never going to be in range for that. You know, Taz can poke from range as well. You've got Saf and Jamside on the Calico and Ivy respectively, who both have this like one button escape where it's really hard to know. Even if you're in range on Dynamo, like you might press it, but in your reaction time, they've already played, you know, one of these skills that allows them to get out of the singularity. So tough game for Lotos. Looks like Abrahams just have everything they need to close this one out and continue on into the money match. We'll have to see how it closes out here after this pause.
And on the note of singularity, you still have to worry about, is Saint going to be caught in it? Because if he's not, he throws up a frozen shelter while you're singularitying. They're not going to have the damage. I don't think they really have the damage as it is right now to really pull this one off. Like you would need to hit every ability on top of this, like the Nox Nostra, like Shiv dashing through this one, maybe a bullet dance as well. It's going to be definitely tough with like the kind of lead that Abrahams currently do have. This looks like we're all ready to go to see how this one's going to break out. The left-hand side Together has been potentially caught out.
And a big catch here out of Billy, just forcing this one fight. Bears the Quantum Entanglement. It does allow them to back off for the moment. Kelvin has an unstoppable, by the way. I actually love that out of Saint. Recognizing that the enemy team really is desperate to kind of burst him down. It's a mass teleport out, but hold on, GG's, they're pumping damage. Is anybody still stuck? Seems like they're going to be able to get out off this TP, putting what damage down that they can. And yeah, you escape, right? You delayed things, but you're not really progressing the game from that position. Mirage gets a nice split push off and TP's out as well. So it is good delay out of Lotos, which is allowing them to get, you know, a couple jungle camps here and there and slow the game down. Mina's going to put a little bit of damage on the Walker, but just lacks the tankiness to really pressure a Walker at this point in the game.
I respect the idea too, trying to go for a fight on the left-hand side so you can pick up Urn and go for the turn-in, but they got caught out. Here's the singularity going in as well. It's going to catch Saint before he can use the Unstoppable, and that's honestly a key target to pick off here. But you do have to worry about Tast running the Urn. I mean, getting this Walker would be perfect for them. Again, getting them another flex slot. As you can see, Mina sitting on 6,000 souls. They would love to, I mean, should have the ability to spend it with one flex slot already open.
They're so
Jam
low
Side's on the
on
hunt.
ultis. Yeah, they just can't fight, and Jamside just knows it. He's running it down here on the side lane. Somebody's got to grab that wave catch, but Sonya's dead to rights in the flank. And yeah, you get that one all-in kill. Doorman and Singularity both expended to take down the Kelvin, but the cost is going to be tremendous here. Abraham's great play around this. They just didn't give up a massive ultimate combo. They're going to get Urn. They're going to get full map control. You know, Together's taking base guardians, and the mid boss is going to be up relatively soon here in about a minute. Maybe you're hoping as Lotos that Abraham stick around, but with Saf finding another kill, it's like the question is open here. Do Abrahams want to just push and end the game? I mean, I think there's a very reasonable argument for it. At the very least, they're going to take shrines, but with these kills continuing to flow in, man, Abrahams, why not continue pushing? Why not just get on with that money match? Feels like this is your divine right here for Abrahams. There's no way they're going to be stopped. Lucky shot picked up for this Ivy, and her building damage is ridiculous right now.
Yeah, if Jamside wasn't already hard enough to kill before, he's going to have that much more damage to make it even more difficult, especially if he has any teammates around. And with the first stage patron going down, with mid boss in about 38 seconds time, I still imagine that's where the play is going to be, unless they get catches here. Rake has gone very deep, looking for the kill into ABL, but gets rescue beamed away from this bullet dance, and the chase is still going in. I think Rake is just throwing caution to the wind. He just all ins for it, and he gets nothing out of it.
You have to. I mean, that's that reality of the game right here. Abraham's backing off. They baited this engage. Great frozen shelter here. Catches the Mina. She's gonna have to be able to play her way out of this one. Doorman ultimate expiring here, and Lotos, they just don't have the damage. The stat check is so real, and Abraham's gonna close this one out. Head on to the money match. Patron already dropped. Just a matter of time cleaning it up. Saint pops is unstoppable. Instead of let the enemy team know that he bought it, just letting them know. Just in case you thought this was close. My Kelvin has unstoppable. And game is over. Wait, hold on. Should we back up to mid boss? Thoughts?
I mean, maybe. Craig's already left though. Patron's gonna go down. Even a Vortex Whip picked up for Together to pull them back in for a bash down. Also, I believe Saint even picked up like Mystic Expansion or something. His frozen shelter was massive. Just like the victory here of 53,000 souls in the lead. Abraham's advanced once again to go into the money match up against Buff Enjoyers for a rematch from last week to see if they can finally topple the Titans who have dethroned them before.
Well, it looks like Dynamo still is not going to get a win. And for all the Dynamo stands out there, guys, I feel like the stock value is just in free fall at the moment. Is there any hope for Dynamo enjoyers, or have Lotos just sunk him even further?
There's no hope, man. There's no hope. It's I like the Dynamo builds that like aren't support, that like played a little bit more core, but it feels so risky to be putting your eggs in that basket that like your Dynamo is going to get the farm. I mean, like Dynamo feels like a pretty weak laner at the highest level because people are so good movement wise, and the fact that, you know, your key nuke ability in the lane is like travels on the ground is a huge problem, I think. At least the way, you know, mobility is right now in the game, being able to jump over those things, pretty reliable at this level of play.
Yes. Well, I mean, with that, you know, Lotos, I feel like they've always got interesting ideas, but so far, you know, it hasn't really worked out. I mean, where did it really go wrong for them? If you guys were going to pin it onto one thing, obviously we just like highlighted like the Dynamo pick, but there's a greater strategy behind that. Did they just get too far behind in the early game? What was it that really did them in?
The draft, no?
I think the draft was rough. I feel like also the fact that Calico and Ivy won their lane pretty dominantly. Like they got that double kill or pretty early on in the lane. The Dynamo ulti in that lane and the Hazel ulti, they didn't secure counter kills. So then you have this moment where, okay, like Sap is rotating to the mid lane. He turns that lane into a dominant win, which is already pretty good for Abrahams. And then Sap shows up and just blows it out of the water. So that secures ABL. And Jamside is just off to the farming races really on the Ivy. So it's just like the dream situation for Abrahams to win a lane where you have your primary late game carry in the lane, and you have one of your strongest early game roamers, and they're both off to a hot start.
How do you feel about the... Oh, go ahead.
I don't know if was Dynamo a plan off the get-go for Lotos, because you let Kelvin go through to pick a Mina, and I think if we're going to compare the two heroes, I would take a Kelvin any day of the week right now, just because of how strong he can be, because of the amount of healing he can put out, how much of the game he can control. Mina obviously can do exceptionally well too, but I don't think it's nearly the same level of what Kelvin offers you to your team.
Yeah, that's a great call out, and I mean there is a reason why Kelvin has been so high priority. Just not just the option. It's like the options that you get from just having him. You can build around him so well, and you can see the stats here. I don't know that there's anything that's going to be standing out in particular. It was quite the dominating performance from Abrahams. What do you guys see here on the stat screen?
I mean, one thing I was just noticing is that Spirit Sap from ABL. When he bought that, I was thinking, okay, this is going to be, you're building into the Silence Wave, right? Like, we see how good of an item that is these days. But also, I think Spirit Sap, maybe it's just an underbought item, right? For 1,600, you'll be able to throw that onto somebody like the Mina, who is pretty much all spirit damage, right? And to be able to mitigate that pretty significantly in terms of nuking her spirit power and also increasing their vulnerability to your spirit damage. I really like that item pickup there on ABL. I think that'll be great for a lot of his heroes, right? Spirit Sap for both GT and Pocket, who want to deal a ton of spirit damage and maybe lack a bit of tankiness in the spirit department. So just a cool build, really. And I think that's like the best thing to take out of a game like this is just, what do the Abrahams do right? Like, what can you look at from this draft, from the way they played, and kind of approach that in your own games?
I think what I'm seeing here, Dan, as well, is that Abrahams, I think, are just being so smart when it comes to their items. I think I'm seeing that more and more every week. Like, a lot more investment into like slowing hexes, when slowing hexes are going to shut down Sonya Sniper, it's going to shut down Kakarzo, going to shut down Coffin, shut down Pyro. Unstoppable, as well as the Arcane Surge plus Mystic Expansion out of Saint, just to realize, if I get a position to make my Frozen Shelter big enough to like cover the Singularity, anyone that gets ulted, as long as it's not me, I can basically save. So I really like the idea of that too, as well as the rescue being to pull anyone away who's out of position. I feel like they're building very smart, and they're not set on, okay, I'm only going to build this path and this only. They're really open and understanding of like what they need to pick up depending on the teams they're against.
Well, it's time to look at our MVP. Let's see who we awarded that to. I believe yes, indeed, it's going to be Saf on the Calico. And Calico is definitely a hero that has certainly, I think, vanished. We used to be a high priority pick for quite a long time, especially when we first got into that patch where we went from 4 lanes to 3, but disappeared over the last couple of months. So it's cool to see that Calico is back.
Yeah, and I mean, crazy. You get the curse pre 20 minutes. It's like, that's a get out of my game item, man. Taking curse at 20 minutes, just opening every fight, you just curse somebody and kill them. So much shred across the whole roster really let Saf just take over the game. An early snowball to a winning lane. I mean, we saw some of these nukes just this early in the game, right? Just, diving in with the melee with the cold front, and that's just taking away like a third of the HP of these laners. And you're a Haze. Like, what the hell do you do about that?
Die.
Yeah,
that's all you really can do. I think Saf, though, like, I think Veilwalker is helping Calico out quite a bit, because obviously Calico was already really fast to get around the map, but with Veil, when you're already hard to see but make you that much faster to get around too, he was really able to respond to ganks that were coming out of Lotus, like back up his team, as you just saw on the previous clip, to help out that gank out of Rayek. He was able to catch up to that one in time and actually turn the fight around. I think the high mobility is kind of what Saf was aiming for here.
Yeah, super strong, especially I like it with that Kelvin as well. Really nice. So yeah, Saf, big shout out to him. I'd love to see if Calico will make an appearance also in the best of 3 that we have coming up, because obviously with this result, Abrahams are getting to go for that rematch against Buff Enjoys, and that is what is up next. That is what everybody is always here, I think, every week for the EU portion at least, to see, because this rivalry has been pretty wild.
I wonder if Listic's going to get Abrams again, because we had a highlight reel off of highlight reel from him last week in the 2 matches they played up against Lotus and then against Abrahams. Put in some serious work. But yeah, it's going to be a tough one. I think Abrahams coming back thirsty and coming back hungry to take this title back.
Well, Jason, I hope you are not thirsty, because you can come back and be completely hydrated, because we're going to a break.
See one team consecutive.
Before we get into that next money match, we'll see you guys after this, the Buff Enjoyers and Abrahams. Welcome back to The Night Shift, where we do Deadlock and we have a good time. And we are about to have the best time because it is now that time where we get our grand finals, our money match here between Abrahams and Buff Enjoyers. It's been a pretty remarkable rematch we've had every single week, and I think it delivers every time, guys.
Abraham's coming in hot too. Like, dominant win over Lotos, was not really that close. They had full control of the game. I do think obviously they're going to be up against a much stiffer opponent here in the Buff Enjoyers, but maybe this is the week for Abrahams to bring it back. I just still think they look as good as ever.
Yeah, I really think they do, and I think they showed us last week. They go back to their tried and tested like original heroes with Listic on Abrams and show that he still got it. And Abrams obviously being played almost every single match if it's not picked or banned. Well, if it's not banned, I guess I should say, since it always seems to be number 7 on our priority list. But some really good stuff out of this team, and you can see here like exactly kind of how back and forth it's been. Not since what, shift 2 and 3 have we had repeat winners.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like truly trading blows. And it's been these two teams, right, setting the template, setting the standard for Europe and also realistically the world, right, in terms of the level of play right now. This is some of the highest level Deadlock, period, that just exists in the universe, anywhere in the known universes.
The known universes, the multiverses, an infinitesimal amount of universes. This is the best Deadlock you could possibly find. Abrahams is on your screen. Obviously, we know how good they are, guys. I mean, they are the GOATs. But are they as goaty as their opponents Buff Enjoys? We just watched these guys. Is there anything else to say about them?
I just want to see... I want to see how they adapt to a much tougher game, right? And furthermore, how many times has Buff Enjoyers had a pretty hard early game and then has held on to just 3 walkers and has like made a comeback from that position? I want to see not just Abrahams have a good lane, but I want to see at least some point in the series them continuing to advance those leads and not allowing comebacks into the series, because historically that's been where Buff Enjoyers has often been able to get the wins.
By the way, Shiv's hair, it kind of reminds me of an ice cream cone. Or like, you know, the ice cream, like little twirls. Anyway, it's Buff Enjoyers time. And Shiv's not on the screen, so it's kind of useless for me, timing-wise, to say that. But, all right, Buff Enjoyers. We haven't talked about these guys just yet today. I'm going to move on from my ice cream stuff, my obsession. What is notable about this team? You know, you already kind of mentioned, Jake, how they are so good at coming back. They're so good at holding on. Even if they have a bad start, they're able to lose well and bring it back. But what else should people know about Buff Enjoyers as they go into this money match?
I mean, I think the first thing is, you know, teams who have been, or fans who've been watching for a long time here in competitive Deadlock, you know, Hoot is the newest addition to this roster, and I think he's added a level of like explosiveness and dynamism that maybe they were missing before, where we talked about maybe on Lotos, like, where's the pop-off carry player? I mean, that's like sort of, for me, is exactly what Hoot can be. Not only being a heavy carry player, but also really hard to draft against, because it feels like the guy can play every hero in the game, like at an insane level. And that means that he doesn't, I don't think, necessarily need an early draft prio pick. That said, if you give him a top tier meta pick, man, I think he's going to produce from it. Zergy as well. I know like a lot of people, myself included, fans of Zergy's stream, great to watch and see the way he approaches the game. And I think, I mean, something like a carry Ivy seems like a great fit for Zergy. I wonder if it doesn't go pretty early in the draft, given that Jamside clearly wants it as well. It will be a contested pick in this draft.
Yeah, it's been moving up the pick priority quite a bit. I think it depends on where do you value, like what stage of the game do you want to win? And I think most teams want to have that fallback of if we have 7 or you know, more recently Ivy, that we can depend on getting to 35,000 souls. That's where the game really does seem to turn. But I think like my focus has mostly been on just like the mid game. It's been a lot about these bruisers and how they've been able to play around it. Like your Abrams, your Billies, like your Wardens, like your Viscous, like anyone who's kind of like beefy, you can take a battle early on to buy that time or to buy the space you need to win on these fights. I think that's where the priority has been, at least the last couple of weeks for a lot of these teams, since we've moved heavily away from like these late game carries, since games do end a lot quicker than they used to.
Yeah, that's very true. And you know what? I just want to very quickly, whilst we have the time before we get into the action, I mentioned to you guys, we do have the Graveyard Shift coming up tonight again. And if you are a Patreon supporter, you get access to that, where we get to talk to EU pros, NA pros, and also coaches. We had Lightbringer on very recently, which was really cool. If you play the game a lot, you've probably seen his builds on the just, you know, if you're looking at searching up builds for whatever hero you might be playing, because he's a cerebral guy pumping out the content. He also gives us a lot of insight as well behind the scenes. And of course, all of that content is available to Patreon supporters, in terms of the VODs, in addition to being able to be there live, where you can ask questions to us as well if you want, but probably mostly to the most interesting people in the community that we have on every week. So make sure to get on the Patreon and become a patron, and you'll have access to that. And with that done, guys, we can proceed to talk more about this match here, because last week I felt like, to set the stage, I felt like Buff Enjoyers had, I think, the cleanest 2-0 sweep we have seen in the last couple of months against Abrahams. So I'm worried that could become a trend. What do you put that down to with regards to Abrahams, and what should Abrahams be doing going into this match to ensure that they are going to get off to a better foot?
Well, quickly looking over the match results from that series. So you had Hoot in the first game on Pocket with 45,000 damage, and you had Zergy, who secured Ivy and ended up farming up 55,000 souls. So they kind of got like two win conditions there, with Hoot playing Pocket and with Zergy on Ivy. But that went on 36 minutes, so it was a very long game to actually finish off. I think Buff Enjoyers came back from behind in that one, if I'm not mistaken. And the next one, it was 27, almost 28 minutes with Zergy on Mina with almost the full rainbow. He didn't have the highest assists on the team, but had everything else besides that, with, again, good support out of like Mirage being played again. You had Obi Kim on Hayes again. You had Listic on Abrams again. I think it was just kind of, as I kind of talked about with Lotos, no star player, no real carry player from what we've seen. You look on this side, you have Hoot carrying one game with Zergy, then you have Zergy carrying the next game. They have those players who can pop off in these games and carry a match through. But the thing is, like, on the other side, I didn't really hate the lineups that we saw out of Abrahams. They had some fairly good drafts, like Viscous, Bebop, Mina, Yamato, Mo, and Billy. Like, that's a pretty damn solid lineup. But I think they just fell too far behind with a couple of comebacks that happened in that game.
I want to see Abrahams have like a pretty strong late game secure draft. Although I think Buff Enjoyers are really sick in the late game, they're great at making comebacks. I feel like you can't be in a rush to end the game against Buff Enjoyers. That's where they punish you when they're playing from behind. You're forcing maybe things a little bit too early, trying to like clear a walker a little bit too early. I think that's where, the game can fall apart when you have an initial opening lead out of the lane. So for Abrahams, maybe it does go as hard as like really prioing getting that Ivy somewhere in your draft, giving yourself that late game secure. That being said, though, Zergy being able to play something like the Mina makes it a lot harder to draft against this team when they're sort of going away from the conventional carries. It means you have a lot more options about how to build your team.
Well, I just want to give a quick shout out actually to the many people in the Deadlock community who are co-streaming, notably SK and also Deathy for getting in there on the night shift action. Much appreciated to get those co-streams in and get the eyes on this level of Deadlock, because Jason, we're into the draft now, and the fact that Abraham's banned Pocket, that kind of leads directly off of that point you made into how notable Pocket can be in this matchup.
Yeah, you can draw bans, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Kelvin being picked up almost immediately here for Buff Enjoyers, because you don't want to let them get Kelvin shiv since they have the opportunity. But if we're giving shout outs, also a big shout out to
Jax Libido
for the 10 gifted subs he put up earlier on in the game. I didn't have a chance to bring it in and do it, so I didn't want to what?
I don't even know. I don't know what my effects button even does, but
it's like a freaky alien sound, man.
You don't.
Yeah, I don't know. I need to workshop that.
Horror movie, dude.
Sorry about that. I did.
Can you do this whole draft phase like that? Actually,
please don't. There's no word.
I mean, Halloween's coming up. It's kind of like perfect, right?
I gotta fix that one.
All right. Ivy second overall, first pick for Abrahams. They really want to prio that for Jam side, and I understand why, right? It gives them that late game carry potential. Do you take the Shiv now, though, for Abrahams? It feels like there's a lot of powerful picks you're giving up if you do take the Shiv. But if you don't take the Shiv, you're going to have to dance with Shiv Kelvin, which we've seen just almost end games all of a sudden. I think they're going to give up the Shiv Kelvin. I see the logic behind this, but I'm a little scared for them. I think Buff Enjoyers opening with that Kelvin first pick is really powerful. I think Abraham should have banned it out.
I'm going to actually go the other way around. I don't think Buff Enjoyers have an exceptional Shiv player like Together. I know we've seen they can play it, but to play it to the level that Together's been able to use it in the past, I haven't seen that in a very, very long time out of Buff Enjoyers. I'm excited to see, though, who they're going to put on it in particular for this one. Maybe I know even the KLS played it with them previously, but it hasn't been to the same level as Abraham's been able to utilize it.
I kind of want to see Hoot. I mean, I think Hoot has like been this insane rank 1 player for so long. I feel like put him in a position to just carry the first game, right? Like give him the early snowball, give him that tempo. Mina, great like complement to that. Maybe this is the Zergy Mina and the Hoot Shiv with the Kelvin support. I mean, it's only 3 picks into the draft, but I already think this puts, 2 of your key carry players in a great position. Downside, though, of taking the Mina is it means Listic is going to fall a little bit farther on the prio here. I would have loved to see something like a Billy, but maybe it would have been too early to pick up the Billy there in the 3rd pick slot. And I think for Buff and Joyce, you got to hope that you're able to get something solid over the line here for Listic to get those good frontliners. With Abrams out, I feel like you really need the Billy. Maybe you're hoping it gets through, but I could easily see Abraham's banning it right now.
Trying to look through my database here to actually see who has run it mostly on their team and see if Listic's actually run Shiv before for them. So he has run Shiv, but only played twice for the team. If Listic wanted to go towards Shiv and they wanted to let like Hoot flex is something else, but yeah, the Yamato bit, I think that's another hit at well, kind of at Listic a bit, because we've seen him play Yamato in the past as well, and you've already kind of limited what he can play with Abrams being taken away. But again, we know Buff Enjoyers and him in particular have a deep pool, so you're not really going to ban someone out in particular.
Man, Doorman is getting some legit prio, right? Like, teams are really putting some respect on this hero. And there was a moment where I thought Doorman was one of the like bottom 2 of that new heroes released in that big drop, where there was a couple weeks where nobody was playing Doorman, and now this week, I mean, we see him played once, we see him banned here in the 2nd phase, not the top prio. And Bebop picks it as well. So it's interesting for me, because I would think like for Taz, what is Taz going to play here? I think the Bebop maybe is a little bit more of a specialist pick that I would like to see Taz piloting.
ABL
that also means,
has played Paradox before too.
Okay.
So maybe ABL Paradox. But then I'm looking at like Demov. Are they going to go Holiday that have pick potential? And Demov for me was one of the best Holiday players in EU. But I'm not a big fan of this, because not to say Shark is a bad player, but his Viscus and Demov's Viscus are completely different worlds, not even from the same universe.
Isn't this a Demov Viscus, you think?
Shark's played it recently for him every time. Okay. Like, Demov's not been able to play the Viscus, because normally they pair it with a Paradox, and Demov's been the one to pick up the Paradox for the team.
But in this game, though, oh wow, Infernus, we've barely seen Infernus. I actually think, though, there's some vision in this. I think Infernus is really sick into Bebop, because it's so Bebop has a giant model. It's very easy to ignite him in the laning phase. I think later into the games, people like Abrams, as tanky as he isn't going to be able to tank through an Infernus. So Infernus definitely off meta, but I think in terms of somebody who can burst down a heavy carry.
Oh my god!
Wait, the pick potential is getting excessive here from Abrahams. They have 3 pick initiators, which I don't think is amazing. I mean, Infernus could be really vulnerable to that. In fairness, maybe this like destroys Infernus's game, but you have a Viscus on the team. You have the best save in the game, I think. I mean, Ivy should get Capacitor at some point, right? And be able to purge the Viscus Cube, which will really mitigate those saves. But Abrahams they're going all in tempo. Like, this is like snowball or game is over. Ivy can theoretically carry late game, but I think with this draft, it's not going to be enough. I think they need to like end the game at 30 minutes here. But maybe they can do it. Maybe they can hit before Infernus is really able to play the game and be effective.
So does this mean Zergi's on Infernus and Hoot's on Mina?
What are we standing around for?
I still think it's a Hoot. I would still think it's a Hoot Shib, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it is a, because it should be Listic on. I guess the question is, what is Sharik playing? This
is one of the first times that we've not been able to decipher who's on who on Buff Enjoyers Dan, and this blows my mind, because it's been about a year and we've been pretty consistent knowing who's going to play who, but this is definitely one of the first times for me I'm just like, I'm not really sure who's where.
Maybe a Demov Mina and a Sharik Viscus with Hoot on Shiv. I think that makes the most sense to me. I just want to see who plays Shiv. I think, although the Mina could be pretty likely as well.
I'm curious on the Infernus build as well, because I've seen a lot of like fun Catalyst focus builds where you don't like max the flame dash quickly.
He needs to build a lot of green in this game, I'll tell you that. Man.
Well, if you've been watching the game nights, Jake, you just have to copy your build.
I don't know if he's going to go Majestic Leaf, though. I don't know if the pros are up to that.
Majestic Leaf and
mental level as my Majestic Leaf.
That's sick, dude. Actually, if you pop the ult and then Majestic Leaf, I've never seen anyone try that. That's actually sick.
I think that's maybe not good. But
dude, that's the play.
That's the next game night right there.
He's going to need a lot of tankiness, though. I mean, think about the level of like initiation and stun follow-up and single target burst in this game is extraordinary. Especially once Capacitor's online, you can deal with the cube. For Buff Enjoyers, like, they're gonna need to bring numbers to these team fights, because it feels like whoever gets opened up on by Abrahams is just dead. Like, you're gonna get CC'd to oblivion by this comp.
By the way, Jake, now Jason's mentioned this, we do need to see the Mystic expansion, cooldown reduction, Majestic Leaf, like Infernus ult build, just dropping bombs on people.
Nuke.
Trophy collector, baby. That's the.
Okay, that's where I draw my line. All right, get that out of here. That's not legit. But I really just want to see like someone get hooked in and then rescue beam back, and then they get like lassoed back in, and then they get rescue beam back, then they get paradoxical swapped in and get rescue beam
Actually,
back.
that's a good point. Rescue beam is crazy in this game.
Yep.
Because there's so much commitment on like bursting down the initial target you catch. And Kelvin this is the most, I think you might build 2 rescue beams this game. Honestly, I'd like to see Viscous and Kelvin have rescue beams because I think it's kind of a broken item into this amount of commitment on getting pickoffs by Abrahams. And if you have 2, then even if you catch one of the rescue beam users, the other one can save you.
This is gonna be interesting. We don't normally see like such a departure for Abrahams from like something that seems more steady, but they're doing it to open up the series, which is super interesting, honestly. Haze too is interesting because we saw that not go so well at all for Lotos. Like Haze can get exposed pretty easily if you get off to a slow start.
Yeah, but also like a natural slowing hex builder too. So if you catch Mina with a hook, you can't use your Sanguine retreat to get away. I think like Holiday might even build into it too. I think hopefully we're gonna see Bebop build more towards gun damage like we see over North America with Goober in particular. But you know what? I think I'm convinced here, Jake. I know who's on who for Buff Enjoyers. I think Shark is going to be on Shiv, D-Mob on Viscous, Listic on Billy, Zergy on Infernus, Hoot on Mina, and Obi Kim on Kelvin.
Zergy Mina.
That's my guess.
I'm going Zergy Infernus. I'm going Hoot Shiv. I'm going to say D-Mob is going to be on the Mina and Viscous is going to be Sharik. We'll have to see though to come into this one.
Come on, Zergy.
I think our titles our teams are swapped here on our top. So let's see.
I was kind of hoping it wasn't, and it was swapped in the draft on accident.
Oh my god, that throws everything.
Yeah, exactly.
Into debate. Oh my, Viscous is getting punished here.
Is that a Shark on Viscous? Okay, so I'm not right. It's D-Mob.
We were both wrong.
What is happening?
Hoot is on Infernus. Okay. Let's see what Hoot can do. This mid lane is interesting, right? Holiday plus Bebop. I don't think I've seen this lane before. I mean, I guess we just don't see much Holiday really recently.
I think you also didn't really see as much Bebop when Holiday was popular too, because it was just like Holiday and Paradox being picked. So I think this is kind of a new world meets old world here. But these 2 heroes in the mid lane.
I mean, there's like, I would say arguably like 4 initiator pick heroes on the side of Abrahams here. And I think that we'll have to see how it works out as opening hook here for Taz. If he wants to go for, he's not going to take hook. Interesting. Just going for that like heavy pressure on the lane with the uppercut, continuing that spam pressure. Kind of like this build though, right? Like you're not committed on hitting early hooks, and instead you just put a lot of relatively consistent spam damage, like uppercutting minions and bombs into the enemy team.
I think their goal mid lane is just get that tower right away and get an early snowball.
Yeah, start rotating, right? I feel like that's one thing with this level of draft, right, or this type of draft is you need to be pretty invested in the rotation game, and to do that you need to start dropping guardians. I think Buffalo Jurors would rather a very stable early game, and it's going to be the exact opposite preference here for Abrahams. That minion is going the distance there, going deep, as this lane is already looking great for D-Mob. I mean, think about, all right, this is like a monster lane into I think a very weak lane. I mean, Abrams plus Haze, I'm a little scared for both of these. Like Shiv Calvin is a freak lane.
Yeah, I think this is actually a pretty favorable lane for Buff Enjoyers too, because Together's going to want to play aggressive on the Abrams, which means he's very susceptible to being caught off by the frozen shelter. Also, just noticed, by the way, in chat, if you're not looking, I glance at it once in a while. There's a JK bottle emote now for me with my very interesting looking colored water that I drank a couple weeks ago. That's interesting. Anyways, back into this game. As we do see, it looks like I think we've never seen D-Mob play Shiv. I'm gonna check my database really quickly just to check if he's ever played it in DFN or DLNS, but I don't think he ever has.
The trade comes in and already, oh man, I love that first item reactive from the Shiv. He is like so fearless to trade with his Abrams. Like, come sleep me, come hit me with these skills, or you're just not going to be able to put real damage into the Shiv, especially with Calvin behind. I mean, they can almost play with reckless abandon here. And you think about where's a tower that's going to go down first. I'd say dollars to donuts. It's going to be the Shiv Calvin clearing the first Guardian. As okay, Abrams look across the board, those health bars not super strong. And then Shiv starts to be able to buy into some aggressive items here. Things could get scary.
Yeah, I think this left lane's really hard to play from behind too. Like ABL, he's already below half HP.
It's so hard for ABL in this game. Like genuinely so hard. Mid lane though, I mean, Sharik is going to suffer in this lane. Like, you know, I don't think there's much threat really that you're able to put on the enemy. Zergy doing a bit of a trade back here on the Mina, but Sharik is so low. He's just not really able to participate in these trades.
I did look up, by the way. Demov has played Shiv 4 times, but one win, 3 losses.
Jamside down 2? Oh, a double kill in the side lane. That is brutal. And the aggression in a lane that I wouldn't have thought is going to be that potent. And I think are they suiciding the tower here? I wonder. Oh man, this is tower down. This is actually tower down. And actually, I think this is a good call. Like people have been saying, oh, these longer spawns, it's like not worth dying to guard it. I still think it's good, honestly. Right? Like it's a few seconds extra, and you're back to full HP in the early game. You take it on a Guardian, like that is a positive trade. Listic though on literal 1. If he's able to get back out and get a reset, that would be great for the Buff and Jars early game. It looks like he is clear.
Well, it's also the timing of the wave too, because who's going to miss nothing? He's going to get back to lane in time, since we're going to see a shove out of jam side anyway. So he really misses nothing, only just gains from it. It's like Sap will get the kill on a Zergy, who got caught in the Veil. And the Lasso not going to connect on a Shark, who's going to survive for now. I thought this mid lane tower for sure went down first, but it's going to fall eventually.
You got to be careful here. Viscus sticking around, dancing with death there. Sap looking for those connections. And they are able to drop that tower. The chain is good, though, onto the Billy, who roamed into this one. Going to pull them very far away from that jump pad. And that's a great counter kill to find in a lane that was pretty tough for the Buff Enjoyers. So Listic making hay out of that early lane win, and Hoot is just going to be able to play the farm game on this Infernus. Going to be very much a dream start for Infernus. Top of the lobby, 4.6k souls. Doesn't seem like a big deal right now, but having an absolutely full HP Guardian to defend here, we're going to see most likely Hoot pull pretty far ahead from Jamside.
Well, he just killed Saint too in the enemy jungle. It was like Saint and Jamside together was able to kill Saint and get away. Relatively healthy. I don't know how he actually got that kill, but either way, he's up to about 5,000 souls now, as you pointed out. Going to continue to snowball this game, though. Listic has returned back towards this right lane to help defend it. I thought Listic maybe would roam a little bit more to give all this free farm over to Hoot, but I think they're also wanting to protect this Guardian most importantly, as we're starting to see it kind of go the opposite way of what you expect in this left lane. It looks like Together and ABL are looking to take this tower first. Yeah,
the dome is going to be crucial to find here. A catch onto Sharik, but I mean, this is a Viscus with the ulti. Yeah, you wonder if you bit off more than you could chew there. They're able to just barely get that catch onto Task. Sharik pops the ball, but I think he's just going to be kiting away from that. Holiday is not an easy target to hit with the goo ball. And Holiday is going to be able to like clear out this mid lane and push people back with the help of Saint. But Saint rotating into this wasn't able to actually find a counter kill. So in the end, I think Buff Enjoyers pretty happy to just pull more rotation into a mid lane where they've already lost the Guardian.
I mean, Saint's even fallen really far behind too. No ultimate just yet. The last one in the game together at 3,300 souls.
There's 4 players here from Abrahams. They need to not only take this Guardian, I think they need to find kills. To bring 4 players into this, they get the Guardian, but yeah, no kills are going to be found. I think Kelvin Shiv read that play wisely. They're going to fall back. That is putting Hoot and Listic in a position to really build up a bank of ultimates. Once they have those ultimates online, then the next buy, it's going to be, that's the big spike for Buff Enjoyers to really continue to push the tempo here in the very early game. Is I think Hoot and Listic, or think about that, like Billy plus Infernus, that ult combo seems pretty sick, right? Like, how do you really challenge that for a lot of the players on Abrahams? It feels like they're going to be significant on the back foot, especially with the soul lead that those two have accumulated.
And also, while this is happening, I mean, Tass has already been able to pick up a very early Veil Walker, so you can get around and get it into these lanes, look for that kill potential to get themselves, I guess, more even in souls. Only down about 3,000, but obviously a lot of this is going to come through to these Guardians once they continue to fall here.
Yeah, and the map presence is pretty strong, I will say, for Abrahams. They end up, you know, coming up 2-1 in the Guardian trade. I think Buff Enjoyers are fine with that, though, for the moment. They don't feel much pressure. Together is behind here, could find a catch, but do you actually think you can take on the Shiv, Kelvin? That's the thing. I think they're just going to clear the lane and be happy with that. Although, hold on, they're getting kind of surrounded. But Listic is coming in additionally, so coming in the Shiv, Kelvin, you got to be very careful. You get caught in a dome, you could end up in more trouble than it would seem. And I think both teams are kind of patient. No one wants to really be the one to make the mistake. They recognize how even the game is. It's a 4K solely for Buff Enjoyers, but that hasn't really translated into objectives just yet. But finding ABL is exactly what you wanted. In and out from Together, knows he can't fully commit onto this. Just barely escaping the Billy chain. Is he gonna be able to get around the corner? No. And now Abrams has to rip the ulti. Should be enough to get out, but no. The execute is good from D-Mob, and that's gonna translate directly into this mid lane Guardian. Sap is here with the lasso. He's going to pull one deep, and it looks like, is that a Kelvin? Just sent so incredibly deep. Frozen Shelter, though. Maybe one of the only tools in the game that could keep somebody up through that kind of a dive. More and more players being thrown into this fight, though.
Yeah, I mean, the Lasso threw him in under the Walker, but the Frozen Shelter was just going to be too strong. But I don't know if Obikim's actually going to escape at this time with a player below him as well. He will fall, but it's about some time for the rotation to come in, maybe towards this right-hand side. But Abrahams is not giving up on this right lane. They're going to get another Guardian down, getting the first 3 of the game and getting a flex slot unlocked. But they're still going to be down about 6,000 souls here, Jake, even with the objective lead.
Yeah, and Hoot just farming up right now. Like, no real interest, I think, in getting active at this point in the game. And that's going to be a key decision for Buffingers. When do they want to really bring this Infernus into play and start forcing team fights? And it's going to be a second. I think he's probably going to come back and, you know, clear most of his jungle, get a key power spike online. Abraham's, though, maybe looking to come and force a team fight of their own, a little bit deeper into Buffingers territory. See Abrams walking up there, and looks like Shiv Calvin are going to take that challenge on. And this buff's 30 seconds, right? So I think both teams looking to contest. Looks like both of them contesting that left side buff.
I see Abrams.
Demoff's going the Serrated Blades build too, maxing that out first. Let's send the Killing Blow next, I believe. Really trying to maintain this ground. He really wants to take or prevent the Sinners from being picked up by Together. But obviously just the oversight he's being given to him and his team is very important in this situation.
And Hoot able to get the kill on the ABL. ABL's having a really rough game on the Haze. We talk about the Feast or Famine. This is a famine game, absolutely, to be sure. And Furnace is very greedy with this build. I mean, getting the reactive barrier, think about that. Like, you go all in on this heavy initiator draft, and reactive barrier becomes an insanely broken item, right? Like, almost every, I think literally every single hero on Abraham's has a skill that triggers reactive barrier. So it's giving a lot of value to these item builds out of the buff enjoyers. And I think, like we talked about, it's Abrahams who are under pressure thematically off of this draft. And I like the buff enjoyers. I think they recognize that they're not trying to press their lead. They're just content to get deeper and deeper into the late game. I think even if you don't have a soul lead, buff enjoyers would be pretty happy to go deep into the late game.
Right, not to mention Hoot's on 11,000 souls as well. Like, he's getting so far ahead of everone. So he's going to be from the left-hand side.
Nice hit from Zergy, man. Saf very nearly escaped that one. Good catch there on the Mystic shot, finding that burst kill. Hoot now putting some pressure on. He's deployed a couple green items into the build now.
He's following you.
I mean,
smart.
Yeah, he learned. Obviously, he was watching my gameplay. Majestic Leap coming up next. No question about that. Shiv in trouble. Hooked and pulled way deep under tower. Does have that bloodletting passive to reduce the damage, and that mobility is pretty clean. Hoot, a little bit low stamina. Great movement text coming out of him, but yeah, without Flame Dash, I just don't think you want to stick around much longer.
Big push on the right-hand side happening as the chain gang has come out at a Listic, trying to pull them back in towards a Frozen Shelter where they're both waiting, ready to pounce. Seismic Slam going to be coming through. And the impact going to crater on towards Listic's head, but he's just trying to escape now. Together didn't really want this fight, but he was stuck here in this one.
Yeah, and Shiv's coming into this. There's a lot of low players, right? Shiv's coming down on the zip. Do you really want to stick around this urn turn in? I think the answer is no. Obikim gonna grab that turn in on the Calvin. You did find Hoot in that trade, and that is allowing you to maybe potentially open up this Sidewalker. However, Sharik able to put some damage down, and Ivy just has to back out of the play. Getting some of that value. We talked about this split pushing global presence, right? Sharik has to come and make that defense, not able to turn around for counter kills. I think Buffingers are going to be pretty happy that they only just one player making the defense for us in the Ivy ult. It's good value.
And it looks like it was a counter spell coming up next for Task, but he has changed it up. It's actually, I mean, counter spell this early. I'm not sure. Yeah, he will. Actually, sorry, he won't commit to it. He did change it up.
It's good for like blocking Shiv's execute, but in this type of a game, I just feel Shiv isn't really going to be pressured to necessarily execute you. Lasso is good onto Hoot, put some damage on him with that reactive barrier, protecting the core HP bar. And now Hoot's turning it around. He says, yeah, pull me in. Let's go. Let's see who can dance a little bit longer. A very late burn reproc on a Saf too. Not going to be quite enough for the kill, but I mean, Ivy's just completely out of that engage. Same as well for Jam side. Meanwhile, across the map though, D-Mob gets traded, and they're able to bring numbers using those pickoffs to great effect. Getting a pickoff and getting out of that one clean is nice for Abrahams. That's exactly what they need to do to continue to build this lead, or rather to minimize the lead that Buffingers are enjoying.
And they're doing a really good job of, as well as like counter matching the pressure in these lanes. Like over in the left-hand lane, they're able to defend it and retreat away without losing anyone. In the meantime, they get a kill in middle. So they're kind of getting these like small little micro comebacks into the game. That's not the word I'm looking for, to be honest. He's like little micro victories, I guess I should say.
Yeah.
In the game to pull the lead now to just 3K. It was like almost at 7-8K at one point. If they continue to do this, like that lead that Hoot had isn't really going to matter much.
True. I still think, though, Abraham's are on a clock with this draft. I don't see them really going deep into the late game. Yeah, you've got Jam side, but Ivy, I don't think you're just solo carrying this one. Ivy has to just fly to get out of that one. Man, the serrated blades from Shiv with this build are terrifying. Like, he can do a lot of your HP with that almost alone. Hoot taking a trade in the mid, gets swapped in, but the cube protects him. He's going to ult in. Gets try and stay on top of this. They do get the stun there. Silence Wave is in, but Furnace is out of skills, man. He's got nothing with the cast. He's just pressing his left click on. You can't silence that. More and more players coming in. Infernus in a bit of trouble, needs to put a little bit more damage down. Another ultimate deployed. So many have come in on Hoot's head. But Buff and Joes are going to get into this, look for the cleanups. More players could be coming in. You're kind of low on skills for the side of Abraham's here. This is turning into a bigger team fight. Mina over the top with the ulti, trying to put some silences down. Not much damage, though, affected at all from that ultimate. And this is turning into maybe a good fight for Abraham's. Buff and Joes need to bring this one back, at least find something out of it. But so many players are incredibly low. D-Mob can't really come into the engagement. He's out completely for the heal. And this is turning into, from a scrap, a deathmatch scrap is actually turning great for Abraham. They don't lose a single player.
Well, he lost one in the beginning, but it was a 1-for-3 trade, which is so massively fair. But 1-for-4 trade, and they get the lead now in souls. Like, this is a massive turnaround for them. Until it, who rejoins the party, gets to kill an ABL a little bit overextended.
It did equalize the game. It equalized the game. Which, I mean, you were down a pretty significant soul lead there. So I think Buff Enjoyers, oh my god, what a hook from Taz. Across the map. Once again, though, Infernus, you can hook him, but is that going to secure the kill? Straight over to the jump pad. Oh my god, the public enemy #1 Infernus this game. Just absolutely massacred here in the flank. Starting with a beautiful hook by Taz. Consistency on that Bebop, such a difficult thing to master, and yet definitely one of the most consistent players in the game, we can say confidently.
Improved duration picked up for Hoot as well. So I think he's really relying on the burn factor, not to mention keeping that catalyst buff up or debuff up on his opponents as much as possible. And honestly, like, Abraham's doing a fantastic job considering they were like really losing control of the game early on, able to equalize things in Guardians, able to get these small little picks here or there, and then eventually get a team fight where they win. Now for them, it's about extending this lead. And the thing is, like, when they were behind and the comp they're running, I was kind of a little bit worried. But if they're ahead with the comp they're running, that's just so much more scary for Buff Enjoyers because they're the ones that can control the pace, control the action, control where they want to fight. And that's just going to lead to more and more potential picks coming through. I think if you're Buff Enjoyers here, you almost just don't want a team fight because unless you're engaging on your own conditions, you're going to get hooked in eventually by something.
I think the Kelvin Dome is going to be key to any good engage. Zergy getting opened up on here. But do you actually want to stay in and fight against Viscus and Mina, who are so effective at coming in and out, trading blows? And looks like Hoot finds one. Another potential catch here. Big damage. I mean, ABL does not have the health to take a long trade, especially against Viscus. The burst is immaculate. Sleep comes in, but if there's any follow-up damage here, Hayes has to be sneaky, slip out of this one. I think Diop has read this correctly. Oh! Yeah, great catch by Sharik, rather, onto ABL.
So I'm going to trade the urn now for mid boss. I think this is a very smart play considering you would not be able to really get there in time. But the urn has been dropped and Abrahams are quickly in pursuit here. They have Hyper Beam come in a second. They do have Paradoxical Swap up and available and ready to go here. This have Jam side with a lot of souls, but looks like he's off pushing the right hand side, trying to get in here as quick as he possibly can. As the fight breaks up while the Rejuve Crystal will fall towards the ground. You can see Buffalo is setting up for the complete take on it. Look at every single one of them making this fight easily in their hands.
I like the dome as well. It's going to allow people to heal up, try to mitigate the losses on those rejuves. You've already used up 2 of them. The damage is pretty good from Abrahams. They want to get some more trades. That's a second rejuve down. Buff Enjoyers have a momentary advantage. They need to clean this one up, though. Only 1 rejuve left. Listic, you can see he's backing out of the fight. Doesn't want to give up that rejuve. They want to keep that buff online for the players who do have it. And they managed to do that successfully, so it would seem. Shiv looking for some exits here. Potentially able to catch. Hayes rips the ulti now, trying to get the trade onto Zergy. Zergy has the rejuve, though. You're able to get rid of it, but if it costs ABL's life, is it going to be worth it in the end? Lanes are pretty bad, though, for the Buff Enjoyers. So I think Abrahams may have evaded the worst of this. They give up a lot of valuable kills, giving a soul lead back to the Buff Enjoyers, but in the end, you're not going to lose a walker off of that. It's going to be, kind of back into the neutral game with only really a soul lead to show for it. And Abrahams want to play that tempo. They don't want to back off, but the parry is good.
The parry midair as well, and you can see, I think there's a warp stone in with a charge, trying to catch out onto Hoot, who's on 19,000 souls. The urn, it might get hooked away from here.
Oh, just
passes
barely
off to
gets
the
it off.
side.
Taz just getting what the nice he can, but not much to speak of there. You're still able to get the lion's share of the reward there for Sharik on the Viscous. Jamside also has quietly climbed to a pretty big soul lead. I mean, he's like relatively even with Hoot. So when it comes to the raw damage, Abrahams do have that from the Ivy. However, I feel like if the Ivy gets caught at any point in this game, it's going to be blown wide open. Abrahams are like, if they don't have an Ivy in a fight, they're just not going to be able to clean up kills.
Extra health, Spirit Snatch, Veil Walker. Of course, to go with that Express Shot. The fight actually could break off of this. Is that ABL off to the side near D-Mov on the haze on the left-hand side of your screen on the minimap? And I think we might even see a catch coming through. You can see everyone immediately heading for this on the Buff Major side, trying to go for the catch, but I think ABL has been able to escape. But maybe leaving a couple teammates to be caught off guard here.
D-Mov does find ABL, and Hoot on the other side of the map is holding that lane. There's 3 players on him, but if he gets this lane push and gets out for free, this is an amazing start. And yeah, a mishook from Taz means that not only does he clean most of the creeps on that wave, but the rest of his team is going to be confidently able to push down the Walker, given that Hoot just saw so much presence from Abrahams. Another attempted hook, but he's not finding it. And yeah, you're pushing in here, but if you get a speed back, I don't know if they're going to be able to get out of this here. Ultimate popped. Infernus wants to just stall and delay this Walker take. That spell parry blocked something. The lasso, though, didn't have the counterspell for that. And now Hoot locked in. Should be in a bit of a trouble after that lasso. Trying to play under the Walker, but it's not enough. The Toxic Pulse proc, as well as the damage, is good. And I don't think you're going to be able to get back in time on Buffingers to be able to defend this Walker. So getting a 1-for-1 trade, also well done by Abrahams, considering the soul position they're in.
Yeah, very well done. Again, very quick, smart decision making, but they're still going to be down 10,000 souls as the rest of Buffingers is looking to retreat. There's the Frozen Shelter catching in a potential free kill onto Sap, with the chain gang being used as well. Catches out onto 2. It's him and Together, and that'll be the first one to fall of the 2. Looks like Together has been able to escape with the help of the Warp Stone. ABL, though, picks up a Capacitor. I haven't really seen his build. I haven't been paying too much attention to his build, but it's definitely straying away from the typical support build. But then again, it is ABL, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him go for a carry haze build these days.
I mean, there's something to be said for just being a glass cannon in a comp like this, where, yeah, if you get initiated on, you are just dead, but maybe you can turn it around. Speaking of getting initiated on, though, D-Mob in trouble. The cube is big, though, blocks a lot of damage, and a puddle punch in as well. Taz doesn't want to be this deep in on the fight. Veilwalker could be getting him out of this, but hold on, Kelvin is on the chase, but okay, hitting the jump head should get him out of trouble completely here.
Another
Those
earn
trades,
for free.
Yeah, in the chaos, yeah, another earn for free, and the lead is going to really start to expand here. It's going to start to get painful. Movement buff as well on Sharik. He probably wants to continue playing these tempo fights. And Zergy now has, Zergy, as he does, has quietly reclaimed the soul lead in this game. Jameside is the only one ahead of him, though. The Ivy is getting massively overfarmed in this strat with all 5 of the rest of his teammates able to fight 24/7. He's just pure farming, more or less. Looks like he did sell the Capacitor, coming in with an ulti as well. Surely this is too much damage, even for the ability to survive.
All right, Tesla, Burst Fire, Slowing Hex, Mystic Shot. No Capacitor, though, so...
Yeah, he bought it and sold it, so...
Bought it and sold it,
trolled
okay.
us. Did a little trolling. And also, if that's ever a viable strat to fake buy an expensive item and then sell it so the enemy might think in the next team fight you have it if they didn't double check.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a possibility, though. I know a lot of the players use one of those mods so you can see all items when you tab really easily. So I hope they're checking it pretty often, as Hoot might get caught out at the secret shop. Instead, Together backs away. Zergy, by the way, picked up Ethereal Shift. So again, trying to really limit this pick potential. If he does get thrown into the team, he can buy some time. Doesn't need to commit the cube or rescue beam. I don't even actually know if we have a rescue beam picked up for Roby Kim just yet.
Yeah, it's kind of surprising. I would have thought this is a great game for it. Have to see if we can take a look at Obakim's build, but Zergy, I mean, is setting up pretty well for the late game. Has built pretty defensive to this point, but I wouldn't be surprised to see maybe a Boundless Spirit coming off pretty soon. And I mean, so many items on Abrahams are committed to this tempo, initiation style, and we're seeing people start to fall off, right? Like the initiators, Sav and Saint are really far behind the game. Their damage just isn't going to be that relevant. They are just walking cooldowns. Get deeper into the fight without, getting those kills. And here's the catch. Immediate. You just don't have the HP to stand toe-to-toe. Hoot, not a viable opening target. Counterspell, duration extender. I mean, the ultimate is going to be painful. Oh, this is a great fight starting off. Big initiation, big burns on everyone. Hoot calling for the assistance here, calling for the rest of the team to come in. Gets absolutely obliterated under the Walker, though. The hook on maybe came a little bit too deep. Kelvin here with Shiv, though, looking to finish off some of that opening damage. Players are low. Close to those execute thresholds. A little bit more damage could really turn this fight. The hook, oh, pulled him deep at the cube. It's gonna protect him for just a moment, but not under the walker, man. Two beautiful hooks by D-Mob onto key cores, but the hits keep coming. Buffenjar is continuing to push down deeper. Parry is good though, onto the Billy, who's really that last key source of damage. Buffenjar is continuing to throw body after body, but Billy just getting the cleanup. They just ran out of skills to deal with him. Taz did everything he could in that team fight, but it wasn't enough.
I mean, Zergy was still there. He pops a Nox Nostra across the entire fight. On top of this, gets 2 kills with Listic to follow up on the final one. And not to mention, they have mid-boss coming up in 10 seconds time. The perfect time for Buffengers to have a fight that they favor. And they should be turning this into a mid-boss as well, as Saf is just looking for a potential catch. Also to note, Hood has Capacitor on Infernus. And we saw it used in that last fight. He popped it onto Saf as Saf tried to run away, but you just don't have the movement speed. There's no way you can get away from that combustion. And is able to take him down from that. So I really like that pickup here out of him. As mid-boss is going to be going down very quickly here.
Yeah, and Abrahams are trying to put a lot of pressure on. They are a little bit low on damage, but Hood's here. Should be going down pretty quick. Abrahams have to race back into this. I think they know giving up the rejuve at this point in the game would be a deadly mistake, but are you able to stop it? Ultimate online for Infernus. Huge range on that ultimate. It still hits the stun after the swap. 2 for 1, 3 for 1 rejuve trades. And Abrahams instantly losing the one that they did find. So Buffenjar is going to be very happy with that. Not only do they find one of the key initiators for Abrahams, but also they leave with 3 rejuve charges, and it's time to start sieging. It's time to start closing out this game. Buffenjar is going to be playing with a lot of confidence with those rejuves behind. Abrahams need like some kind of a pickoff here. They need to start bleeding out the rejuves, but can you even go for it with someone like Paradox on the deck?
I think pushing out aggressively to look for those picks, probably not. But maybe hunkering up with defense in your own base when you do have hook, lasso, and Paradox swap when we do see the respawn out of Saint is potentially a viable option.
What do you buy here as Billy? 7K? I mean, he's so 9K. He's so farmed. Definitely thinking about buying a Frenzy. Uh-oh.
Of course.
Good
Frenzy.
luck. Although, hold on. There's a lot of bullet damage on Abrahams. I mean, a Frenzy is going to be good as an offensive tool. Taz, though, too low to be into this one. He has Crippling Headshot. He has Toxic. He has huge damage, but he doesn't have that much tankiness. Here's Jamside. Needs to have a big fight here. The Ivy is pretty much all of the farm, all of the damage. They just kill Shiv in the execute animation. It saves him for a moment, but he still comes off the rejuve. Sharik is doing the earn meanwhile, and that's a death blow, I think, to Abrahams. Jamside, 32K. I mean, he's like a third of his team's total farm. I mean, you really can't get a bigger pick in this game for Buffenjars, especially considering the rejuves they're working with here.
Yeah, I mean, this lead, it's 35K. It's not really easy to come back from, especially with how little mistakes Buffenjars really makes. And they also do have that reset potential of Obikim with those frozen shelters. I mean, ABL's trying to make something happen on the right-hand lane, but he's only at 21,000 souls. No way he can stand up head-to-head against Hoot if the catch comes through. And speaking of catch, Zergy's going to be joining the party.
ABL went down into the sewer, but yeah. I mean, you just can't. I think ABL knows he's going to die for these plays. You just have to take it anyway, right? You just have to, go for these options. The capacitor to those slows, it means his individual single target catch is insane. The ability to farm in like the early to mid game, clearing waves is actually so fast with this capacitor. And honestly, I like this more than the Ricochet. We used to see always Infernus building Ricochet in the late game, but I think it's more realistic. I think getting value out of capacitor, the single target kill potential is better. The single target DPS is better, which in the end is your bread and butter as Infernus.
Oh.
Great job, Bebop.
Oh, that's a good hook. It's on the Shark, though, again. Not too easy to kill him when he gets the cube up, but they actually managed to do it either way. The final rejuve crystal has been destroyed. And now the refight off the back of this.
Still one left. They don't want to let them out of this fight at all. See if you can find these catches. Abrams, maybe you could pin somebody in. Sharik has to drop the ball and just kind of play his way out of this, but Hoot has now reached the base, has cleared out that side wave. It's going to be rapidly dropping base Guardians. A couple players still on the deck, and I think Buffengers aren't going to waste any time. There's the last crystal down, though, without the Kelvin. Mina rips the ultimate, trying to get in with the help of that chain gang as well. You're running low on skills. Abrams needs to get out of this, needs to get back into the fountain, but the damage is good. Zergy with the cleanup there. You're popping this laser from Taz is not that effective considering the build he has. Shrines dropping near instantaneously, and Buffengers say, get out of my game. They're trying to end this one here and now. Who rips the ultimate? It's pretty much the entire map here. Jamside in the sights, being focused fire down in the Ivy, just barely slips back into the fountain though. And Buffengers maybe have gone a little bit too deep now. Listic very low on the Billy, is going to be caught. Got hooked maybe deep into the fountain there. And Buffengers is going to have to drop Patron and get out. Abrahams though, they know how desperate the scenario is. They're going to come in, force a fight. Buffengers is ready though. They're not backing down just yet. They're not giving up. And I mean, Hoot is healthy on this Infernus. He is absolutely massively farmed. Dimov knows how many low targets there are for the execute, continuing to push the limits here, take risks. And this game's over, man. cleanup out of D-Mob. Great executes coming in from him. Jamside, the lone defender, but who's just onto the patron? He's not interested in getting these kills. He wants it. He wants on to the next game, on to that cash prize, $1,000 now with the 1-0 lead coming up for the Buff Enjoyers. And a Manor Dome out of Obikim, farming stats. Fair enough.
Just trying to keep that KDA up, no? Trying to make themselves look better for another org when it comes around yet again. And it looks like Zergy will finish off Jamside, and Buff Enjoyers will finish off Abrahams 1-0 so far in the series. But to be fair, Abrahams, they did a fantastic job of bouncing back in, really punishing and getting these small little advantages here or there when they were already on the back foot. It just came to a crashing halt once that first rejuve was taken.
I gotta say, I think Abraham's overcooked it on this draft, man. Like, I saw the vision with like 2 or 3 initiators, but they had like, what, 4 initiators? I mean, realistically, that's a little bit too heavy. I mean, you were really relying on a tempo game, on an early game win, but I think the fact that Buff Enjoyers had a moderate lead in the early game, once we got farmed, we got deeper into the late game, the comp gap was just too much, right? I think it was shown in that diving under Walker fight where Taz hooks 2 people under Walker, kills them both with Walker stuns, and still you're able to just pile on the numbers, pile on the players, and just force your way to a victory there for Buff Enjoyers.
Well,
yeah.
Well, it's not looking good for Abrahams, is it? There's a lot to work with for Buff Enjoyers in this game. A lot that seemed to go quite nicely. And usually I feel like these games can be close enough, Jason, that it comes down to maybe there's just a small draft adjustment. But does this feel like a bigger correction that Abrahams need to find going into that next draft?
I think you kind of put yourself inherently at a disadvantage running a comp like this beyond the fact that you have like 3 pick heroes. It's because you're kind of required to run around and group together to go for these picks. And there was a massive like soul discrepancy between ABL and Jamside, and ABL is typically one of the most farmed players on Abraham's side, but because he had to be there for these picks to actually work and to get kills, it was really only Jamside carrying the heavy weight of the soul advantage and damage for their team. As Jake pointed out, he was almost at one point carrying about 1/3 of the amount of souls that they had. And I don't think you can do that. I think ABL on the Haze just wasn't able to have the same level of impact he typically would on a Grey Talon or a Pocket of past times.
Yeah, I mean, ABL has, earned such a reputation for like carrying games and being a huge factor in his team's success. If he has like one slow game, it feels like you really do feel that for Abrahams. Who'd also bringing out the Infernus, a pick we've barely seen anybody play Infernus. And I think in this game, it actually worked pretty well. Like the ultimates, some of the escapes with the Flame Dash. I mean, he was public enemy #1 and got soaked with like 10 ultimates in some of these fights, but maybe the fact that you had to commit so much into him and then the couple fights where you don't, he's doing just ridiculous damage, that kind of tells the story here in terms of how Buff Enjoyers got this win.
Yeah, maybe we will see a return of Infernus in the next match, because it still doesn't feel like something you'd want to ban necessarily, but it's really interesting to see that it is making its way in effectively into this draft. Again, it's so cool to see the changes we get week to week here at the at Night Shift. I almost said our old name, but at Night Shift. But we'll get the stats page up in a second to kind of just peruse and see how that went from the numbers perspective. But Jake, I mentioned it to Jason there, that posing that question. Usually you have maybe an adjustment, maybe a ban here or a different pick there. But as you were saying, there's so many initiators. I mean, we've got to see a complete overhaul of this strategy. So what do you want to see from Abrahams in that next draft? Like, what is the ideal?
Look, I just feel like this is maybe an overreaction from my perspective in terms of like the amount of change up you made. Like, I don't think that, for a team like Lotos, I like that they're going to take a big risk and do something kind of crazy and off the wall and hope that you can kind of get an edge taking control of the game in that way. But Abrahams and Buff Enjoyers have historically been so close as 2 teams. I would rather see them maybe try to go a little bit more back to basics into a simple draft, straightforward draft. I mean, and talk about Shiv players, man. D-Mob, just the jack of all trades for Buff Enjoyers. Like, what a player to be so good on so many different characters, so many different roles here. Top damage on the Shiv.
You know what? I still say he's the best player in EU. Like maybe he's not #1 on the leaderboards like Hoot is, but I think all around what he can play, what he brings to the team,
especially in a team play, yeah.
Like the level of consistency he brings is unmatched by any player I've seen in EU or North America. Not to glaze him too hard.
Yeah,
I'd love to hear it.
I mean, Hoot had a really big game there as well. Like him and Listic getting those opening kills, winning their lane, and then continuing to snowball from there. And I mean, who didn't shy away from the fights this game? Where somebody like Jamside didn't really participate much in the early game, which, to be fair, is pretty much your game plan from Abrahams, to have him just pure farm until he's like, they're enough ahead where he can really activate and become a more effective force in the game. But Hoot was just playing tempo from pretty early on, right? Like, wasn't, backing off so much early. Maybe the first few minutes he's not involved in the fight, but just a straightforward draft from Breath of Joyce. I think they consider this one a gift, man, from Abrahams, who went just a little too crazy with the wild draft.
Well, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see what the reaction is from Abrahams. It felt like there was something going for them. I liked that we did see Jamside. He was keeping up with the farm, but it kept that flame lit for me of hope, that flame of hope. But obviously they ended up getting kind of crushed, the comp not working out. So we're going to go to a quick break, and then when we come back, we will have the second draft to see if Abrahams can right the ship that is currently taken in water from all over the place. We'll see you very shortly. Welcome back to Night Shift. It might be the final map of EU. It could be. It could be. Abraham's got kind of dumpstered on the first map that you maybe just saw. But hopefully this second map will be a different tale. The draft will reveal all. I'm with Jake and Jason. And I don't know, man. I want to see 3 maps from these guys. I don't want to see this trend where Buff and Joy suddenly become the Hydra Nation of EU. That's not what I want.
Whoa. Calling them... Okay. They've not butchered any teams by taking players away. They don't change rosters when they lose.
That's true. The Baroness Hotel?
More than one original member on the team who has not been kicked off and brought back on. Why are you hating on my boys like that? Actually, I guess it doesn't mean kind of hate on them, but why would you insult them calling them that, man? This has probably been the longest standing roster we've had in Deadlock, actually. Yeah, this is for sure, because ever since Piggy was dropped and Obekym was picked up, it's been the same roster since.
Well, other than Mikhail's taking a break and Hoot stepping in, but
good point.
That's
I forgot about that.
There's no bad blood there. It seems like that's a team that by and large sticks together. Exactly. Like at this stage in Deadlock, no roster of 6 I think is going to really be exactly identically the same in like a couple of years from now. But the fact that they've had that consistency, the Baroness Hotel starting now into forever, man. The power of friendship. We'll see. Maybe you're right. I mean, them winning back to back as a pug team is insane, and I think they might start to catch fire. Maybe building some momentum off of that. But that's in NA. That's in the second half of the show. For now, it's still EU, right? It's still Buff and George versus Abrahams, and I wonder what's going on in the scrims for Abrahams to be frankly, it just reeks of desperation. That game 1 draft. It looks like we went for something really crazy. But I think if you were really confident, you wouldn't have done that. I think if you were really confident, you would have just continued to play heads up, play more of a straightforward, normal draft.
Those losers.
I agree with you for the most part, but I will add on that I like how they forced Buff and George to pick completely different heroes. Like seeing Shiv come into their lineup. Listed playing Billy is not
Calvin.
too crazy.
You didn't force him to play Shiv Calvin.
But seeing Infernus come out, seeing Shiv come out for them, it forced them to dig deeper into their hero picks to pull together a draft that made sense. So in that sense, I think it was a success. But obviously, if you're not winning the game, it doesn't really matter if it was a success in the draft phase, right?
Yeah.
Well, nice. Abrahams could get Kelvin here.
I wonder though, do you go for maybe you do as the opener? I like the Kelvin opener. I like the Kelvin opener so much because I think it forces the enemy team to take Shiv without Kelvin, which is like we've mentioned. It's good. It's not terrible, but it doesn't feel great to have to take that in your top 2.
Yeah, but so Pocket Ivy or Pocket Abrams,
they could give up to Shiv, but I don't. I'm scared of the Shiv. It was your Shiv Calvin lane, Jason, just scared me into believing.
Struck fear into your eyes.
Fear into my heart.
Pete, you woke up in the middle of the night sweating from a nightmare. No, to be fair, I got completely wrecked in that lane because you puddle punched me every single time, and I blamed it on lag, but no, I was just healed. I was horrible.
He just healed through it all. And they're gonna take. All right, Ivy goes 1, but all right, this pick is crucial. I think this is I see the idea of taking 2 super high pro picks. You could even take something like a Pocket here that I think ABL would really want to get, since it's not banned out, since they went for the Mina ban this time on Abrahams. And they're going to deny the Shiv Calvin, though. This is the more straightforward way to play. But now Buff and George finds himself in a weird spot. Like Abrahams is going to end up with a much more normal looking draft, I would guess, than Buff and George, even though Buff and George might get some really high prio picks.
Pocket Abrams?
Yeah, I like it. I wonder if Abrams or Billy. I feel like Abrams and Billy. It's really hard for me to see why one is better than the other right now. I think teams have been prioing Abrams a little bit higher. Maybe just the individual pickoffs and the late game Phantom Strike build is super powerful. Fair enough on that front. But I think Billy's team fighting, Billy has a much better, for me, ability to scale and carry the game if you come off a really strong early game. I think Billy is a lot more explosive with a better farm speed, and they prio the Paradox. Interesting. Do you ever take Billy? I guess you could ban one of them too, right? I think Buff and George can have their pick of those key frontliners and ban the other. And I don't know what else. If you don't have either or Billy Abrams, it feels pretty tough right now. One of those heroes feels like you almost need it in the current meta.
If there's a ban on Billy, what is Jamside gonna play? Because like his go-to after Ivy has typically been like Gun Billy. He did Gun Yamato last week.
Gun Kelvin though. He's played Gun Kelvin actually. I'm not even kidding. It's good. Gun Kelvin is legit. Gun Kelvin is legit, especially when it's not in a Shiv lane. I think when you're in a Shiv lane, you're almost obliged to play some more supportive and max those heals. That's like the synergy you go for. But I actually think if you don't get a Kelvin or you don't get a Shiv combo or like, I mean, honestly, I don't think there's another hero that's as good as that combo. And so I kind of like the Gun Kelvin this game. I think it has looked really sick when we've seen it before at a jam side. I kind of hope he goes for it.
I think that's a Mo then going to come through for Saint for the side of Abraham's to kind of pair in with the combo.
I don't mind a Mo at all. I think Mo is really nice. The Infernus ban? Huh? Okay.
I want to
guess,
say
like, what is
partially
who
it's a
gonna
throwaway
play?
ban.
Yeah, but surely there's always something you could ban, right? Like, I guess it protects Mo in a sense. It's like one more stun you might run to deal with Mo, and Infernus is a good way of punishing Mo, but Doorman's another great way to prevent those lockdown initiations.
I think we got Hootman coming to the party once again.
Yeah.
The Hoot Doorman.
What does he build? What does he build on Doorman? Is he going gun? Is he going hybrid?
He's played, I believe, a lot of gun lately, if I'm not mistaken. Like I've been watching his stream, and I mean, to be fair, like everyone plays gun Doorman these days.
Yeah,
I feel like this draft is coming together much more balanced for Abraham's. Like this is an Abraham's draft. This is one that I think I'm much more like. Honestly, you look pound for pound right now. I kind of like where Abraham's is at in the draft a little bit more than Buff Enjoyers.
Yeah, the Kelvin opener will definitely start to do that for you.
Yeah.
You were looking to summon
Billy?
a god, right?
Lash.
Oh yeah, let's go.
Here I am.
Bebop, Lash, Paradox. They
Lash.
they want all the pick, man.
I mean, I think you rounded out with like a Billy for Abraham.
I will say
you have a pretty solid lineup.
I like Lash a lot more in this kind of a comp, but I think honestly Buff Enjoyers might take Billy here too. I think Billy is really sick into Lash. Like if you can chain him, I think it's really powerful. They have Hayes for more. I mean, this is Buff Enjoyers playing a ton of catch and individual initiation. This is honestly kind of Buff Enjoyers playing a little. It's not as wild as the Abraham's draft last game, but it's sort of a similar style of like Ivy solo carrying the game, and then a ton of heroes that want to fight in the early mid game and make space for Ivy to get huge. Mirage though is going to kind of take that commitment down. It's going to be a little bit more of a balanced look, but still not much team fight really at all for Buff Enjoyers. Pretty much zero team fight, you know, to be honest here. I guess Abrahams and Doorman are like pretty good in team fights, but they're not like key team fighting heroes the way someone like Lash, Kelvin, or just give you this like, you know, really powerful tool to shape the way the fight is going.
Let's start breaking.
I mean,
I do like how
this is something you've been talking about a ton. Mirage and Ivy on the same team with the global pushing presence.
I was going to say that just having both of those guys on the side lanes is kind of an interesting concept because, you know, you can farm them up. They can just very responsibly be super safe, generally speaking, if they're playing well. I mean, I kind of like the idea here. I mean, I don't think we often ever see Ivy and Mirage on the same team as well. So to see two heroes that have that same kind of that's a dynamic where they can solo push a side lane and be safe, do the damage to the tower, just like farm up a lot. They're really good late game carries. It's kind of an interesting dynamic.
I think this Abraham's draft has a crazy team fight potential, and now they have like two pick heroes, two initiators, which I feel a lot better about, frankly. I think Taz as well on the Bebop will like scale into a semi carry, and you know, into the late game, which is great. I do think maybe it is more likely now that it will be a Kelvin support. Maybe James side on the Billy fits a little bit more naturally, you know, given the draft they've gone for. And I even like Kelvin support this game in general, considering how low on team fight Buff Enjoyers are. I feel like you want to commit as Abrahams to being super dominant in the team fights, and I think they're going to be that, man. Like Billy Chain, Lash ulti, like both of those are insane setups for the pocket. Either all pockets damage plus his ulti, and then Kelvin Dome as well to ensure that you're the one, your team's not getting, you know, too picked apart.
I think it is going to be a Gun Kelvin, by the way. I think Together's going to be on Billy, and Saf's going to be on Lash, Task on Bebop, and Saint on Paradox, like we had Saint last time. I think it's for sure going to be because like what's Together going to play in this comp?
Yeah, otherwise what does he play?
Billy.
Yeah, it could be like a lash, but it would be weird. It wouldn't really be comfort for them. It's
I'm
a
excited.
good point.
This is like a real. I kind of feel like both teams got a really decent comp. I think Buffingers maybe slightly got outpicked in terms of like team fighting, which is where Buffingers typically excel. I think Abraham's excel more in like these small little skirmishes, catching off guard to get back into games like that. But I don't know. I want to see how the Ivy Mirage is going to work. Because I actually want to look back, Dan, to when we had Ivy not be support, how often we did see Ivy and Mirage paired together. Because I really can't think of a single match on top of my head where we've had this happen.
Yeah, the double global presence. If you get away with that global split pushing, it's going to be huge. I think for Abraham's, they're going to need to shut it down. I think like Bebop, Lash, and Paradox have to be working overdrive to deny those, TP outs that Ivy flying out. If you're like responding to split pushes and you're not getting any kills, that's going to really give Buff Enjoyers enough of like a numbers lead elsewhere on the map where maybe that team fight power won't matter. So, I mean, I think there's a theory here for Buff Enjoyers, right? Of like, just don't play the team fights, just play the map split, get an advantage that way. But I think a team as good as Abraham's, man, they are so good at forcing you into those big team fights, forcing objectives. They'll take mid boss without kills, man, just because they think you're too far away on the map. So if there's anyone who can really leverage this power of snowballing and team fighting, I think it's them.
All right, well, here we go into our second match in this best of 3 series. We have our heroes being picked as well. It looks like Zergy will be on the Ivy and Shark over on the Mirage as we expected. Saint actually will be on the Bebop this time, and Task going back to the Paradox, which of course leaves ABL to the pocket and together on the Billy, as we kind of theorized before. But to see Saint on Bebop, you know what? I feel like Saint is definitely one of the unsung heroes. And of course, he gets parried as I talk about it.
The mind games parry there from who just baits it out on the doorman, and that's going to open the lane up with a big burst of damage onto Saint, who, I mean, Bebop is not a hero that can recover HP in the early laning phase. You're in a kind of a rough spot in this lane.
That's an unfortunate way to start things off. But I was trying to say Saint definitely, I think, in my opinion, one of the unsung heroes on the team. He's had solid play on pretty much every hero we've ever seen him on. But this is going to be a rough start for now. As you can see already, Who putting the pressure on, picks up the bell first, picks up the door second. So we're going to see definitely that barrier come through. It's a level 2 door.
Oh, it's such a sick harassment angle, man. Like, what do you do about this? Like, it's so hard to even play the game. You can't even, like, the spots that you would conventionally think are safe are going to be harassed constantly. And this is also Mirage, Sharik on Mirage. So Sharik getting, I think, definitely a more comfortable pick for him. By the way, Bebop, ooh, those, like, that bell hits, you might die.
I think you go load up Portal and go punch GLaDOS in the face just for making this exist. This whole mechanic of doors and portals. I mean, Hoot's been playing a ton of Doorman on a stream. So definitely trying to maximize the potential, because I think if we're talking about potential on a hero, Doorman has, I think, the highest skill cap by far with what he can potentially pull off in situations.
Maybe it's definitely a hero with, like, from a team perspective, I think you're right. I would say individually, I still favor somebody like Pocket, but oh my, Billy gets parried and absolutely eviscerated there. And that's tough, right? This is your Kelvin lane with, I mean, yeah, Billy maybe is not as potent as Shiv in that lane, but still a frontliner who's able to soak a ton of heals from Kelvin and who should, in theory, profit from that. What's gonna be the item here? 1600 saves, QSR rush, yeah. And I mean, we've seen the Majestic Leap hard rush by Pocket. I've seen this quite a lot. I think this is kind of the meta at the highest level, but before you get this item online, man, it's, the lane's pretty sketchy having no regen.
That was a very nice connect carbine into a hook too. Make it so there's no way for Hoot to escape, because he eventually runs away, but takes a lot of damage for it. The headshot booster has been picked up for Saint, who's going to follow it up with a resto shot. So kind of get that healing back online to help his sustain. And yeah, Jam side, 2.2k on Kelvin paired with Billy. I think that's a lot of pressure on that right hand lane, making it very hard for Zergy and Demov to farm efficiently.
See what happens here. Hook attempted. Good try there. And Satan has restored the HP balance in the lane pretty well. Like, that one big trade into Doorman is definitely a great find. Gets carted away though and isn't able to get any of the connections. So pressure being put on. And if you give Mirage Doorman priority, man, this should be a pretty threatening lane. You are kind of relying on those big kinetic carbine shots combined with hooks to equalize in terms of the pressure. Oh my.
I mean, the headshot booster is already to put out in some ridiculous damage in this lane. Nice sleep dagger comes through. Ando into charge onto Saf to pull him away, but of course he's just gonna leap away. Not too worried about this one, but still putting the pressure on. Even though Saf is fairly heavy or healthy, and Listic took the brunt of that damage.
You do damage with that, but I'm a little suspect about that. I mean, tank a lot of tower for that. I think you probably took more damage than you dealt, given that trade. I think Saf's gonna be pretty happy with that one, especially with that QSR on Flog. And ABL very close to having Majestic Leap, right? And he's just hard saving for it. So once you get that online, you're kind of able to immediately just int more or less onto this Haze, who, by the way, just got slammed to the ground. Hoot's here on the early roam, though. Doesn't have ultimate online. It's just taking a roam off the mid lane super early. So Shriek's have to hold that one. Oh, but he doors back to the mid lane. Okay, so he's trying to use door to show up on a roam, and now he's going to be back into the mid lane. Sleep is good. Majestically from Pocket, big damage. Full procs on Pocket, though. 4 stacks of... Yeah, with that first skill, very powerful. Oh my god, I can't believe he didn't parry that. Insane read from ABL. Oh, but it's not enough.
Seismic Impact came in and still managed to get the stun. And you saw Saf, he ran away with just a sliver of health as he went back to base to heal. So we might not see the Guardian go down here, as Listic will actually fall to it with some decent damage being done. Together's been able to respond, though, this time over onto Zergy in that right-hand lane. Of course, the shelter is still available to be used. Chain Gang being used to pull Dima back in, and it's just going to be a one-on-one battle here, and it looks like Together's going to win out on this one.
Yeah, Chain Gang over the top, just way too much. A couple lanes get pushed, but a big roam from Abraham's actually pays off there. And they're able to put a lot of damage on this Guardian. It's a little bit risky to go for that early dive. He is going to be able to take down that Guardian, and with the help of Kelvin, with the dome behind, yeah, a little too scary for Zergy to commit into that one.
Fantastic start for Abraham's. Already a 2K lead so far. And doing fairly well across their lanes. I mean, the fact is, like, Jam side Gun Kelvin's still going to be annoying. You're still going to have the frozen shelters to provide to your teammates. And we've already seen him have a lot of success on the Gun Kelvin before. And they already have a better team fighting comp too. So I kind of worry for Buffingers if you don't kind of bounce back a little bit here, even though it is, equal in souls. When you get into these skirmishes, they're going to kind of get slaughtered unless they can make the split push work well.
Yeah, and Taz is, I mean, big damage. He's absolutely all in with the damage. Here's that dome coming in, baited the parry out, and yeah, that should be death here for D-Mob. Has to gamble those parries. Caught in the frozen shelter. And I mean, Billy plus Calvin, man, the amount of like lockdown and like inability to escape this. Think about, even someone like Ivy, right? Even if you get that flight off, isn't going to be enough. Mirage slipping away. Maybe has done enough here, but they're roaming into this lane. Lash is here, and they're able to kill Mirage. You have to Doorman ult just to deny Saf the chase down, but he's just going to block that damage with the reactive barrier, and totally happy. Been a remarkably stable early game, though. Only one Guardian down here at 7 minutes, although it seems like that's about to change.
That's so much damage that Listic's just soaking up, too. He dropped almost 1,000 there. Ever being used. Ground Strike comes through, does not connect onto Shark, though, so he'll be able to escape for now. The Guardian's already about half HP, so Zergy looking for the Goomba stomp on top of Saint's head, but he's not able to connect it. But he's going to continue to go for the push here. He's looking for the task kill.
Yeah, Zergy committing in on this. Doorman as well as here. Couple players very low HP. Saf as well, super low. The hook in, not quite good. Doesn't pull him around the corner. And the reactive barrier, enough HP to protect the Doorman. Zergy flying him out, just ensuring who's safety. Who's maybe thinking about sticking around here in this mid lane. A little bit risky, but they don't want to give up that mid lane Guardian. They know how quickly it is going to go down. I think dodging that is going to be good. Chain Gang just makes it too scary to come in for the contest, but they still get the pull on the Doorman, knocking him up as well. The follow-up is good. And Together is off to a very hot start in this game, a 4-kill streak for him. And this looks like a much better early game here for Abrahams.
That was amazing. That was really cool to see. The Chain Gang in and the perfect combo to confirm that kill into Hoot. Also the Guardian to boot. 3k souls in the lead at the moment. And ABL, we saw the last time he played this exact build, he got so far ahead of everyone when it came to farm. Not quite there just yet. But then again, Together is kind of hogging all the limelight right now at 7.7 thousand souls. And I think this is where things get really dangerous for Buffingers, and they need to figure out some sort of way to kind of stop the rot. I know it's still only a 2k soul difference, but where the souls are going is going to be very important for the side of Abrahams for them to deal with.
Yeah, both teams stealing each other's double sinners here. So it looks like to be a trade in the sinners department. That lack of a mid Guardian, though, is going to make this a little bit scarier for Doorman to stick around in. Raj does find Bebop maybe a little bit overextended, but with Billy there, yeah, I don't think you're going to be able to really get the punish off. You got to be scared of those hooks, especially with Tornado down.
Zergy. I mean, still got together. He's got Hoot to maybe help him out. And actually, he will get away. Hoot's going to be there to protect him. Doesn't need a door to escape this one. And they may even go for the chase. You can see D-Mob, he's looking for Jam side. But does have QSR already picked up. Resto shot. Extended magazine with Cultist to boot. This is very scary. The fact that like Jam side can play this aggressive and this far up in the enemy jungle and really not be under threat of being punished.
It's a power gun Kelvin, right? You know, you don't necessarily want that fight. Pretty much no one's going to be able to 1v1 a Kelvin with Frozen Shelter, and just the threat of that is enough to ensure he can steal some farm, right, and expand the lead. Although the lead right now, minimal. Let's take a look at Obakim when we get the chance to see how he's building, right? He's been one of the players that has made this like roaming semi-support Haze actually really work in the past. And it's been a quiet game for him so far, but I actually like that. I think Haze too early on the roams is not good. He's actually gone for very straightforward build up to this point, but now building into the silence wave, that is what allows him to really get active. So the next 1600 souls is going to be a game changer, although getting caught by Billy isn't the fight you wanted.
No Frozen Shelter going down. Just gets knocked up and bashed back down, and he'll fall. In the meantime, Ern has been picked up by Tastu, looking to run it across the map as they're trying to defend and push in towards another walker. And actually they retreat away. I think they want to, they're more focused on securing the urn than getting damage onto that walker and making sure it does get across this map pretty easily. As you can see, a little bit of pressure onto Tas as he's forced to drop it for now, while Listic was just popping a couple of shots at him. And they did you completely? Oh, there we go. Never mind.
Maybe committing on the urn is risky. They do have the dome though to secure it, which could be a good use. I mean, I think Jamside may be itching to get a little bit of economic value out of the dome. And you got players coming in from Buff and Jurors, but it might be too little too late. Oh, they're trying to delay it, but I mean, I think the fact that this door is here means it's very awkward to successfully dome it. And he's been hit from the Baroness Hotel there. Caught in the dome. Can he door out? He's so close. Slips out the other side, but Jamside's through too. Hold on, Jamside came a little bit too deep for that. Couldn't find the kill and is going to get executed there. Coming into enemy territory. And I think the urn drop was good for Abrahams, but are the counter trades going to be strong? Taz, remember, he's all glass cannon with this build. Could find himself in a bit of trouble here in the mid game. Oh, caught on the lip is Listic. Now in a bit of trouble, gets the stun on Billy, but Billy absolutely going to shrug that one off. Coming for the cleanups. Oh, but the damage is good, man. The follow-up. Zergy is just a monster already. Only 11k souls. I can't believe he was able to kill together that fast.
The rest of the team was there to help him out, and you can see immediately Abrahams, they go for a big push on the left-hand side, trying to take down this last Guardian and get that first flex slot unlocked. Nothing Who can do about this as he quickly heads towards this direction. And even D-Mob trying to come in from behind, but it quickly realizes, yeah, there's no way we're going to be able to take this one, even with Obakim to his side. So a good response. And you know what? Abrahams, I think they're playing their macro game so much better week in and week out. Their decision making is quick, efficient, and generally always the right move as well. Like realizing there was no way they can contest that right hand side, to immediately send the push on towards the left to get the flex shot to punish the position Buff and Joyers were in was perfect.
Still, I think this is the type of game, game state really, where Buff and Joyers, this is their bread and butter, right? All walkers online, and now this is where the macro really gets difficult because there's no obvious next objective. I mean, there's playing for the urns, but as we've seen with the doorman, it really complicates that plan for Kelvin to get those easy urn secures. Maybe that's been actually, I think, a pretty important reason is, oh, big damage, Silence Wave follows up, and you just don't have any escapes on Lash. He does get out just long enough to be able to dash in, but I think he's bleeding to death. Yeah, 3 knives. Shiv is getting that cleanup. D-Mob now continuing on, looking for some more kills. The trade is back, though, the other way, and a hook onto Hoot is a great find. You would love to start things off onto the doorman.
No backup there for them, though. No way to confirm that into a kill. So just a 1-for-1 trade as we see at the very end of that fight. I think it's time to take a look at maybe some of the farm here and where it's allocated at. So they're getting 14,000. Jamsad's catching up at 14k as well. I'm kind of wondering though, ABL, he's just really not been involved in a lot of these fights. I mean, you see he's got 1 death, 2 assists. He's just been off farming, but he's still trying to catch back up to where Zergy was.
Yeah, maybe playing a little bit more for the late game. I like that some of the prio is coming in to challenge on the Sinners. This turns out to be a bit of a fight here. Sap does have the ultimate. He's looking for that connection on the Lash. Doorman hit with the Spirit Sap. Playing a little bit slow for the moment. Looks like both teams are going to be down to back off that engagement. 2 players, though, on Zergy's just defending that Walker 1v2, so a little bit of a player advantage. Initial catch on the jam side. You don't want to be forced to dome defensively here, especially on the gun Calvin, who wants that to be the Thunderdome, right? Where you're able to turn and burn a kill.
Oh my god, Lissy's just trying to get away
He's
here.
in trouble. Oh, can he make back to the Walker? It's actually really close to get around the corner, and the regen from Abrams is just good enough there. Quite a few skills committed. They don't get the kill.
We're gonna see the next earn come up in just under a minute time. I think maybe we're gonna
Shiv
start
is
to see
Moonwalking
Abraham's move
here
that
for a
direction.
second. D-Mob DC'd and moonwalking backwards.
So that ice cream cone you were talking about, Dan. What flavor ice cream cone would Shiv's hair be?
Wait, what is this? Is he stealing? Wait, no, this is the Sinners that's just there. What the hell is going on?
Yeah. You can see the outside or the output door over at the bridge buff. So he's just taking this really quickly and he's gonna head over.
Does that? I wonder
towards
if you can
bridge
do it
buff.
from the bridge side. Like, could you punch the Sinner in the back?
Don't know.
Dude, there's some
Never
hot
tried.
tech going off in this game. I think like now that I've seen this, I can't unsee it. Like one of the things that made Kelvin so broken for so long was just doming for urns. It's like you just get every urn for free. It's so you have to shut the Kelvin down so preemptively to deny the urn. That was like a big. I mean, Kelvin is still a great hero. Don't get me wrong, but the fact that doorman the door kind of prevents that. It's like if this is sitting there with a door, are you really gonna wait there for like 30 seconds to try and wait that out to get the dome and cap the urn? And so I think that has. I'm really glad that there's some way to interact with that. I think Kelvin doming for free urns was sort of a ridiculous mechanic at this level of play, given how important that objective is for the late game soul lead.
Yeah, and obviously we've seen it like happen in mid boss as well. It gives you an easy way to like protect mid boss or sort of contest it. But at the same time, I was kind of theorizing last week. I think it was with Dan. I think it was casting with Dan. Where the doorman could actually be pretty good to counter a Kelvin ultimate depending on the position you're fighting. If you preset a door down and Kelvin's ultimate encompasses a wall of some sort, I think you can escape from that.
Yeah, I think you
But I
can.
think if you're Kelvin, you're probably not doming near walls if possible.
But like, how the hell do you? Good luck, man. Like, are you not near any wall when you press dome? I feel like that's so difficult to actually do. And I think being able to escape the door, the Kelvin ulti adds a wrinkle into the team fights where normally with the Kelvin ulti, you just throw down everything, guaranteed it's going to work. It's going to pay off. Now that's a bit in question here in this game. And Sharik and Zergy, like they're kind of, mission accomplished so far. They're getting the farm. Still though, I think as we get into some of these mid-boss team fights, that's where I think the advantage is going to be pretty large for Abraham. So I think Buff and Jars need to have these fights out of the objectives, maybe in a little bit more of a lower numbers fashion, playing on the split push. I mean, you talk about ABL not participating in the fights. I think he's just defending the side lanes, right? I think he's just trying to prevent. Together's going to sub in here. Certainly makes sense. But I think he's just trying to prevent the split push. I think there's a lot of like pure lane cleanup duty needed for Abrahams in this game, considering the Buff and Jars draft.
But I do wonder though, because with ABL in particular, like I feel like he needs to be in these fights. I mean, I guess he technically doesn't need to be because you have Saf to facilitate, you have Saint to facilitate, Task to facilitate. Then you're really banking on like Together and Saf to do most of the damage. But then again,
I mean, as
who
long as
would
he's
you want to
getting
send
farmed,
to do cleanup?
Like Pocket's one of those heroes, right? Like the early game he starts slow. He goes, he's got Colt Sack and Majestic Leap, these items that are important for scaling and for being able to just play the game properly on Pocket. But they're not giving you real damage. And then, you just show up sometime with like E-Shift and Spirit Burn, and so you're a completely different hero. The amount of bursts goes through the roof. So I feel like ABL, I kind of like the idea of him just defending lanes consistently, being that safe 1vx lane defender that you can't really split push into. And then later in the game, I think he will start to show up and then could have maybe a much bigger impact than trying to like force some sort of a tempo game early.
But who's going to have more impact, let's say at 35, 40,000 souls? Zergy on Ivy or ABL on Pocket? I think maybe that's the question we should be asking.
True. That's a problem. If you stall too late, even people like Obikim is going to start to activate. I mean, that's one of the things I think is interesting about this roaming haze style is like, at some point in the game, when you just start maxing out all your skills and everybody is up to that like 30k souls, like the raw bullet damage that you basically build a raw attack speed on haze and you kind of become a beast, just even damage wise. Like that ultimate in the ultra late game, you get unstoppable, and that's like jumping onto the patron when it's down and just ripping your ult, and there's not much people can really do about that.
You had a question before about hitting sinners in the back, by the way. And Goober tested that you cannot hit the sinners from behind. So
That's good. You have to be on the Zooms.
apparently, there's another comment in here about Deadlock denying gamers from hitting it from the back, I guess, which is, it's fair with the sinners. Also, we had Nick the Demon. He said, Shiv's hair is a cone of licorice ice cream. I don't know how I feel about licorice.
I don't know if I can unsee that. I don't know if I can unsee that.
What about like sesame ice cream? Because like sesame ice cream can be black.
Okay. Now you're cooking some sesame ice cream. I got a
While we're
question.
doing a bit of trivia, here's a question for you. How much bonus health do you think Obikim has from golden statues this game?
Obikim, right now, he's probably doing a lot of statue farming roaming.
15.
It's at 0 right now. That's the part that's interesting to me. So like Obikim is just straight up not taking any of the statue farm. And it's basically buff enjoyers are making a conscious effort to put most of their statue farm on Listic and Zergy. Meanwhile, for the Abraham side, it's ABL that's taking the most along with Together.
Are you on a plane,
I can see
CC?
it.
Are you on a plane?
I am not. Why? What's going wrong?
It gets real hot in Minnesota, so he's got to crank that AC or fan on.
Okay,
stay cool.
you think you're kidding right now? You realize it's 90 degrees this weekend somehow in October in Minnesota.
It's been over 100 degrees here in Italy, and we don't have air conditioning.
100.
So.
Okay, well, that's just a
over
failure
100 for
of
sure.
Italian planning, though. That's, I don't know what to tell you there, Jason.
I mean, green not wanting to destroy the world because, humans haven't adapted to heat when they should. Stuff like that.
Yeah, looking forward to watching you evolve and adapt, bro.
I can't hear you, man.
Keep me up there with Pixie your progress, bro.
Hey, those pictures are only for you and me, Uber, okay? Just remember that. I have pictures from you back in Cologne of your workout. I mean, to be fair, you had a six-pack, so I can't really harsh on you too much.
Oh, you should see me now, bro.
I will soon. I mean, wait, what?
Somebody's got to get Dimov a phone tether. We need to level up the backup internet game plan here.
This may be the longest pause that we've ever had since us as a crew have been putting on productions in Deadlock. I can't think of a pause that's gone longer than this one.
Well, luckily we have a rule that if the pause lasts for 10 minutes, then the person who's disconnected has to shave their eyebrows. So Demo.
Thank God we put that in the rule book, or else we'd
When
be
are
in
you
real
doing
trouble.
the little shave in your eyebrow, Jason? I'm pretty sure we hit that sub goal, right?
We didn't. No, we never hit 1K. We're
My
25
sub goal is
subs.
1 million.
25 subs away, guys. And
But
Jason
I'm not
will
doing
put that
anymore, 'cause
notch
it
in
was
his
for the last
eyebrow.
Actually, we talked to your wife, and it was just like one more sub, and you shaved the mustache. And
That was not my wife. My wife is not allowed phone privileges, okay?
Whoa.
Kidding.
You do have a Joseph Fritzl look to you, honestly, at the moment, so that's fair.
I don't know who that is.
I don't get that joke.
Yeah, that's a dark one. We won't be explaining that. We won't be explaining that.
All right,
Okay.
we'll let that one go.
Yeah, everyone has
Il
Google.com.
caso
Right?
Fritz è un fatto di... It's all in Italian. I don't know why.
Yeah.
Do not read it on air.
What do you guys think
I can't, it's
they're
Italian.
saying in Cyrillic here? Give me a guess translation. You fucking kidding me, bro?
You guys should read the Cyrillics as if it's like the closest letter in the English language.
Oh, no. Oh, okay. We can do it from his mobile
Oh,
phone.
see, that's what I'm
Wow,
talking about. That's
dude, what?
and
That's
I- my own
crazy.
heart.
Let the
Okay.
club go to... So he's going to
I still
beat
need to
his
go to a
PC with the
PC.
club? Or is he
No,
going
go
to
to a
the
PC
club with
cafe.
his PC?
Smash your
PC
computer.
Cafe.
The files are in your computer.
I mean, if he disconnects, he can't... if he can't rejoin the game, right? So...
Yeah, then he'd have to. I mean, they'd have to play out 5v6, and in a game like this, it's just over if you 5v6. Surely, especially losing Shiv.
Can we just marvel at the fact we just got that live translated visually?
I know it's pretty
Via production team?
Is
All right.
next level.
That's insane. What? Oh, only we saw it? Okay, unlucky. Unlucky for you guys.
Oh wow, that sucks. Actually.
Okay, wait. We got an update. Direct from the source from Lightbringer, as we're just going over rules of how long a pause could go or if they had subs. Quote: Dimov rejoined voice chat.
Oh, Boggers,
Oh,
he's
yeah, he's
reconnected. I was starting to lose faith. Let's go, baby. Locked in. What the hell is going on with this game, Jason? I lost all touch with reality. I went through the doorman portal.
If this pause lasted any longer, we're just gonna have to have Mitch do poses for us on cam of his muscles.
Dude, I do actually need to work on. If I ever want to actually, like, you know,
they're
be
hunting him.
remote, be serious.
Welcome back into the server, D-Mob. Welcome back, bud. We're so happy you came. Just slaughtered. They had perfect time to commit on that. But then again, maybe he was already in dire straits being in that position.
Mr. Blaze, get out of here. Ain't happening. You had your chance last week. You fell short. It's not my fault. I ain't shaving my eyebrow. There ain't a slit going in it right now. Maybe one day when I go back to present. Oh, and back to the walker. Return to sender for Hoot.
Yeah, and I just locking it down as well.
See, if he had a door down before he got pulled, he could have doored that wall and gotten out.
True.
Be better, Hoot.
True.
Be better.
That was a nasty hook from Saint right there. Like, that was clean, man. He like predicted the dash as well. It's what you need to be doing to land hooks on players on this level, right? You can't just be always having the setup. You got to find those, you know, read the movement ahead of time type of plays. And Abraham's wasting no time and continue to push the tempo of this game. Getting a kill on Obakim would be a great start. And Lash just finds that big nuke and resets out of it. He's going to be happy with that. And I like the idea of forcing an earn here. I'm not sure Buffingers are going to be ready to fight this. The map position they're showing, they just want to maybe trade and find a walker, but this looks like a pretty free earn to me.
Hoot's going to give it a try at least.
He's thinking, but he needs to get the door down.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to. Yeah, free earn. Good read there. And Abraham's, the last few trades, right, a few minutes after the pause, they've come right back in. They haven't lost any momentum at all. Buff Enjoyers caught lacking a little bit. They need to kind of right the ship here.
Oh, so SK came into chat and just shut down Goober and said they went into a custom and can confirm they're able to give every center back shots to the doorman's door. So Goober, you got some explain to do, Mr. DLNS winner. One time. Sneaky golems.
Science is being done here on the stream. Shout out to our brave experimenters. Big catch here. Onto Obakim. This is one who wants to initiate. He doesn't want to be caught. Doesn't have the tankiness. The sleep is good on the Billy. Delaying for a moment, and Obakim maybe just played his way out of this. He's caught. They're trying to right up. There's a lot of players coming back in to follow up. ABL's deep for that one, though. Is he going to be able to get out? Has an affliction. And, oh, man, this is starting to go from bad to worse here. Buff Enjoyers throwing good money after bad. 2 players down. And just a thought of even going for, like, a walker siege here.
Enjoy our hospitality.
He's ready to frozen shelter for a second. He was about to pop in to lock in.
Yeah, he wanted to.
And he got away.
Coming, though. And they're able to get the walker down for that. So mid walker, though, I think is definitely going to be better. I mean, Abrahams are going to be really psyched. Get mid walker early. We don't see that very much at this level, right? Just a very challenging objective to take. And so getting a couple kills right around that. I mean, Abrahams, I think in a great position to you know, they find like one good fight here. It's going to be mid boss. And remember, Abrahams has a better team fight. So I really think maybe just one pick could be enough. Another silence wave onto Pocket. Also transcendent cooldown, man. This Pocket is going to be really annoying to catch.
Mystic expansion too. Make that affliction hit even more targets. And obviously that'd be the perfect place to fight because you have 2 really good ultimates for controlling ground with the frozen shelter and with the affliction on top of that. Not to mention you have a Lash in there.
Yeah, Lash and Billy.
Abrahams go for it.
I feel like I think it's too crazy to just go for it like completely with no openers, but man, you get like 1 kill on a key player, could be something to look for. Zergy has capacitor. I wonder what he's going to be. I mean, what do you really purge this game? I guess you could purge the Billy's passive, right? That could be pretty nice.
I mean, I think slow. The capacitor is just like a different version of Ricochet. It's not picked up specifically for removing buffs, but just kind of like a mini Ricochet plus the slow, so you can either escape or chase really easily. Like a super solid item. I know we had this this rant I think a couple of weeks ago of trying to think of all the things it could actually take away, but I think the answer we got was just about the other mechanics of it. But takeaway Blast would obviously take away a lot of the extra healing that Together might need in these fights. But then again, you got Jam Side to heal. Then you got a Frozen Shelter to heal.
Obakim. Hoping to set up something onto this Calvin. And with the silence wave with no walker there, it's a deep play, but if you get it off, it could be really valuable, right? Jamside and ABL are the biggest threats here. Oh, the charge just barely swapped away, surviving the full package there committed out from Abrams. But the first kill is on to Saint, who traded right back. Ultimate from Obakim, but dodged away. Jamside fully out of that one. Ooh, risky melee there. ends up getting it off. Chain is good. Does pull that Abrams, mitigating some of the value. And I think Abrams is trying to get out of this. Buffenjoy is recognizing the fight not really going their way. Maybe the 1-for-1 is as good as it's going to get.
Is this mid boss?
They might go for it. It's not free though, and you use a lot of key ultimates. You do have Death Slam, but I mean, Listic is low, and he's trying to heal up right now. Sharik is clearing a Walker for this, so trading Walker for mid boss, not too bad. But I mean, there's a chance Buffenjoy could try and get a contest off. I feel like they're a little too late though. Yeah, I think they just have to give this one up. And I mean, they're going to have to be okay with just clearing out another side walker, but that second walker, Jason, doesn't really move the needle in a huge way. It is nice for this Buffenjoy's draft, given how much pushing they want to do, but the team fighting issues just got bigger for the Buffenjoyers. They're not really going to be able to step at all to the front line.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like, one really good way to counter split pushing is you just like full send it in one direction. You know they can't hold up against you. It seems like they're doing just that here on this left-hand side.
Yeah, and Obacam just dead to rights. You get hooked in this moment in the game, you're done. There's no way anyone from Buffenjoyers is coming back in to save them, and the problems are starting to expand. You know, and I think Abrahams have no problem with losing the sidewalkers here and just playing for that mid-map control. They haven't lost any damage in the mid-walker, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon. I think there's going to be a little bit of a long winter here for the Buffenjoyers, sitting on the back foot and trying to just slowly drive a comeback. But like, do you contest this urn? That's a really big decision. I think for now you will. Abrahams have maybe more players than you would expect here on this left side lane.
Well, Listic just teleported out, so to me that says no way they're going to contest it.
Yeah, but they only have 3 players here, right? But maybe it's just the door is there. Maybe I mean, honestly, Doorman alone with the door is just putting a lot of presence. It's like, are you?
The shelter's not there, so like, that's the big thing. If the shelter's not there, it's definitely possible to go for the fight here. But unless Listic gets bursted down, that's like in the enemy jungle on the other side of the map, as the Urn has been contested. Looks like they haven't been able to defend it for now. Still trying to go for the chase on the Listic.
He gets that Billy. Will go straight through the door onto the Doorman, trying to double down onto this. Can Doorman play his way out of this though? Seems to have done so for now, but Dimov maybe being left out to dry. Yeah, Jamside hunts that one down deep there in the mid lane. And it feels like the Buffenjoyers are starting to lose control of this one, Jason. It feels like every one of these trades for the last few minutes has gone Abraham's way. Hoot has Divine Barrier. That could be nice in dealing with the Pocket, but your problems are so much bigger than Pocket at this point as ABL racks up another one, as I say it.
And Obacam getting caught on the left-hand side too, I believe that is. So I don't know if there's going to be a chance for them to fight their way out of this one. Looks like Listic will join in, but it's not going to matter. Another Walker being taken too. And Abrahams have cracked open this door. I mean, 23,000 souls in the lead now, the biggest lead they've had so far in this series. And it's honestly showing no signs of stopping.
Missed combo. Tried to pull them deep under. Has to ult this Kelvin, but I don't think the Kelvin is really going to be upset about this. I mean, he's going to be able to slip out of the hotel and take that fight. You're going to go all in, though. I think this is the moment for Buffenjoyers. Put the chips down on the table. They pull one deep with the charge, I think, actually. So the follow-up was there. Can they kill him a second time? No. No shelter available. And oh my God, he's carded so deep under Walker. He's going to get stunned. The follow-up to execute is good. No reset, though, for T-Mob. Looks like he's prioritized other skill points. It's a good start to the fight, having one player fully dead. Maybe you can look for more. Maybe you can get rid of this reju for Buffenjoyers. Hopeful moment for them. See if Zergy, he's trying to continue this chase, but I just don't think it's going to happen. And he's going to have to satisfy themselves with one kill.
Let's stick together.
Hey, not a bad start to get back into this one. They were down 23,000. Now it's been cut a little bit. Some lanes to clear up as well. And maybe Abrahams is going for a catch. He actually might be able to get Listic here. Listic, not even overextended. He's in his own jungle, but you can see how many members on Abraham's side are going to be here to look for the fight. And I think they did get a swap onto him.
Oh, can he play his way out of this? No, man. Taz said, give me the Paradox this game. I'm taking over. I'm taking over. Showing why. Oh, whoa. Crazy plays here. Divine Barrier, though, is good. But hold on. What are you going to do about that Billy? He's diving under the Walker. He has some chains on, but can you do this, Billy? I mean, there's a lot of Buffenjoyers here ready to try and make this defense, but maybe not quite enough as, yeah, Zergy's not here. Maybe you don't have the damage. T-Mob is caught, surrounded, locked down on the Shiv. Even the Shiv doesn't have the tankiness, that toxic bullets that it looks like Bebop has that item. Able to mitigate a lot of the healing, and Buffenjoyers, they're just getting stat checked at this point in the game. It's a draft that needed to play from ahead, and now they find themselves pretty severely behind.
And Saf had a great Death Slam in to throw in Dimov and Listic one more time to look for the kill. Or sorry, it wasn't Listic, it was another teammate of his. And ABL, again, he's really not being involved in these fights, but now he's up to 34,000 souls. I mean, Zergi's at 35k. He's got crippling headshot now. Like, Zergi is a very, very big threat. But I don't know if his team, who's, you know, kind of fallen behind. I mean, Obi came at 20k, Listic at 17k. I mean, Listic is really far behind everyone on the other side except Saint. He's really a non-threat whatsoever in these fights now.
He's just a walking shoulder charge, and then that's the challenge of playing Abrams from behind. You just aren't tanky anymore, and I think a lot of Abrams' playstyle relies on not necessarily needing to commit the charge right away to be able to be a bit of a threat before that comes off. For now, though, I think he's going to be reduced to like comboing on Doorman, you know, being that second line of defense. I think he just really can't initiate first. But also Rove Enjoyers, who does? I guess it's Obicam, but this phase in the game with players so grouped up, Hay is just not the initiator you're looking for, really.
I mean, I'm worried about Dmov. I mean, Shiv can obviously do some great things, but when you're only at 17k as well, there's not much you can really do in these fights except be an ult bot, which you don't, I think, have maxed out still. As least he's going to get caught out. Jamside's not even here for the party. No one sent him an RSV or sent him an invite for it. And Shark might be getting caught out, which is, again, one of the most fed players on the team who manages to get the air in the meantime to maybe pull it back in towards his own side of the jungle and get themselves some extra souls that they desperately need. But still, the damage has been done. Man advantage for Abrahams, and that base is looking tasty.
Saint thinking about a hook here. He's a little bit deep in that mid lane. And the urn turn in, I think, is very likely to be contested from Abrahams. Taz is a little bit low, and Yahoo, okay, he knows. This one's not going to be for free, especially with Bebop and Lash. But there's a lot of key ultimates Abrahams don't have here, and Buff Enjoyer is still sold. Although they're 5 players at the soul disadvantage, they have more ultimates. Kelvin thinking about zoning away, but maybe that door being down is just a little bit too easy to secure on.
Uh-oh.
Did they hook something? Was that?
No,
he's pulled in and sheltered, caught out completely, and a massive lash hold on everybody else who's trying to get in, trying to add a little bit of assistance to it, but seems to be no chance for the Buff Enjoyers in this fight. Whoever's in is dead to rights. Zergi as well, all in, just forcing something to happen here. The players are coming in to try and bail out their main carry, but it's just not enough. Abrahams have reached that critical mass in the game, and they should be evening up this series 1-1. At least going to be able to open the shrines and drop that first stage patron right now.
Yeah, no stamina, I think, for the escape out of Jam side, but it doesn't really matter. Obikim and Hu are the 2 left to defend against us, as the base guards are going to be cracked open, as well as the shrines.
Oh, nice parry. Oh. Spell parry is good, but just not enough.
Yeah, it seems like nothing's going to be enough for Buff Enjoyers in this game anymore.
They're just going to grab the rejuve. I think this is the right play. I think Hu, I mean, what, 1v6? What are you going to do here, man? This is truly is going to take a miracle.
He's got
Does he have a vortex web? Can he like vortex web cart them or something? I truly, that's like the only thing I can even imagine. And he's sending a lot of Abrams players out to look for him. They know he's desperate. They know he's going to look for something cheeky here. And he's caught, silenced. Yeah, I mean, damned if you do, damned if you don't here for Hoot. Surviving for a second, but
God.
I mean, yeah, it's just 3 players hunting him down, 4 rejuves, and this almost certainly is the end of the game here. All waves crashing on the Buff Enjoyers base. Still quite a few of them off the respawn. Okay, the mistook for now. Stay of execution.
I mean, as respawns come through, Who so in 40 seconds, you have to force a fight here. But I mean, Sap has Death Slam, so can you even afford to leave your base? Well, you're going to be leaving one way or another. Either it's going to be the hook or on your own volition. And Listic tries to go in for the save with that shoulder charge. Now just trying to escape. It has no chance as ABL just explodes on him. And yeah, this is going to be it. Abraham's going to close this now. The first stage patron going to be transformed. And it's going to be a tied series at 1-1 apiece, and a fantastic comeback here to Abrahams in this match.
Yeah, and I think Abrahams has had a much sharper draft here. One where the team fight was on point, and it was them who put Buff Enjoyers on a clock, who was like, hey, let's play for the late game. We know we're going to be able to outplay you around these objectives. And Buff Enjoyers, you know, trying to play that tempo style. For both these teams, it's proven that you need to have, I think, an ability to handle the late game team fighting. And I mean, they're diving the spawn, they're stat farming, number of players off the field. So obvious, easy cleanup for Abrahams, as you said, to even the series 1-1, to take us to a game 3. I mean, we shouldn't be surprised. These 2 teams, the quality that they bring to the game, I mean, a tiny edge in the draft seems to make the difference. And honestly, whoever's second pick, I feel like you got to ban Kelvin. I think the Kelvin is doing overtime work here for each of these teams that they've gotten in their respective winning games.
I mean, it's Kelvin or it's GT at this point.
Yeah, GT permaban so far.
Yeah, you got to get rid of them. I mean, this is the story of a Deadlock game, right? It's why best of 3 is that's the business that in terms of how you should play this game, because the evolution draft to draft is, it just tells so much of the tale. I wonder how that will change, guys, as we get deeper into Deadlock history and we get more heroes, maybe more mechanics. Maybe that will change how this goes. But for now, it seems like the writing's on the wall in terms of those bans. Now, with regards to buff enjoyers, what do you feel like they did well here, despite obviously not managing to take this second map? What do they do well?
I mean, prior to that extended pause, right, it felt like buff enjoyers were eking out just a smaller and smaller lead, just growing it little by little, playing the way you want to, I think, with this kind of pick-oriented split push draft where you're splitting the enemies apart, finding, opportunities here and there. But it felt like once we got to that phase of the game where ABL is fully online, where Jamside is properly farmed, and Sap is initiating every fight with, some big Lashalls followed up on Together's Billy, of course, that the game fell apart, right? You're just not able to balance this team fight. You just don't have the tools, given this draft you went for as buff enjoyers.
I gotta say, I really loved the presence of Doorman in this game. Are we gonna see this again, Jason?
I don't know. I'm actually kind of sad to see Hoot play the Doorman over Pocket, if they could have grabbed Pocket earlier on in the actual drafting phase. But I mean, it's a possibility. I think it's with Hoot, he's so flexible as a player that he could just bounce to a different hero in the next game. I don't think his Doorman was bad. He definitely had some great plays, especially with the cart. I think it was just an all around team comp problem, and obviously they're not meant for team fighting. I think maybe the Mirage didn't fit too well. Maybe they need a better bruiser to come in instead of him, to have more of a 5-on-5 fight to allow Zerg and ABL to farm off to the side, or Jam side if it was him. But I don't know. I honestly don't know.
Yeah, that's a good point. It kind of reminds me of the overlapping archetype that we had in the first match to a certain extent. Not as bad, where we had, just 4 different initiators, but having two heroes that can kind of do somewhat of the same role between Ivy and Mirage. Obviously, performing it differently. It feels like Ivy pound for pound does everything that Mirage can do, but just better. Obviously, Ivy is one of these super high value picks right now as well. So I guess we'll see. Jake, what's your takeaway here as we are closing out this second map?
I think the reason we won't see Doorman in this next game is that I think Kelvin's going to get first ban. And I think that was, for me, what made the Doorman look pretty good, is as a way to respond to Kelvin, to be able to allow you to, especially the urns, right? Kelvin getting free urns is ridiculous. At this level of the game, where things do get a little bit stalematey in the mid game, if the teams are really evenly matched at even souls, urns are the way that you break that open and earn yourself an advantage. Earn yourself an advantage. And Kelvin Dome just guarantees that. And so I think we've got to see Kelvin banned. And I think buff enjoyers should be first pick, right, going into this next draft. And so I think it's going to be Abrahams who have to ban the Kelvin. I don't think you can give this pick away.
All right. Anything to add, Jason, before we go to that break?
I feel like, I don't know, Jam side wasn't super effective, but him and Together in lane really got things snowballing for Together to have the initial strength they needed off the get-go. I think Together obviously played a massive part, being a part of their 22 of 30 kills. But Jam side kind of became less effective later on. I think it was mostly about the fact that he could just dome one person, you get a guaranteed kill, and you have a 6v5 now. That's going to be a very hard fight to lose, considering how far you're ahead. I mean, ABL even coming in with the most player damage. I mean, I know it's Pocket, but considering how little of the fights he was actually involved in, only being in 14 of the 30 kills, I'm kind of surprised to see him still have that much damage in the end.
All right,
It's also just all-in damage build, man. Fearlessly pure purple Pocket, just thinking, I cannot be caught this game. And he was right. Only one death. I think it was like a laning phase death, too.
He learned that from from the game night. Except it was the wrong hero going full purple.
Dude, the legendary game night. It was a lot of fun. You guys got to get involved in the next one. Just have to be a Patreon support to do so, or support us with your Twitch subs as well. I think we did end up pulling some Twitch subs in the end. But with that said, we got what we wanted here. We got the third map between these two teams for this money match here. Once again, the Buff Enjoyers Abrahams face off. We'll have to see if Buff Enjoyers can bring it back in the third map after the break. Welcome back. It's time to clock in on the night shift here for the Deadlock EU Finals, and it is the final map of the finals. Will Abrahams be able to get to 4-4 in terms of overall record against Buff Enjoyers, or Buff Enjoyers take the lead decisively here today? So we've got a lot to talk about. I'm here with Jake and Jason, of course. And guys, we already sorted out like what's supposed to happen here. We're supposed to see Kelvin get banned, we're supposed to get GT get banned, and then what?
I think I've seen enough from this series, man. It just look like if you give up the Kelvin to the first pick team, you're obliged to block pick the Shiv, and I think your draft kind of goes down the tubes from there. I mean, not that Shiv is bad. Even this game without the Kelvin, Shiv was okay. But I just feel like your draft gets too awkward. I think being forced to block pick on your first two just sucks. And Kelvin still looks great without Chip. Like, it's still good, still powerful. Even with the doorman dealing with the urns, like, still looks good.
I mean, the thing is, Buff Enjoyers should have first pick, so they can choose to not ban Kelvin and force Abrahams to ban Kelvin, which means they can buff something else like GT.
Abrahams are the team with the decision here, I think. I think this is going to be a straightforward GT first ban from Buff Enjoyers, because it's one that I think ABL really wants to play and is great for Abrahams to like tempo the game out, which, and not to mention the laning phase threat from GT is just monstrous with a player as good as ABL piloting. And I think this is the moment for Abrahams. Last time in the same spot, they banned Pocket, and I think that ban didn't make much sense to me in the moment, because I think ABL might want to grab the like I don't think Pocket's going that early. I feel you could give it to ABL pretty quick. And I think banning Kelvin makes a much more challenging first pick. Maybe Buff Enjoyers will just take the IV if you ban Kelvin, but I think at the very least, it does stabilize the game somewhat.
Good luck to you in your
By the way, Jake, I like how you're saying piloting as if we're like in Mech Warrior or like Gundam or something like that. That's what it makes me think of.
That's basically what all video games are, man.
True.
Kelvin is my
telling me-
Gundam. I'm just like I'm like the Ratatouille mouse in Kelvin's hair. That's
Solomon, you know what to do. Loto, you know what to do. Help me out here. Let's get some prepared for the next segment.
The city needs
So they banned Mina last time,
yeah. You have to
and
mean if
we
there
let
is a
Mina get
first.
through this time. So Buff Enjoyers is going to commit to that instead of
Like, this is good, honest deadlock. No Kelvin cheesing urns. No GT popping you from a third HP from across the freaking map with no counter. There's just some good, honest deadlock here, and that's how it should be. Deciding the money match here in you.
Helping people's what I do.
okay. Gives over Ivy. I kind of want to see Pocket being picked too, right away.
Still so normal right
I like
now. It's
that.
great.
I liked it. It's a little spicy to go with the Pocket. Or I do think Pocket against Mina, though, could be a scary matchup. That could be a little bit problematic. Because I think if you ever get silenced on Pocket, you could find yourself in some real trouble. Like, and you, even especially the way Mina silences you, like debuff remover, you know. I mean, that being said, to even initiate on Pocket, to even catch Pocket with the Mina, also a really challenging proposition. So I don't think this is going to be, for a player as good as ABL, much of a problem. I just think in theory, you have any opener plus Mina follow-up, man, and Pocket could be in real trouble. And especially the lane. I think now that I think about it, Mina should be pretty monstrous in the lane against Pocket. Infernus here? That's crazy to me. I mean, this is such an early Infernus pick.
It's got to be the counter to Ivy, I'm assuming. Why, I don't know. But we've seen
Is it?
it.
It doesn't seem like an Ivy guy. She's bad against Ivy to me.
I mean,
think Infernus
I'm
is-
confused as well, but
I'm
I
curious,
guess-
again, I want to see the
Does
build.
Capacitor purge the Ivy stone form? It must, right?
I
I think it might.
don't know. Chat.
Well, because when
Really
you're in
nerds,
the air,
nerds in the chat.
but I wonder, is in stone form considered like cube where it could be dispelled? Actually, that's some meets the scientists in the chat to get on that one. Because the fact that Infernus right now, I think the current meta build is going relatively early capacitor, testable its capacitor.
For help.
Maybe that makes Ivy more killable, or can Pocket be like purged out of the briefcase, or maybe you can't hit the Pocket because he's in the briefcase. I don't know how that works.
I mean, I think Infernus is like, I think the gun like oriented builds of Infernus are like pretty good. I don't know. I feel like it can come online pretty fast as well. Like if you do the catalyst builds, I don't know how that holds up in pro level play. That's why I like want to see if there is just a newer build that's being prioritized here. Because previously, obviously, we always had the flame dash builds for Infernus because it enables him to farm and become like that mega carry and clean up all the neutrals. But maybe there's a different approach. I'm not sure.
I think the challenge with the Flame Dash is it just comes online a little bit late, unless you're maxing it before the passive. And Infernus passive is so broken, right? It feels like that one of the characters in the game where you really want to max all in on the passive, get it online as fast as humanly possible. That upgraded burn DPS is not only a game changer in your farm, it's a game changer in your ability to deal damage in the early fights. And so I think Flame Dash is powerful. It just comes online late. And Abrahams are going to they're going to take the Shiv just of their own volition. It doesn't feel as bad to be taking it at this point, I think, later into the draft. And I actually think Shiv is pretty nice, not only in finishing off Abrams, but also in Furnace, who these two heroes are not the most survivable in general, right? They want to get in and trade, but they tend to get low, and it tends to be a bit of a risk for them to take. And the 7, whoa, okay. Is this, what the hell is this? Is this support 7?
It could be,
or is it just Zergy 7 and oh wait, but who's playing Mina? Oh, well, I don't know what to think about this, man. I never in a million years would have called the 7 pick here. I'm lost.
Echo Shard.
Maybe we're not doing the
Echo Shard.
Echo Shard, Arcane Surge, Mystic Expansion. Okay,
we got trolled. Thank God. This makes way more sense. But the Haze again, man, more commitment on this Haze. I think Haze must really be working in scrims, right? For a lot of teams to be picking it. And I feel like the vision has been there. It hasn't worked today, right? It's only lost today.
I think it's only lost. I don't think we're going to see Haze in NA. I've got a feeling.
Yeah, this is an EU special for sure.
Yeah.
Is this the first time we've seen Buff Enjoyers not go for a pick hero or initiator hero like a Bebop, a Paradox, or a Haze? They didn't play it last game.
No, they didn't. Yeah, I mean,
they didn't play in game 1 because they're all picked by Abrahams.
I think Haze is like a proxy for one of those heroes, actually. Like the way like Obakim was playing Haze, I think it is a proxy. Lash is good, but however, Haze is good against Lash, theoretically. I think very, very theoretically.
Do they consider Holiday?
I think Holiday.
Really?
Honestly, or Mo not going to surprise me.
I was gonna say Calico, but I was like, why would they go Calico? But they went Calico.
And I will say for Abrahams, not having Billy or Abrams, problematic, right? We've seen those two heroes. I really don't think there's a replacement for them in terms of the ability to walk in and then provide lockdown. There's like Shiv and Yamato walk in and deal a ton of damage and push the enemy away because you have threat, but they don't catch and like pull people back out of their formation into your team. And I think that value that Abrams brings is actually so potent, especially with Haze on the setup. We saw Hoot like in the first match got such a ridiculous like duration extender plus a ton of AoE stuff, and his ultimate was like the whole freaking map when he's popping that ultimate. So it could be pretty sick in these late games, like hitting a big stun on your Shivs, on your Bebops. And I mean, for a long time, Infernus was considered the Shiv counter, right? It's that's going way deep back into the day, but that consistent dot ticking over time is just potent against Shiv the way his passive works.
Who's on who? I don't know who's on who for Buff Enjoyers, man.
All right, I'll help you. It's Hoot is going to be the Infernus. Zergy is going to be the Mina. Lysic's going to be the Abrams.
Demob Doorman?
Yeah, maybe a Demob Doorman. Maybe a Demob Doorman, Obakim Haze, and Sharik Calico.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think that checks out.
This sort of checks out to me. Calico is weird because I don't know who's playing Calico these days. I think for sure we have seen Sharik play it in the past. Could be even like a Demob Calico and a Sharik on something like a Doorman. It's tough. I mean, I don't think we have a clear handle on who's like hero pools change, right? Especially with heroes like Doorman making appearance in the meta. I bet there's a lot of pros who are playing a bit of Doorman in the pubs and getting a bit comfortable and creating that as another option for them to pull out.
When are we getting McGinnis back into the mix here? That's my question.
I miss McGinnis, all right? I miss McGinnis. I'm going to come out and say it. It's been too long. Buff McGinnis. McGinnis truthers rise up. Dynamo got played. Dynamo.
If Dynamo can make it, even though it was a loss, McGinnis can make it.
Dude, too many people have been hurt by McGinnis in pubs, all right?
That's true. McGinnis, when full turret build in pubs, is so toxic.
Obikim's on Doorman. So we're not going to see Obikim on Haze.
Whoa, okay. Wait, who's the Haze?
I bet he's loving that.
Is it Demob on Haze?
I wouldn't mind a Demob Haze.
It is. Okay. This is going to be interesting. I wonder if Demob's going to build differently, though.
I just want to see Haze have a decent start to the game. You know, I think, honestly, that's really the weakness right now at this level of play. It feels like Haze never has a good lane. Like, we haven't seen it. To my knowledge, right? There's been way too much lane pressure coming in against her, and you know, I think Hayes she really wants to be on a lead in the early game, right? Which is just, it feels too much to ask for. These pros are so good at managing stacks, at not allowing Hayes to build those up or to get lane prio. And especially against Bebop, man, like you get hooked in, you're just dead. You just
Bebop shit. You can't really afford to get aggressive in this lane to get those stacks. You're kind of on the back foot off the get-go. I feel like in this lane in particular against these two heroes. Trying to get the stacks though to make it work. Headshot booster already picked up. But also Obikim on the doorman. I wonder if he's gonna play it. I'm curious because like Obikim for me is also one of the like really mechanically skilled players for buff enjoyers. I mean, he originally showed us like Vindicta. He showed us Hayes way back as when. He can definitely play a wide range of heroes, though we don't really get to see it too often.
I see Shiv.
Yeah, it's definitely seems like it'd be in the wheelhouse. I also want to see how Hoot does on the Infernus. I think there's a lot riding on him this game. The first game we saw him, he had a big game, but he also started off very hot. Had a lot of momentum coming out of the early game. I think they've clocked in. I think Saint has leveled bomb into uppercut here. So I think he may not have hook, actually.
Maybe we can take a look at some of these other lanes, though, and start to discuss them, because we also have Shark picking up the Calico, paired with Hoot on the Infernus. Hoot over in the right-hand side, up against the Paradox and the Ivy as well together. And on the left-hand side, we have Mina Abrams up against Lash and Pocket. I mean, that's going to be an annoying lane if they both go Majestic Leap early. Obviously, probably going to see ABL do so, though he gets picked off. And the QSR is ready for Saf.
I mean, this is what I was talking about, though. Mina into Pocket strikes me as a really nice lane matchup because, honestly, like, Pocket, you have, like, negative spirit resist. You're so vulnerable to Mina's poke in the early game. And rushing Majestic Leap, Mina's a very aggressive early laner, right? Who wants to get kills, who wants to put pressure on. And if you're hard rushing Majestic Leap, you have, like, no defensive utility at all. It's going to be very challenging to sustain. This damage on Mina, though, is good. It's going to really slow her down. Like, you know, if you a little bit slow with those bats, man, the Sanguine Retreat, you could easily find yourself popped by Pocket and Lash. The burst can definitely go back the other way against somebody as squishy as Mina.
As I said, his Listic know that we saw Zergy go away. He's pretty much defending by himself.
He's holding his own. I mean, Pocket and Lash are like not really ready for that smoke against Abrams. And now full HP wave is going to crash. I think if there's going to be a wave, we'll see a little action, and it's going to be the side lanes.
I mean, speaking of full HP, you saw Zergy there. Gets back to full HP as well with the rake onto the minions. Immediately pushes in that damage onto Saf. It is chunky. As a parry comes through to Listic, they're going for the dive, and Listic gets the kill onto Saf. Sanguine Retreat used to just escape away from Pocket, down to 200 health here for Zergy. And I think Buff's going to be happy with that kill to back off.
Yeah, you got to be careful. Pocket does have immense burst threat. Although Listic probably not going to be putting any respect on that. And I mean, like one more wave, two more waves for Majestic Leap, and then that should kind of turn around this lane right now. Although at the same time, right, if you're Majestic Leaping in, that should be very telegraphed. So for someone like Mina with Sanguine Retreat, maybe you're not too worried about that. I feel like that's, for most laners, Pocket just Majestic Leaps on you. It's like, what do? You're going to take a ton of damage.
Well, speaking of a ton of damage, Obikim's been forced back to base in the mid lane. Even D-Mob is going to be left to defend alone as he just backs off for a little bit of box running while the wave crashes in to the tower. Chanter's Emblem, rest of shot, close quarters here for Listic. Really looking to push the pain as we're going to see. Oh my god, he gets ground striked out of it, trying to get over to the buff and spawning up.
You got there first, though. Mina's here to back up. Lash doesn't want any of that smoke. The Mina ultimate, though, not going to find any connection. Lash takes a lot of damage, has to bounce towards the mid, but should be okay. Hook, a little bit deep. Can he get the door out? Oh, it's taking a lot of damage on the way out, but does get back. Saf wasn't so lucky, though. Did get chased down there on the Lash. Slight lead development for Buff and Jars, but not much to write home about just yet.
With Guardian Ward coming in for Obikim, we're definitely seeing a difference in item build so far. Who definitely went more damage heavy. As the Affliction comes in on top of Listic.
All right, Listic, go back to base. Retreat. Although, I mean, Abrams is maybe one of the better heroes at tanking through this phase of the game. I still think he's going to need to take a base trip here, though. So scary for him to stay in lane against Pocket and Lash, who can both dive in and get those finishes really easily.
Now, this is saying Retreat can be used to get away from the Death Slam.
Yeah, those backoffs in the mid lane started to punish them, right? Eventually, it was just too much to bear. Bovenjor Sharik is literal 1 HP somewhere. So he's able to get out and take a reset. And side lanes are still doing good, right? For as bad as the mid lane went, the fact that the side lanes are this stable is a great start. And Saint is rotated in though, taking that roam off the opener. But now he's scouted. Surprise factor gone. Tower dropping though. I mean, you might know he's there, but are you really gonna be able to hold this? Meanwhile, you roam in. Now they Torman the Shiv ult out, and they just pump huge DPS onto the tower. But they don't want that smoke. As soon as the other comes out of the Baroness Hotel, they're gone.
Get some free damage onto the Guardian though, down about half health. I think Listy was caught on the left-hand side looking to escape. And no Death Slam going off just yet here for Saf, who could easily look for the engage, but realistically, you need to force out that Signal retreat on a Zergy if you want to commit onto a kill, and that's who the Nox Nostra up in just a few seconds. But he's just so low in health, and he needs some minions to heal from. There's going to be a tier 2 camp he can potentially take here and heal up from, and you can see right there, back up to 250 HP, healing from 230 from Rake. That is ridiculous.
Oh, he didn't quite make it out of his door. He closed it a second early. Was scared of the ship following him through, but looks like they've fallen a little, just fallen back. Didn't have the damage to clean that one up in the end. Doorman definitely having a bit of a struggle bus early game. I don't think this is a hero that really needs to be farmed though. But you don't want to give up kills. And Veilwalker Bebop, scary. A little bit of a wild hook there. You gotta miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
Well, the last couple hooks we've seen out of Saint, he's missed 100% of the shots he did take.
So it's no worse. It's like the same.
Exactly. So you might as well throw him out there. Speaking of throwing it out, we're seeing Obi can rotate towards the left-hand side to maybe go for a 3-man push on towards this Guardian. I'm not sure if Saf and ABL know this is coming, though they should be able to suss out that Obi Kim is here. But I guess it's for the Sinners. Yeah, you can see he immediately heads towards the enemy Sinners here to deny them away, and you can immediately pocket. Played by ABL and Saf head over here, and it was a trade last time we saw this happen off the get-go. And he got Obi can retreat. That was a smart play though, just to deny those Sinners. But a good read out of Abraham's.
Paradox now looking to get aggressive. Nice swap. Does catch Sharik there on the retreat. Looks like that reactive barrier that was keeping him pretty healthy. And ooh, you are popping that laser, but do you want to stay around into this? Bebop super low HP. They're trying to fly him out, but couldn't quite get that connection. Looks like Jamside just going to be not abandoning ship. Does find the 1 kill. Flash ult is good, finds a connection, but the damage is too much here. And across the map, Buffinger is getting a 1-for-3 trade. Some Sinners going to go their way as well. Mina going to be able to clean up a quick Guardian. A lot of low HP players, but Buffinger is going to be able to get a lot of HP resets. So a lot of people should have their zipline boost here and get that efficient reset if they want it.
Yeah, like you said, 3-for-1 and 1-for-1 in Guardians. No flex slot picked up yet though for Buffinjors with that mid Guardian and right lane Guardian still able to be taken, but maybe a skirmish on the right hand side to see the Sinner sacrifice being stolen away by Jamside, who does just dash away to safety, though Hoot looking like he wants to go for the chase, but he's gonna have to let this one go for now and push this lane up. My question for Abraham's here is, how do you kind of get back this 4,000 to 5,000 soul difference that you have at the moment? Especially with Hoot yet again getting farmed up, but Zerg in the meantime, he's on 10,000 souls.
Oh my god, he took a lot of damage from that one though. All in, full risk. Movement is going to be good. Did a lot of damage and looks like he got away with that one. But they don't have a Guardian in this lane, right? So the zip is not going to be fair for them. Oh, does get zip knocked. Do they have the follow-up though? Ivy diving in, needs to finish off this Infernus. Ooh, a little bit of damage, has to reload. They know how low Hoot is though. He's on the chase down. Not going to be easy to hold Abrams, that pin. It's actually really nice. It slows things down. That gets Hoot out of trouble. So despite not getting a kill, I mean, you're going to be happy about that if you're Hoot, able to take that reset.
Very close there.
Veilwalker on Haze. All right.
Yep.
Okay.
We've had this
Veilwalker might
happen
be
a couple
broken.
weeks ago too. I don't remember who it was. I think it was probably Obi Kim that did it, or maybe it was Tass when he played Haze before. But yeah, if you're not stealthy enough with your smoke bomb, you have another one with Veilwalker.
Ooh, nice kill. Great finish off on a jam side. And all right, I mean, Veilwalker, to be fair, it adds a lot of consistency. Smoke bomb is quite a long cooldown. Oh, hook misses, and that's going to be freed. Earn drop for Obikim. He's going to be happy to grab that one. The Soli is starting to expand, coming into that 10k level for the Buff Enjoyers, as they're thinking about maybe sieging down that side Guardian. With Saint rather here defending it, it's going to be a scary proposition, right? To siege into the Bebop, especially with Lash behind. lot of punishing teamfight execution that could come out. And Buffingers, once again, I mean, they're relatively pick focused with this draft. I don't think you want to force team fights when you don't have to.
Kind of crazy to see that they do have such a lead, considering they're one Guardian behind. The ABL, I mean, he's been all on these reads. He denied the Sinner Sacrifice take out of Obikin, denying the box take at the 10-minute-ish mark for Shark. He's definitely reading into the way Buffingers are playing quite well, but it's not going to make up for the 8,000 souls, 9,000 souls they're currently down.
A lot of skills popped in the mid lane, trying to chase down Calico, and here's the punish. Lash gets bursted down. Baroness Hotel does drop onto one. Does Abrams commit in, or is he gonna? Looks like a retreat now. Buffingers happy to just get out of this one. Abraham's brought a lot of numbers to this trade. 1-for-1 being traded here in the side lanes. Jam side trying to defend against a sieging Hoot, who's pretty confidently pressing in, getting a lot of Walker damage down. I mean, that Walker on the left side might be actually dying. Hoot putting that pressure on, even dives under the Walker. Uninterested in shooting that Ivy. Ivy's trying to body block to do what he can, but yeah, Hoot's getting this one, man.
Oh, he'll pay the price for it, but he still gets himself a huge chunk of souls for solo taking this Walker. Let's say eventually he'll go down, right?
Man, oh, he's doing a lot of damage, man. If he had like a couple more bullets there, he could light some people up. And I mean, that HP damage he does and the amount of time it takes to get the cleanup is gonna mean that they do get the secure on the side Guardian. Mina not really in any trouble here. Has that single retreat, even the life buff at the same time. So she's gonna be perfectly healthy. Well, not perfectly, but pretty comfortable.
I mean, the fact that like Hoot draws 3 players to the left-hand lane, gets the Walker, dies, but they also get a Guardian on the right lane for that. Like that's really well done, and a good macro play, heads up play out of Buffingers. Now sitting on the 2 flex slots unlocked. A quickly turn around.
A lot of stacks.
Abraham's get one.
That's a big catch by Demov there. And he's gone a build with a lot more damage in it. An early surge of power. ABL now in trouble. This is a pocket. Oh my god, the juke is huge. But not enough.
Trying to get the majestic leap up. He was like
Backstabber.
0.8 seconds away.
Just so good. Backstabber, just so broken against pocket, right? Like if you're able to, I don't know if I'd say broken, but really difficult for him to ever escape long enough, right? With that wall hack plus damage over time preventing you. And Infernus has gone a very mobile defensive build here. He's got a heal bane, he's got the reactive barrier as well as a warp stone. So really wanting to fight early is Hoot, and he's still quite farmed, right? So I think this is a nice Infernus build showing that green Infernus is legit. The meta is for real. Bebop though, caught, burned, he's super low. Is maybe gonna tick out here. It's gonna be super close, especially with Hayes on the chase down. Yeah, Sharik ends up getting that finish.
No majestic leap, no green Infernus build. Gotta see that one.
No majestic leap. What a noob! I can't believe it.
Yeah, right. 100% win rate in our game night. But as we were talking about Demov though, and you talked about his item build, surge of power picked up for him too. I was kind of questioning what build would he go for in this game, and I think we're kind of getting our answer. Like more damage heavy. He's not playing the utility Haze, I guess we can call it, with like the slowing hex, silence wave.
I mean, the thing is, I think he'll still go silence wave at some point in this game. I think he's just not rushing it. And this is allowing, I mean, like right now, think about the team you have, right? You have Abrams, you have Doorman. Maybe that's enough walk down to just survive and come in with big damage, right? And the sleep dagger is enough setup for somebody like Abrams. And then what is the silence really going to do? Maybe you'd rather just burst them down in the Abrams stun or under Mina's silence already deployed.
Oh, that's going to be a catch. It looks like on a Saint. And we see the damage that Demov can do compared to Zergy. Oh, no chance to escape that one.
Obikim died for that one, though. An Affliction wasn't used. Neither was the Lash ulti. But Lash, under trouble. I don't think he's going to be able to get an ulti off. Oh, the sleep. I think it did just miss. Surely you're out of this one. And did Ivy just snatch the Lash out of the air with the ulti? Okay. Extra safety, though, Sap. Maybe would have been chased down. Oh, movement buff Mina. Surely not.
Giving it to Demov, so you can just get around the map as quick as possible here.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I think probably similar value for both those characters. Just movement buff, just letting you participate a little bit more actively. Maybe Zergy, in the end, I mean, still wants to farm up. And by the way, Listic, we talked about him really falling behind the game last time. Not the case this game. Very, very strong farm. Like, to be nearly the top farmer on the team is an amazing spot to be. That being said, you're about to drop that bag. Thanks for farming that one for us, boys. Although, hold on, the
Guardian
barrier
Word came in.
The Divine Word, but still, Jamside's in on the follow-up. This could turn into a bigger team fight, though. That's a lot of spells cast from Abrahams. Buffingers might want to get something out of this. Might want to try and trade things back. You don't have the ulti here on Jamside, but I think Zergy It's going to have to dip out of that one. Cannot stay the course, chasing that deep in enemy territory.
Damn, we get to our well, technically not our first
It's a
earn
favored
turn-in.
earn. Wow, it's
Yeah,
a favored earn. That's kind of lucky, honestly, for Abrahams. But then again, it speaks. I mean, they're 13K behind. For 16 minutes, that's not an ideal spot. Oh my God, are you going to get this knockoff? Oh, it's so close. That's
pretty crucial
That could have
take
gotten
here.
weird. That could have gotten weird for sure for Taz.
I think the upside with the way the waves were shoved, I think who's going to fall from this one, there was no real counterplay for Buff Enjoyers to punish them for taking that earn and turning it in. They didn't get any pressure on the right-hand lane. They didn't go for mid-boss, which we've seen them do definitely in the past. It's a good read out of Abrahams. And this is like small little things like this, which isn't even that small, right? Getting the earn, that's a pretty big thing, but also a kill off the back of that. It's slowly getting this lead back in control. It's only about 5 to 6K at the moment. And they're looking for the double sinners take yet again here on this right-hand side.
Yeah, it's a nice little turn of events here for Abrahams. Getting the sinners. It's a nice mid-objective here. Still Walker advantage for Buff Enjoyers and a moderate soul lead. But this is 5 Abrahams players all grouped up on the right side. I mean, that's an expensive investment, right? To bring so many players to the same place. So Shiv is going to TP across the map, try and play things a little bit more efficiently. I think Infernus is going to hear that. They both are aware of each other, though. Maybe just try and come in and snatch some of these last hits.
Who got that one?
I think, yeah, relatively even trade on the CS, but yeah, Shiv's happy to get any of those.
I'm trying to think where the next bit of play is going to happen. And I think it's going to be, it has to be around the 20-minute mark, right? It has to be around an earn contest or an earn turn-in. I don't actively see Buff Enjoyers pushing into a lash on the enemy side. You could easily death slam you into the entire team, even though you do have, I mean, the sleep dagger to potentially cancel it out if you can hit it.
I definitely give the edge in terms of finding pickoffs around this mid lane, though, to the Abrahams team, right? They've got Lash to find a big catch, or just Paradox or Bebop finding an individual. Hayes getting caught is a great one, but the follow-up isn't there. It's like the control just enough for Buff Enjoyers to play their way out of that. Demov has the mobility to slip back. So another nice thing about the Surge of Power, right, on the dagger. Not only gives you a big damage amp if you're looking for kills, but also gives you that movement speed to escape if you're using the sleep defensively.
Warpstone being used to get away. You can see that, I mean, Abrahams has started to group up towards this middle lane to look for something. Again, the Veil's given a lot of escapability.
A little bit too speculative. You got to take those chances for Saint. I mean, there's no real reason not to. Those low hook cooldowns. Max hook, pretty powerful this early in the game. A lot of chances to be had. Doorman ult on Shiv, looked mostly defensive. But oh, the catch is good. Hold on. Abrams slips in. Abrams pretty tanky. Does get hooked, but this is the one you kind of want to be tanking that hook. Shiv goes down and you get a big melee off. Bebop missed that parry. Wasn't expecting Listic to turn around even with the affliction on him. Seems like you will be able to get that finish on Abrams, surely? He's ulting, he's trying to slip away. He has the affliction on him. No way. If Abrams plays his way out of this, that's huge. And Buff Enjoyers get one for nothing. Still some low players, though. A lot of spells cast and a wave crashing on the left side Guardian. So the waves are starting to look a little bit scary for Abrams. I don't know if they can stick around this much longer in the mid lane.
It's like Deadlock comes in big with a sleep dagger to turn the attention of Abrahams towards him. So who can just dance away from this one. I think that was such great coordination as well to Buff Enjoyers, you saw with the Baroness Hotel being used out of Obikim, straight into a shoulder charge, straight into a luggage cart, into a wall. They really CC-chain together the best they possibly could. It's looking like an arena battle in World of Warcraft, I swear. The amount of CC being pulled off.
This buff on the left side, certainly going to be a flashpoint, so it would seem. And Abrams have a ton of players here. 5 members looking to secure that buff. No one, by the way, securing that right side buff. Swap miss, just barely warpstoned away from by this Abrams.
I mean, Abrams are heavily leaning towards picking it up, but Buff Enjoyers do have the players on the right-hand side to contest it. And you even see Demov there trying to actually go for the catch with anyone trying to pick up the casting and the silence. There's no way you're escaping that. You can't stone form. The casting giving over to Zergy here. This might look like a mid-boss, actually, because now the urn is being ran across the map.
That's your heavy core, right? Jamside's your most farmed hero. Wonder if this, oh, it's going to be real. They're going to commit with the ulti. Good value to the Haze ulti.
Well, he's got a massive blade dance, though, or bullet dance. Like, that's, he's got to have something, some range modifier on that.
Maybe Obakim, though, getting caught elsewhere, and this mid boss is getting sketchy. That's a pretty big affliction. Speaking of AoE, but hold on, the silence is good onto Pocket. He's caught, bursted. Did get that affliction down onto a lot of players. It's turning into a fight now. Neither team wants to continue to commit in on that mid boss, but it's so incredibly low. No one wants to back down either. Zergy trying to just come in. They're committing for the damage finish off. Now, Rejuve dropping. A lot of ultimates on the table. Buffinger is very, very low. He needs a big ultimate, needs to secure this mid boss. The Rejuve connection 3 all go to Buffinjoyers. That's massive. And Abraham's struggling to get the kills. They find one Rejuve down. Sharik gonna be coming back in at full HP. But Hoot, playing his way out of this one, is killed together. And Infernus and D-Mob able to live through this one, and it would look like a very even game has been blown wide open by Buffingers. I can't believe they got all 3 of those Rejuves in the contested take.
I think Abrahams were committing for the Death Slam to actually buy the opportunity to go for the steal and the Rejuve. But I think Buffingers just said, you know what, screw it. We're just going to full send the 3 punches directly into it, take it before they even have a chance to throw us away from it. And it works out well. I mean, the Cult of Sacrifice giving that concussive combustion at such massive range. I'm not sure what it was on D-Mob's side that gave him the extra AoE range there, but that's a big turning point now as we're approaching 15+ soul difference with the urn being turned on top of us. We're over 20,000 souls in difference, and that right lane walker is looking like it might be taken here as a wave is starting to push.
Yeah, I think Buffingers are going to play this one slow. I think they still want to look for pickoffs on the map. However, maybe the last ult down is sort of enough of a go sign for you to try to siege here. At the same time, I think like at this level of play, hard sieging into a walker that is defended actively by more than one player is kind of crazy, kind of a death sentence. Pocket and Mina trading a little bit here on the side lane, but it seems like Mina is going to be out of that one. No one wants to force the engagement. Buffingers, they need to buy. I mean, there's a lot of people close to these like next key thresholds. They've got a little bit of time left on the Rejuve, so going to work with all that they have.
Ethereal Shift picked up now. Zergy capacitor for Hooters. You're talking about big items coming through.
Yeah, it could be potent. And ABL just got caught with the silence wave there and just evaporated, right? And for all the survivability that Pocket has, that is a pretty scary item because building debuff remover on Pocket doesn't feel good. You just want to dodge and not get hit by the debuffs in the first place. And it's tempting to think you're just going to be able to outplay every single skill, but there's so many threats. There's a lot of silence waves. There's D-Mob with the sleep, right? That gives you a free setup. Wouldn't mind seeing a debuff remover in this game, considering just the number of debuffs available.
Because just to keep in mind is that by picking up debuff remover, you're also like either force them to try to use it on you or not. And if they do use it on you, it's like, hey, you know what? I have the ability to get out of it completely, which means that your teammates aren't being silenced. So I don't know. It can kind of be like a win-win if you want to go for that route. But you can see the immediate charge back. The barrier going to save D-Mob, it looks like, but I'm not so sure for Obikim.
Yeah, but they do have this Rejuve online. D-Mob, though, he's going to be too low to come back into this. And this is actually going to turn into a pretty nice fight for Abrahams. Like, in the end, it's a 1-for-1, plus you took away a Rejuve, which I think is just Buffinger is maybe biting off a little bit more than they could chew. They thought, okay, this is an opportunity to kill Jamside, and it was. But they couldn't both escape out of the door. I think that was, central to the play. Even Obikim almost went down there. He was afflicted and hit with a Shib dagger, so he nearly bled out from that. Mina, though, becoming a presence now. And the max cooldown is going to be a big item to find here. Like, this hero is going to be so hard to lock down.
Oh.
E-shift. He has debuff remover, and then, like, the next thing in retreat, he has debuff remover for this one. Do they have more catch for this? This is a true test of the potency. Look, another single retreat already. He's ripping the ultimate. Lash already did find the connection, though, and now running low, running out of skills. Oh, never mind.
Another single shift.
Buffinger is bringing in more players. There's a spirit buff as well to be claimed around this fight. They do find that kill, but it's just Zergy's last Rejuve, and you'd love to get this team fight off for Buffingers. You'd love to be able to turn this one into a big win, one that opens up maybe a walker for your later take. And now Shiv doesn't nearly have the survivability to stand toe-to-toe. Listic living a little bit longer. The cart pulls Paradox completely out of the action, unable to participate really in the fight any longer. Still, as the dust settles, though, it's only 2 kills against Abrahams. Might be enough to take a mid-walker, but oh no, but that's the most valuable kill of all. Jamside just caught too deep in, couldn't back out of the engage. And that
was
clears the way
ridiculous.
from mid-walker. Oh, and another kill. Oh, that Dortmund, this Paradox is done. Wait, hold on. He warp stoned out. He dodged the cart. Never mind. All right, the play from Tess.
Yeah, but the play from Zergy, man. So he gets off 2 thorough shifts and 2 single line
baiting
retreats.
so
He
hard.
baits in the paradoxical swap and the death slam, and he gets away. I mean, yes, it cost him the rejuve crystal, but he still escapes from that one, forcing out so many big ultimates and such a big commitment for him that his team is able to pick up quite a few kills off the back of that. That was just a masterclass of what Mina can do if you have the right items. And
Yeah, for real. Oh, wait, hook deep. Veilwalker from the Bebop went a little bit undetected. Does he get the stun off? Does find that connection. Bebop is going to be in real trouble, starting to cook, starting to melt down here. Buffenjar is continuing to push this tempo, diving in as well. The burn is enough, and Lash doesn't have the ultimate to turn around this team fight, so Buffenjoyers starting to really get out of control in this game. Pocket ABL risks everything, dives in, but gets caught and burned. You have an Affliction down. D-Mob rips the ultimate. Seems like he's dancing alone, though. Not much value. Oh, no, it does find Together off that one. And Hoot's just going to happily clean up these objectives. And despite Buffenjoyers being so low on so many players, with only 2 alive for Abrahams, I'm not sure you can contest.
No, you have to get this one up. Doesn't matter how good your Death Slam is. As D-Mob, I think he got Hyperline there. It'll have Hoot to protect him, and they will all escape. So Buffenjoy is going from about a 20, 25k lead almost to a 50,000 soul lead at this point in the game as they go back to farm some waves and their own jungle. It's going to be pretty much at 50k at this point.
Mid boss in 1 minute is really problematic, right? When mid boss comes online, you've got some very powerful tools to secure, but not only that, I mean, think about how fast Buffenjoyers could drop the mid boss with Zergy's ultimate, 40k souls, D-Mob as well, could
And
even
Spirit
drop
Burn.
the bullet dance. It's like the mid boss is going to die in like under 2 seconds. So for Abrahams, it's like if you even show more than 2 players on the side lanes, that alone could be enough to lose the mid boss. I genuinely think Buffenjoyers have the DPS to just pop it before you could even get the response off as Abrahams.
Well, then for them, it's about shoving out these lanes so you can kind of get information where Abrahams is going to be and force them to go clean up the lanes. 17 seconds left.
They're going to regret getting close to me.
Ready to use.
And this build, I think, suits Zergy so well, right? For him to be able to farm, it feels like anywhere he wants on the map to take big risks and just outlast it. Oh, they're going to instantly pop the mid boss. They're setting up for it. This is a little risky, though. I think Abrahams are going to be ready for this contest. He's going to say, okay, instant pop the ult. Look at this. Mid boss roars, and the rejuve's dropping. Okay, do you get there in time? You have no opportunity to respond. Abrahams, you got to go right in for this. Scourge as well in. Do they have any connections? The Infernus ultimate is good. They warp zone in, but still all 4 rejuves go to the Buffenjoyers, and that might be enough to seal the deal here, Jason. There's still players alive for Abrahams. They're still fighting this one out. The Lash ult is good, but Zergy just fearless now, absolutely diving in, standing still, no respect for the surviving members of Abrahams. And with so many players on the deck, a 50k soul lead and 4 rejuves, surely this is another championship for the Buffenjoyers.
Yeah, I mean, look how low they are, too. The Affliction hits so many targets, but it's not going to matter if your team just completely dissipates in the midst of that fight as GGs are already being called out as well. I mean,
They know it
Buffenjoyers,
too.
in the first time in a long time, able to pull off 2 wins in a row. It's been a long time since, what, DNS number 2. We saw a team win back-to-back, but finally, Buffenjoyers have been able to do it here, and they did it in quite a great fashion. I mean, I think the first game was a little bit questionable when it came to the drafting phase out of Abrahams, but Buffenjoyers still came back after losing the second match.
Yeah, Buffenjoyers is just gonna wrap things up for us with a quick base siege, and I think this is actually not an early GG call. I genuinely don't think you get a real fight here, especially into the 4 rejuves. Like, even if these players DC'd are you know, respawn and fighting, this pace is gonna drop in a matter of seconds, especially with Mina able to ult to clean it up. But Abrams, you know, they fought hard here. They gave everything, but look at that Mina ult siege the patron. No way.
What
Okay.
patron?
Yeah, you still had like 3 players on respawn for Abrahams, despite getting the respawn reduced by the patron drop.
And there we have it. Isn't that 5-3 night shifts Buffenjoyers over Abraham? So they're starting to create a gap, guys. Buffenjoyers, they're too quick with it.
Yeah, too quick, too good. I mean, they got, again, some comfort here as they threw us a little bit wild and crazy, seeing Infernus being picked in the 2 victories they had up against Abrahams. But hell, who made it work? We saw Obichem even flex over to Doorman. We saw D-Malv on Hayes. Kind of saw a little bit of everything on the side of Buffenjoyers today, and it was great to see. Though Abrahams, I did like how they threw a spanner in the works in that first draft. It just didn't work out for them in the end. Picking the 3 pick heroes like that was kind of unexpected.
Yeah, and
Certainly
this game,
unexpected.
this game was like a much more vanilla type of draft, right? We got kind of the expected bans, so there wasn't really any shenanigans, any funny business. You didn't have to do that block shiv pick to kind of put your picks off in like a kind of weird balance right from the get-go. So it's a much more vanilla situation. So what was the major difference here? Because I mean, for me, I always lean towards the macro with buff enjoyers. I feel like they just are so good at making those big macro decisions into the mid and late game. Like so to me, that's kind of where I always start with them. But is there something I'm missing with regards to this third map?
You know, I think this. I will say one thing for me that was a little suspect is continuing to pick the Shiv with no Kelvin. I also still feel Abraham's. I mean, clearly it must be working out well for them in scrims to go with this heavier commitment into the pick-off heroes, right? Having Bebop and Paradox, and I think Taz so good at the Paradox, it's almost like a damage carry when he's playing it. But nonetheless, it's pretty heavy emphasis on these picks. And once Buffingers, I think, had more of a comfortable setup to play these team fights, then they were kind of struggling. It's also kind of a new style from Buff Enjoyers, right? Where they don't have a single conventional pickoff hero, and even not really prioritizing team fight heroes, also making Infernus look strong. So Buff Enjoyers just continuing to push the limits really of what top tier Deadlock can be. I think Dimov had the most compelling Haze performance. That being said, he's the only one who won, so it's not a high bar. But regardless, still looked really impactful on the Haze throughout this game, running a build that was just more or less all damage, right? It was still a lot of spirit burst damage rather than the conventional gun carry style, which I do think this is a little bit more of a reliable build, but not one we've seen at the pro level. And so that was great, I think, for the Haze players in ranked. They're going to have to consider that one in their future builds. Jesus, did you just see? What the hell? Did you see that umbrella? He hit the Bebop from like a whole line of HP bars. He one hit him. What the hell was that?
And even looking back at the game, there was one big turning point was that first rejuve where Buff Enjoyers just quickly got all 3 crystals. I don't know what it was that canceled out the Death Slam out of Saf, but that fight was a big turning point around the 19-minute mark. As you see, they completely opened up this game in terms of soul advantage, getting up to 62,000 at the end here. But ABL still putting out some good damage, but just I don't know where it went wrong for him beyond what we've already discussed.
Yeah, it seems like it can be tough with Lash, especially if there's counter spells out there. It feels like your kind of chips are in one spot, and it's rough if it doesn't go your way. I found that out when you bought a counter spell against me, Jake, when I was playing Lash in a good night, and I didn't get a single ult off, and I was very sad. So another notable thing though here is obviously we're seeing not just Infernus, and it was indeed that Catalyst build that I was talking about where you're not really prioritizing the Flame Dash, but you come online with damage way earlier, just focusing on the Catalyst after the Afterburn. So that's really cool to see, and you don't prioritize the Spirit as much as we would see, like Toxic Bullets or some of those things, but just also in addition to seeing that, seeing Calico make a return to these lineups was really, really cool as well, because Calico has been missing, and we can see here on the stats 21 assists out of Sharik on the Calico, so just present in basically every fight.
Yeah, the Scourge on Calico late game, you're just so annoying, right? Able to ult in, and I mean, by the time your ult ends, you've done 50% of the enemy's HP from spirit damage. That percent HP is so powerful, and it's good to see Calico make a return. I think we saw it twice today, and it looked great in both games. So maybe Calico a bit of an unsung hero right now. The ability to tank those powerful engages, especially with this pick emphasis that Abrahams are running. It's you look at a Calico, and you better keep her silenced or stunned for the full kill, which is not easy to do because her ability to play her way out after getting caught is so strong. Or even if you lash ult the Calico, she's not really going to be worried about that, able to just ult and kind of walk it off. So definitely some tough matchups for the Abrahams heroes of choice. And like you said, as much as ABL did a lot of damage, it just felt like you weren't able to get those stable team fights. This is a game against Buffingers where you just couldn't keep them locked down. It was Calico, it was Mina, even Infernus and Dormant. I mean, there's so many heroes who could kind of play their way out of an opening. They might get caught, you might start the fight of how you want, and then they're Dormant ulting you and falling back and re-engaging on their terms. And for Buff Enjoyers, I think it's a style we haven't seen as much from them, but one that looks remarkably well practiced for that.
I mean, my question is, when are we going to get a nerf to spirit damage? We had only one gun hero in that entire game, or that entire last match with Jamside on the Ivy, but everyone else was just pure spirit damage being built. Even Abrams was building spirit damage with Spirit Snatch and a couple of other things in there. It's definitely a spirit meta right now, where previously it was bullet, but I would like to see things a little bit more in line. I want to see more of these Mouse 1 heroes have the ability to come online early enough to make an impact.
Yeah, I will say I think Infernus, although he does a ton of spirit damage, is built pretty much gun exclusive. So I think right now the meta is like only your hard carry really builds gun. Whereas in my games, all 6 players on our team are hard carries, so we're all building gun.
So true. Well, there can only be one in the end here for our MVP. So let's go to our MVP, and I believe we're going to be awarding it to indeed Zergy on the Mina, who had a really great performance. Mina was a little bit shaky on the initial introduction, but has since become quite the mainstay and has had high value both in NA and in EU. So Zergy's Mina, what did you like about it the most as we see how the build progressed there?
I think, one thing we've seen from Zergy in the past, I'm remembering like in some of his 7 games, getting the ethereal shift, kind of farming a side lane, and then even though you initiate on him, he lives so incredibly long that the team comes in and supports him and turns around the fight in his favor. And I feel like Mina is an even more powerful expression of that playstyle, of his ability to kind of farm as aggressively as he wants, to be the tip of the spear despite being a heavy farmer, and still live long enough for the team fight to come in, for the counter engage to be good. And it makes Buffingers, I think, a lot harder to play against, that he's got this hero so comfortably in his wheelhouse.
I mean, 0 deaths, it kind of shows just how hard he was to kill, period, in that last match. But 9 kills, allowing, like you're saying, to free farm and not really worry too much about being killed off, means the other team can't get an advantage, and it allows Zergy to just maintain this lead. I mean, you can see here 35,000 souls. Who's even close to him on the other side? No one. Like 26,000 is the highest you're gonna see out of ABL and Jam side. And because he's not being picked off, because he's not being focused on, because he is surviving, he gets to this late game carries so quickly and easily to make Buff Enjoyers like have this late game power that's really unmatched.
Look at this Bebop. Ooh. Oh my god, dude. Like that's like 800 damage or something. I don't know how much HP is a full line of HP bars, but that was a lot of damage, man.
Yeah, incredible performance. And we're going to get probably more of that later in the show, because if you are just joining us and you're wondering what's going on, we just concluded our EU finals here for Night Shift, but we have the entire NA broadcast to come, and we will likely have the Hydra Nation Baroness Hotel rematch, and you'll probably see Ido playing some Mina, because that's been a pretty hot one for Ido if you're a fan of him. If you've heard of him, you probably should have if you're a Deadlock fan. And I'll also remind you guys that we also have the Graveyard Shift coming at the end of the NA show, and our guest for the Graveyard Shift has been confirmed to be AVG. It is always a delight to talk to, and I'm sure you guys will enjoy that very much. And all you have to do is head over to our Patreon and get yourselves a membership and support the show, and you'll gain access to that. And at the Graveyard Shift, it's kind of like the after show. Things get a little bit naughty. They get a little bit unfiltered. Whoa, and you guys can ask us questions, and as well as you can ask our guests questions, and we just kind of hang out for 30-40 minutes and shoot the breeze, and the VODs are up later for the Patreon people.
You don't have to be just a Patreon pledger to join into the Graveyard Shift. You can be a YouTube member, you can be a Twitch sub, but if you want to get into these game nights we've been talking about, and amongst the other things that we're planning to do in the future, there you want to be a Patreon pledger to make that work.
All right, thanks for correcting me, Jason. I don't know how this bloody thing works, do I? So with that said, it's going to be, I think, the end of the EU show here. Thanks everyone for watching. Of course, there is more. Oh, we have an interview. I almost just massively just stood Zergy up, because we have him for an interview. The trackball god is ready. The MVP is here with us. Zergy, congratulations on another win. You guys are, I think, 5-3 against Abrahams now.
Yes.
Nice.
Thank you.
So
absolutely killing it.
I have a question for you guys. So it felt like, in the opening part of the series, Kelvin was just dominating in either way, right, going in. Did you guys expect that to be the case with, teams? It seems like really high emphasis on banning GT for a lot of teams, and a few Kelvins getting in through today. Do you think Kelvin has kind of reclaimed some dominance, or were teams letting it through with maybe a plan to deal with it?
Right now, Kelvin's really strong, so he's kind of like the first. He's kind of mostly the first ban is routine because of his dome and everything. It's really hard to mess up on that character. There's also some good setups as well versus Shiv too, which is a strong character right now. So yeah, Kelvin's back, I guess.
Really hard to mess up those shelters. Well, you clearly haven't met me in ranked. But thinking back to the first game of the series, I'm kind of curious, what was going on in the drafting phase when you saw Abrahams pick up Paradox, Bebop, and Holiday in one go? Like, what was going on in comms about this?
I don't know. We were just confused, I guess. We've never seen that before.
I mean, it did decently well against you in the get-go, but you guys did bounce back from that one. How did you guys maybe play the game out knowing, like, what's the difference between playing a match versus a team that has like 1 pick hero versus 3 in this case?
If they have like 4 free pick heroes, they don't scale very well. So we were just playing to survive and just like win, you know, just go even in lane and don't die, and then we just eventually we'll just win.
Zach, I got to ask you, because we've been talking about, it's been a hot topic of like underrated items at the moment. And, you know, what's your sense of the most underrated item currently?
Underrated item? Alkfar, maybe? Shred?
Oh.
It's fair. I mean, seriously, people aren't buying it nearly as much since Vindicta has been completely out of the meta, with her being like the definitive Alkfire buyer previously. But maybe like, you know, maybe the Paradox start picking it up, you know, keep people CC'd in there for a little bit longer, get that extra value, clear it off objectives. I am curious, now that you guys have won decisively again against Abraham's, it puts you guys in a pretty solid lead. However, that being said, you know, a 2-1 series, relatively close. Do you guys think between you and Abraham's, it's going to continue to be back and forth, or do you guys think that you can start to pull away, pull ahead, and continue to grow past them as now you have a 5-3 lead in the championships here on Night Shift?
Well, I don't really know, but I hope that we'll continue to pull ahead of them. It feels like we are, so that's good.
Okay. I don't have a serious question to ask you, so I'm going to ask you to do something as a favor to me and hear the Night Shift and all the viewers who clearly want to hear this. But can you sing us the burger song?
Hang on, I actually forgot the lyrics. I need to go into my own Twitch chat and do exclamation mark burger.
Seriously, people can head over to your stream to know more about this.
I'm going to my stream right now. I'm going to do the command and I'll do the song. Okay, you ready?
Go.
I'm ready.
Buns, ketchup, pickle, cheese, put that patty in between. It's burger. What? It's burger. What?
Thank you so much. Round of applause for Zergy there. Give us a little bit of karaoke. If you want to see more of that, head over to stream and hit him with the sub.
I gotta ask one last question before we let you go, actually, because we still see like a lot of Veil Walkers. Usually, I feel like when we see an item like this prevalent on so many heroes in Night Shift, it kind of just gets banned, you know, pretty quickly. Veil Walkers still like somewhat surviving. Do you think Veil Walkers like overtooled at the moment? Do you think we're going to see it get nerfed?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if it doesn't get nerfed, I don't know what they're doing, but I hope it gets nerfed. It's really broken right now.
Fair. All right, you guys don't have any more questions for Zergy, or should we let him go?
No, just congrats, man. Big win. You played super well. Impressive stuff. Fun seeing you on the Mina, something a little more dynamic, I think, than a lot of the other like hard farming late game heroes. So it's cool to see. Just congrats. Big win.
How can you be so accurate at tracking people and shooting people with a trackball, but be so bad at drawing in Pictionary with that said trackball?
It's different, man. I don't practice drawing on my trackball.
Okay, I'm done. That was it.
Well, all right. Thank you, Zergy. We'll let you go. Congrats again. Jason, you're just going to have to host more Pictionaries. Like, just force
let him get the
more reps in there for
Let
him.
him get the reps. Zergy's banned.
I mean, to be fair, he's kept the title for VP/Buff Enjoyers going. Listic won it the first time. He won it the second time. So maybe we'll have to pull in like Hoot
Well,
next
you're saying
time.
he won and you're flaming him?
Well, so not for his drawing skills, right? He's guessing other people's drawings.
Okay.
You don't get points for drawing.
I didn't even do that bad.
Get out of here, Zergy.
Maybe we should
go celebrate your win.
To drawing.
I mean, yeah, we can revamp the system. It's fine. We can figure out something to do about it.
I like your little mini games, Jason. I think these are really good segments.
Well, you know what? If you like those segments, you can find it over at Locked In.
Nice.
YouTube.
Look at the plug. We are so good at plugging here. Well, I'm going to also let Jake and Jason go. They've been casting all day, but we're going to be back after the break with the NA portion of the show. You're not going to want to miss it. We've got Hydra Nation and we have Chain Gang first up for the potential rematch should Hydra Nation defeat Chain Gang of the Baroness Hotel versus Hydra Nation, which is a really epic match. You've got the Baroness Hotel, the streamer star-studded lineup, and then you've got Hydra Nation, who are the best NA team, or maybe they're not, because if they lose again, that's 3 losses in a row. We'll have to stay tuned to find out what will happen on the NA portion of Night Shift. Hello, you're still with us then. Good to see you all. This is Night Shift. We are here for the North American portion of the show, and I am joined by two new commentators, Uber and ZP. Hello, friends. How are you doing?
Hello, friend. I'm spiffing, if I must say. I tell you what, the time for learning is over. The time for listening to me screech is about to begin.
Screech.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a good day, Dan. For me, I'm all in on the Hydra Nation stock today. They've done a sub, but it's a sub that usually does well. Wait till the roster screen, but I think Hydra Nation, they come back today.
Yeah, that is correct. I mean, wait. When you say they come back, CP, do you think you mean that they will win?
They're going to beat the Baroness Hotel.
Or just beat Chain Gang? Where are we at?
Ooh, what is this based on? Is that Scrimbucks?
It's not even Scrimbucks. It's more so history where Rokane is out today, not kicked off the team. This is a very key distinction I had to make here. It's like, wait, Rokane's gone. No, Rokane's just like off for the week. But they've brought in Rocker, and Rocker has this, not only original Hydra Nation alumni, but Rocker's just he goes on the team, they win, and then he stops playing. It's just the Rocker cycle.
I respect it, honestly. Come in and be like the guy from Saturday Moon, where it's like, my work here is done. Everyone's like, well, you didn't do anything. He's like, off into the sky. Except I guess he does because they win. That's how I imagine it.
Well, let's look at the brackets. Let's get the graphical assistance. We've already sort of been talking about what's going on, but if you just joined us because you are just an NA stan and you will have nothing to do with the rest of the regions, well, this is what we have coming up. Of course, Hydra Nation versus Chain Gang, and then up against the Baroness Hotel. Hydra Nation are 0-2 against the Baroness Hotel. Just a mixed team. It's just a streamer mixed team. What is this?
It's not even supposed to be like necessarily a long-term project. I think we talked to John about it last week, and he was like, well, because Johnson obviously is working on a new project or another project for a Deadlock team, you know, in the background of all of this and just sort of biding their time. And we asked him, said, what's the plan for this team? Because you guys kind of came together on the whim and now you're dominating North American Deadlock. And he's like, well, yeah, I think there's a world where we can kind of bring these two ideas together. I have no idea what that's supposed to look like, but that's kind of sick, I think, for NA, and it promises some more power, I think, in these top 4 teams. You know, it's good to see the region with such parity. Last week was sick. We had a 3-game final between Hydra Nation and the Baroness Hotel. So more of that, please. Serve it up.
Yeah, and we've got to do some other stuff at the top of this NA portion of the show, ZP. Let's tell everyone about our Patreon. Tell them about what they can get if they are paying members.
Well, that's right. First and foremost, you support the show and help us put on the great content that you've come to expect. But also, you get some extra perks, not the least of which is the graveyard shift, which oftentimes will be at the end of the show. Sometimes will be a little bit later in the week. We're hammering out the details, but you get extra content where we sit down with one of the players, streamers, or just notable people in the community that chat about Deadlock. And also, we just started doing some game nights where, I think right now the plan is around once a month. We'll be going out of our way to host game nights with the community. We did our first one this last weekend. It was actually a lot of fun as we went around it. Very differing styles, too, as Jason was mentioning. I was like, some people were a little bit more intense than others, and other people just having a good time.
Where was Jake on that spectrum? Just out of curiosity. I know the answer to this, but...
chill.
Really?
He was
I respect that.
He was doing the meme builds. He was doing the meme builds.
I love that.
Yeah.
God damn.
Yeah.
All right, because every talent takedown we ever had in Overwatch, he was locked in. So nice to see him in his old age. He's sort of mellowing out, you know what I mean?
There we go. And Runway, just subscribing. Okay, cool. First subscriber of the NA portion of the show. We'd love to see that. We're almost at 1,000, so we're getting up there.
Like Fear with the Prime came in just before that. So we are 2 now for NA.
I apologize for my misinformation. And we have a hype train started apparently as well. That's lovely to see. We like automotives such as trains. All right, let's look at the first roster. Hydra Nation. We know these people. We got that AVG guy. He's coming on the graveyard shift later too. That's cool.
Yeah, I mean, new iteration of Hydra Nation. Well, I say new. It's like nothing really has changed since Ranger has joined. Lord NM is out. Ranger is in. Ranger is kind of picked up as the more cerebral, I'm going to help with your draft and game sense sort of pick, more in-game leader. And now Rocker is coming in to sub for Rokane, where, again, the last time we saw Rocker was for Sneaky Golem. It was a 1-week showing. Sneaky Golem comes in, and they defeat Hydra Nation, and... essentially, they can't play the next week, and Baroness Hotel becomes a thing. But Rocker was part of the secret sauce and back on the Hydra Nation roster once again. Just keeps going on and off the roster over the lifespan of Deadlock.
And something we talked about last week was a big change that Hydra Nation made to their team, right, with Ranger coming in. And the word from them was that they wanted a little bit more, of a brain when it came to the drafts. Like, really wanted to make that pick ban phase as impactful as possible. But Ranger in-game also looked really, really good. They did pull up short against the Baroness Hotel, but it was a really good series. We're talking like 32-minute games, goes the distance, generally some really fun Deadlock to see. And that's why we're kind of raving about the parity in this region right now. I'd like to see that in our challenger game here, but that's going to really depend on Hydra Nation's opponents.
Yeah, what kind of train would Hydra Nation be? If they're are they like a steam train, a maglev train? What kind of train are we talking here?
That's interesting. I mean, I think a freight train, because they're constantly changing the carriages out, right?
Freight train, like they're carrying the gold bullion.
Yeah, and I guess whenever like the freight train doesn't get to the station on time, they have to reconfigure the whole thing to make it more streamlined, right? So I feel like that's where I'm at. Yeah.
Wow, that's a really good answer. Okay, cool. Let's check out the next roster, Chain Gang. We've got them coming up as well. They'll be the opponents to Hydra Nation. Can they stop them, ZP?
I mean, it's a possibility, especially when you have a best of one. I think when we've been looking at Chain Gang, I mean, there's definitely been bright spots where, they've been more impressive than maybe expected going in. They started out as Matt's fan club, and then they were such a good fan club of Matt that Matt himself just said, you know what, actually, I'm going to join this team. So they ended up having the rename because it'd be weird to be Matt's fan club and you'd have Matt on the team. Poshy Pop, of course, one of the more veterans of the scene that ended up joining to kind of go with players that are a little bit newer, and it's one of those teams that's on the rise, but it's also not that much of a story that we haven't seen before. You think back to Melee Creeps. Melee Creeps went through a period of time where they were in repeated Deadlock tournaments, and they weren't quite able to get one over on teams like Hydra Nation at the time. And then, after a few months, all of a sudden, wait, they actually can compete. So I kind of see Chain Gang on that same sort of path at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I think that we got a decent showing from them last week. Sorry, I mean, I was like pretty solid draft. If I remember, they're able to get it's like a really well-rounded composition. They got Paradox, Shiv, Pocket, all that in the mix, but they had to deal with Mina on the Hydra Nation side, and it was pretty ugly for them. Also, that's where Calico made her resurfacing in NA. So I'm curious to see if that's a feature of our draft, especially after seeing it in the previous show. Obviously, on EU, we saw that Calico start to pop her head back into the game.
Yeah, it's really nice to see some of these changes. Also notable mention to the Infernus with a different look on the build and the timings. That's really cool too. So we'll have to see if NA can surprise us with anything, or if we'll have the clear differences in the understanding of the game. We'll be going straight into the draft here, it seems, ladies and gents. So, CP, what are we banning here? We're Hydra Nation. We are the kings of the universe. What do we need to get rid of?
I think you kind of have more of the same that we saw from EU, where you probably don't want to give up either GT or Kelvin if you can help it. Wouldn't be surprised to see either get banned first. Also, people may be wondering, where's the Mo 1v1? Well, we got the Mo 1v1 ID from the NA players, but we never did confirm if it was something that could work. So,
we have to reschedule it.
It's where we're at right now. So, but the Mo 1v1 did occur, and I think Hydra Nation won. But in any case, taking down the Ivy first is interesting. It's another rise up in Ivy's priority, where it went from, yeah, we like first picking it, to no, we just don't want to deal with this character, period.
Yeah, I think global presence through airdrop and just that gun carry potential makes her the Ivy pretty scary prospect. Kelvin comes out. Last time, Chain Gang also banned in a very similar fashion. They break up the Kelvin Shiv and still, get a Shiv in their composition at some point. So I'll be keeping an eye out for that. Avax, obviously, shout out. Thank you very much for the bits. Obviously, our top patron, I think, in the only one on the $100 tier right now. So thanks for your support. Not only on Patreon, but also here in the stream. And GT gets snapped up by Hydra Nation. We got some burst damage on board.
As I'm looking at here, I kind of wonder now, if you're Chain Gang, do you punish by taking a really strong front line, or you do something along the lines of, you grab an Abrams, Paradox. It's kind of what people have been going with here for the opening picks overall, if you don't get something like a GT. And, well, there's Abrams, so there's one. So I think right now, based on hero power and where things are at, I'd love to see a Paradox come in, or maybe you just deny Hydra Nation a really strong front line. You grab the Billy, you'll have to go against the Mo in turn, but I still think that's a pretty good spot to be in the draft.
I think that that dichotomy of Abrams versus Billy right now is really interesting, because from what I've seen, Billy has that scaling potential that's really hard to ignore, and also the resilience to anti-heal or heal bane items, because the blasted healing is technically over health. It's not actually it's not considered normal healing, so it can't be mitigated by the same means, which is like a little thing that makes it really hard to kill later in the game. The Mina pickup though feels like it's going to be here. I think the silence with Nox Nostra is ridiculous, and the way that she's able to push down objectives using that as well, it's just too hard to look past. But that means Hydra Nation get GT Paradox.
Yeah, GT is especially annoying against Mina, because it's just like the power shot will just basically take a third of her health off instantaneously because she's so squishy. So it's kind of a nice opening here. It seems EP for Hydra Nation.
Yeah, I mean, going up against Mina is a little bit tough because I think Mina's priority has gone up. But okay, this is what I was interested in. Do you go with the Millie or the Billy and the Mo, and you decide, actually, we're going to go with the Mo. So this is, Mo was a little bit more out of favor today in EU, but in NA, still not only a hero that has been good, but also you think about what Hydra Nation generally likes playing. They were picking Mo even before other teams in the scene, EU or NA wise, were going to it. So it's still somewhat of a comfort pick for Hydra Nation when they're setting up their front line and they're ganking.
Oh, I like this look here. Yamato still in lane is just incredibly powerful. I just think like taking that Crimson Slash first and cutting down your opponent's fire rate by 50% is just disgusting. It's very, very potent, especially because Mo and Krill has like a similar laning ability with Sandblast. I think it's nice to get that early edge. We know just how terrifying Yamato is with the increase in those resistances off Shadow Transformation late in the game. So always a good pick. I've seen it favored a little bit less though, especially in Europe to date. So nice to see that pop back up.
See what Hydra Nation decides to take away here at the very end. It's going to be Chain Gang having first pick out of the pick ban here. So see what they decide to go with, what Hydra Nation was afraid of. And they decided get rid of the Bebop, where it kind of makes sense. I mean, you've grabbed the Paradox for yourself. You've secured a really strong playmaker. And now for Chain Gang, you know, a lot of teams have been preferring the Bebop over the Holiday. Now, if you still want someone in that role, you probably will have to go with the Holiday. And, you know, people still see it as a bit weaker at the moment.
Yeah.
Another thing too there is that Bebop is kind of nice against GT. Great talent, you know, he's up in the air. The hook is a really nice counter for that. So he's taken out that shenanigan. So it's going to be very challenging to deal with Grey Talon.
Obviously, Mirage, this is the part of the game where your Mirages and your sort of Lady Geist S picks are going to come up here. Obviously, we've seen what Mirage can do, just sitting in the backline and being real nasty sustained damage threat sort of as the game goes on. And there it is, Geist picked up. So both teams going for the same allegory type pick, that sustained gun damage and sticking power in these fights.
Maybe a little bit too squishy, but also at this point could be a good time for Doorman. Or if you want more frontline for Hydra Nation, this is where you could pick up the Billy to, you know, secure things and get something even meatier along with the Geist. I mean, teams have run as many as like 3+ frontliners, but in this case, decide let's just lock down the Infernus, make sure that we have our late game carry option.
Get our soul scaling potential, keep that high. Obviously, we've seen Infernus be very, very good when left to their own devices and getting that farm priority very, very powerful. Mina probably is going to fulfill the same role on the side of Chain Gang here. So it obviously does sort of beg the question. We're looking for our carriers of our utility still, and the Holiday is going to get snapped up here. Obviously, like with debuff, you know, reducer impacting like the duration of Spirit Lasso, it's still very, very powerful, still very worth bringing in. Holiday, I think even going back a few weeks, because considered to be pretty hard to go up against. So
I always feel like from the limited sample size I've seen is for Matt, it's like one of his best impact heroes too.
Yeah, Doorman coming in for Chain Gang. I was thinking maybe Hydra Nation would have picked up in the last round, but instead Chain Gang going to use it to finish out their roster. And we'll see what Hydra Nation decides to go for here. I still think they may go with just something more frontline wise, because you're going to want to give Rocker plenty of space on the Grey Talon if possible. You still have a good carry option in Furnace, but Drifter, okay. So this is interesting to me because it means it wasn't just like a Lord NM pick, because every time Hydra Nation was playing Drifter as Lord NM to kind of mixed results, it means we're going to see a new Drifter player for Hydra Nation that we haven't seen before. And kind of looking at who's playing what right now, I do wonder if that ends up being Letha in this case.
I mean, look, Drifter very, very powerful. I think that isolation, the increase in damage of isolation when sort of maxed into is really significant at like 25% on those isolated targets. It's like if a pocket hit you with all 4 shots of the barrage kind of thing, and you kind of get that straight up. Really, really powerful build. So curious to see which direction this Drifter goes. There was like a Drifter like a melee-based Drifter build for a while, where like you obviously TP to them and instantly try and like melee them. But a lot of players are starting to adapt and just like instantly parrying as soon as the Stalker's Mark comes on in. So I want to see which way they go. But bear in mind, the Drifter game for Hydra Nation, it was the Baroness Hotel that played it against them last week, I think, and that's the game that they lost in that series. So yeah, it wasn't the most compelling. I don't know what you guys think about the laning here, because Chain Gang have like Doorman with the headshot booster, Call Bell. They've got the Yamato, of course, with the Crimson Slash. It feels like they're pretty bullying in this early stage.
I like Chain Gang's laning a lot. I think it's looks pretty nice, but it looks like it's over to you guys. Hydra Nation versus Chain Gang, kicking it off for a place in the money match.
Okay, I'm going to jump in just a moment. It's a shame Division telling us that he wanted to bring Paige into the game, but was told no. That was obviously an executive order from up above. But regardless, it looks like Chain Gang have got that pretty powerful composition. I'm glad we had the extended discussion about whether or not Doorman can hit the Sinner Sacrifice from behind. That is the verbiage that was used with the use of those doors. But obviously, look, a la Kelvin, we've seen a lot of setups around earn turn-in locations with a door thrown up to make it really easy to intervene as the defending team in those scenarios. So that's worth keeping an eye on. I think Doorman still, to some degree, underexplored and definitely very, very potent here. Looking to see how Chain Gang do get to scale towards that later stage of the game. And does this Drifter cut the mustard?
I think on base level, I mean, the bones of Drifter feel like they could be really good, especially depending on who's playing them. Drifter's ability to scale, especially on the gun damage end, is quite strong. I think, this is interesting. It's hydration on it. So, okay, Lefa's on Infernus, which makes sense as far as like historical comfort picks. And hydration not on the Mo is probably the most surprising thing to me, because I think you have to go very, very, very far back to find a time when hydration wasn't on the Mo. But we've talked with hydration in interviews before, and hydration will frequently go, yeah, I'm just kind of the big flex for the team. I will play the heroes that no one else has picked up or wants to play. And in this instance, now that they had a recent change, they go, hydration, you're up on Drifter.
Now, Rock has also been put in a pretty important place here. Obviously going to be piloting the GT for the purposes of this matchup. It's going to be Drifter actually in the mid lane here alongside this Paradox. Keep an eye out, of course, for those big rake, the rend hits rather, that do also scale off melee damage. So maybe some incentive to itemize in that way. But I want to see what hydration can show for us. Definitely one of the standout players, I think, of the early era of Deadlock, and has continued to be a bit of a factor. They're laning, of course, against this Yamato Holiday look. So that's tricky to play up against, of course. Crack shot is pretty relevant if there's any points taken into it early. And we talked about Crimson Slash already. So expect to be see a lot of volatility there.
Yeah, I mean, the poke coming in from that lane is going to be tough, but okay, they're actually doing a lane swap here. So Yamato is going off to the right, and Hydra Nation is, Chain Gang is sending Mina off into mid. So they want to give Drifter Paradox the just most hellish lane possible. Not that Yamato is weak at all, but you're bringing Mina into the fray. And I think Holiday, even though she got some nerfs to her early game, is still pretty darn scared. But as I say that, Matt goes to middle just to get jumped. Absolutely poked down.
I mean, in rotating across the map, Matt takes a fair bit of damage. It emerges in lane at an odd time, takes a bunch of poke, and then eats the Stalker's Mark. It's very easy for Hydration to follow up with a rend to take that kill. Oh man, that is pretty terrifying. Fortunately, no points in Blood Scent yet, so no stacks being built up, but I'm scared already of this Drifter.
That's a really, really bad start, especially because Mina's entire game plan is that she stays ahead because she's a bit of an early lane bully, just with how powerful her kit is now in the beginning. So you have a start like that where you fall significantly far behind, you lose some of your lane bully status, and your entire idea of snowballing and getting ahead the way that we saw Zergy do in EU, I mean, it may not even happen with that sort of start.
I mean, and you certainly notice that the first pickup, there's melee lifesteal for Hydration, so less concerned about just the more passive sustain options in lane, and wants to be aggressive, wants to get that extra 100 heal per melee proc pretty easily set up here if you can remotely aim that Stalker's Mark. So Matt's going to have his wits about it, no doubt about it. Headshot booster, of course, taken for some of that laning presence now. Silence Wall thrown down. Matt appeared to pass through it there, and once again, Hydration looks to step up, pressure them back.
Yeah, so already Hydra Nation, I think, way ahead of where I think you could expect them to be off the middle just because of the snafu off the swap. Taking a look at some of the other lanes, going in here from Changgang. I mean, you're running the Doorman Mirage lane, and we'll get an idea of where Division is running an itemization-wise. It's more of a Spirit Doorman. In theory, that's a pretty strong lane, but also it's still hard to bully Mo out regardless. So that lane, I think, may just be one of the more quiet lanes in the first 5 to 6 minutes. The lane on the right, though, the Geist GT lane, that could actually get pretty chaotic depending on how the poke damage is going. And you look at Connor. Connor's already pretty low from this GT harass. Yeah, it's a tough lane to play into. I think you're right, though, about the sort of Mo and Krill lane. That Scorn life gain, that sustain, obviously, off that one ability is pretty important. It's pretty impactful. It means you can shrug off a lot of that damage, though. Here it is. Connor takes a charge shot there. Rocker already laying it on thick on this right side of the map. So you mentioned that volatility. Already starting to see a little bit of it now. And just a good drift across here for some more passive farming for Matt. But that means Hydra Nation definitely have Prio in mid, and they are shoving it. Here we go, though. Nice little baggage cart connection just as Ranger was trying to come forward. Maybe guarantee good coverage for Scorn. Yeah, and this lane will have a little bit of back and forth, but again, I'm not expecting it to go too wild here, at least not until ults come in the fray. You get a few more options as combo becomes something, but I think the real threat here for Chain Gang is if they lose mid early. And ooh, speaking of losing things, AVG getting caught by Pashi. That's nicely done. Yeah, Flying Strike, of course, being able to connect. We just mentioned it's tough to lane against this Yamato here. And obviously the Abrams doesn't really make the proposition any simpler for Hydra Nation. So tougher start for them, but of course Rock is still up to 2.7k, still in a decent spot. Pashi popped though with the first ultimate online. That Shadow Transformation is ready and waiting. You're kind of wondering, okay, how are you going to build Drifter? Because there are multiple ways you could go full gun. You can do a more melee-centered build, and it's early laning, so it may just be more of the sustain, but Hydration does go for the early melee lifesteal on the build, so keep an idea of where it's at, but 2 melee items already, so could be a more melee-focused Drifter build coming in from Hydration. Yeah, of course, the Spirit Shielding, it gives you that sort of more passive lane sustain that we might have expected to see, like an extra regen picked up for in that sense. We'll see, of course, buffs are up now, and that movement one being secured by Chain Gang for the time being. Stalkers might look like it connected onto Erebus, and they're in deep trouble. That gun damage is also nothing to sneer at on the side of Drifter. Dirty stuff, of course, but yeah, with Spirit Strike as well, it is brutal. Those melee hits are chunking people. Sanguine Retreat attempted there by Mart, caught out by Lomane. That was Rocker in the exchange. Division, though, going to be brought down quickly after the fact. Here's the Unburrow Ranger. Wants to pressure this left side of the map, and it looks like the Tornado is not there for the Mirage for the time being. Arctic trying to stay alive as long as they can, but looks like Ranger is happy to challenge under this Guardian and find that elimination. You can go out of your way to wall jump, make yourself hard to hit, but when you got a wall of a Mo looking at you at plenty good HP and you're that low, it's not going to end well for you. And even here, I mean, yeah, you're getting some chase down poke on the Ranger, but unlikely to kill in that situation, at least not before a Hotel Guest comes online. But yeah, we talked about that being the safer lane, maybe the quieter one. Not the case. Really, Suppressor being picked up there by that Doorman. So a lot to be played for now. As we mentioned, this right side would be very poke heavy with Great Helen here, as well as the Lady Geist. And Poshing Pop's powerful as Yamato is in laning. Needs to be close enough to hit the Crimson Slash. The right clicks obviously are powerful, but he's been kept at arm's length for the most part here. You can see Spirit Snare also active. Poshi Pop really getting harassed down onto this Guardian. Ooh, Erebus getting caught out. And one thing you have to look for here that's probably going to happen soon, just because I think Hydra Nation would love to free up a little bit more map presence here in the middle. Don't be surprised if Rocker sends an Owl mid sooner rather than later here, especially if you see, for example, Erebus get a little bit low. Probably going to happen. Okay, speaking of Owls, in this case, just goes directly at the Guardian. Guardian's pretty low, makes sense, and Pashi goes on in, half HP, Flying Strike. Right over the Spirit Snare, though, Mitch. Yeah, and then that's where you have to position him. It's going to be a Shadow Transformation, and the Flying Strike is going to connect. Rocker knows that he's absolutely cooked there. Poshi Pop kind of got everything. Cold Front, Crimson Slash, follow up with the ultimate, and it's an easy pickup ultimately for that Yamato. Getting a little bit too close to the sun there was Rocker. And a much needed kill picked up a chain going on that right side of the map. Here's mid though. Mart is getting flattened this game. Oh man. And the swap as well. Lomane able to bring down Erebus. That is a straight 2-for-0 trade in mid. And this powerful lane for Hydra Nation is panning out beautifully. Yeah, and at this point, Guardian likely to go down here, bringing Rocker for a little bit of reinforcements. And now I'm curious to see what role Hydration is going to take overall in this situation. You could make the argument here that you have Lomane be more the roamer to set things up. I mean, it's Paradox. It's usually where Paradox is at. there's also a world where you could have Hydration take a little bit more of that role. I'm curious how Hydra Nation is going to apportion their farm here. It probably makes more sense to have Hydration take more lanes where possible and be a bit more opportunistic, but they could play it either way.
Looks like the itemization for Hydration is with those first couple melee items picked up here. Hydration is just taking sustain now. I think it's like a healing right picked up. So, he's going to get poked down pretty heavily in that kind of lane. But God, I mean, he's so well positioned to follow up on the sort of the Paradox swap, and also Eternal Night was used earlier in that fight. It is so good. You cannot see a lot of that stuff coming. You cannot see the paradoxical swap. You can't tell if you need to dodge away from a carbine in a certain area. It's really punishing. And also, it isolates you, giving that pretty impressive buff over towards the Drifter. Here's that carbine. This is just harassment now, and you can see Hydra Nation really trying to take liberties here in mid. Pop caught out. Division also quite low here. This is maybe Low Man getting a little bit too close for comfort. Throws up that wall, backs away, and Ranger arrives right on time, at least to find that pick.
That was a bit of an ambitious dive coming on in from Low Man there, but overall, Hydra Nation still pushing more people to the left. They want the Guardian. Spirit Lasso in and over. And see if there's enough to take down Hydration. Looking a little bit lower, but still options to stay alive. Has melee lifesteal up and over in a moment, but no, not going to be able to turn the corner to get another lease on life.
Yeah, he's looking for that Veil Walker activation in that moment, I think. Picking that one up, obviously fairly early, still highly valued. All right, here's a Traveler coming out from Arctic. Wanted to try and get involved in this fight, but they've seen better days health-wise, and they just get blown up. Yeah, well, that's great talent for you, folks.
Where you use Traveler, that you go, I want to go to a safer place, and you complete your teleport and you hear the screeching owl 2 feet away from you and wonder, was this actually the place to go to?
Yeah, that's a much more appropriate use of my work here is done meme from the pre-show. Just swoops in and gets absolutely domed. Okay, well, Rock is getting stronger and stronger. In fact, Hydra Nation all starting to find their own power spike moments here. As we mentioned the Val Walker already being picked up for Hydration, so he's going to be an absolute menace with just insane amounts of regen. Now some in-combat regen as well with that Veil Walker. It's just a terrifying ability. Left for someone who we expect to say a more stately pace throughout the course of this game. Improved Spirit being picked up, so in a decent spot, but it's really very early doors for this late game carry.
Yeah, and I mean, in terms of resource allocation, this makes all the sense in the world where, you're just feeding some of your vaults over to, your carry, in this case, Letha. Probably will have free reign on it on the Hydra Nation end of the map. But overall, I mean, the early laning phase, relatively even between both teams where we're at. I think Chang'an would like to be a little bit further ahead, given that they went, with the Mina ahead of time. But overall, still a lot more even than maybe some people would have thought coming in.
It's the long-range slowing Hex combo here for Low Man, so really trying to make sure that as the initiator here, they're able to do their job and also just make it very easy for Hydration to devour anyone who might get picked up. It's an earn take, rather. Hydra Nation is starting to drift rightward across the map here, very much leaving the left side bereft, with the exception, of course, of Leffa, who will continue to feast as long as they can. And already some action on the right side lane. There might be a fight pre-earn attempt here. Someone's lying in wait there. It looks like the Mina of Matt was waiting to see their own crew come across them here. Can they find an ambush? That's a red connecting. Rangers, they're just going to sort of be able to walk away for the most part. Doorman also not really able to intervene. Now wants to at least set up this defensive play, of course, but walks straight into the Spirit Snare. There's no follow-up to it, though. Arctic's gone down, and that's on the left side of the map. There's going to be a walker loss here for Chang'an if they don't make something happen here. Hydra Nation in no hurry. They don't have to turn this earn in. Just keep Chang'an busy.
Yeah, I mean, they're using the earn as leverage to get free push onto the left walker, and they may end up getting both before the end of it. Their poke game near the earn turn in, looking a lot better. You get the combo up and over onto Matt, and Matt right now super low, is able to sank Queen Retreat, but a huge 3 people, Mitch. And Hydra Nation, they may be getting everything that they want.
Yeah, I mean, they're short-handed in this fight, Hydra Nation, but the players that are there are in decent positions, but Soul Exchange for AVG doesn't really amount to too much. So that is a Walker trade for earn. Probably feel like that's pretty good now, as that left-hand side of the map for Hydra Nation, it's open season for many of those camps. Ranger is, in a very, division rather, in a very compromising spot. Unclear. Either way, attempted an earn, turn in for Rocker. You cannot let him have it. Okay, that's going to be disabled. The fight though is still on. Division very, very low. Up to the sky we go. Rain of Arrows at least gives a commanding view of the situation for Rocker, but Lef has now gotten involved. The Infernus activated. Poshipop taken down by Low Man, and Chang'an are in no position now to fight for this. They've got to cut their losses.
Yeah, and in the end, low main gets the urn turn in. So for Hydra Nation, you talk about macro swings in the game. Mitch, it was basically even. But with the leverage of the urn, Hydra Nation gets the left walker. They have better poke around urn, force Chain Gang back, not only get the left walker, but get urn turn in after, and a boatload of kills too. I mean, Chain Gang, it goes from even to being 12k behind, and also more importantly, behind in objectives now too.
It all starts with low main, who rotates over to the left side of the map, which Chain Gang think is only being occupied by Leffa, who they think is just, you know, farming some turnips, just chilling, eating up some of those souls, and all of a sudden, there's a pick-off, and it's on the Mirage. So Arctic cannot really get involved in what's happening on the right side of the map, and then they basically just walk across and get involved in the fight. It is sick macro. They get everything they could have asked for and more, and that's why our soul lead now is up to 11k.
Keep an eye on Hydration's build here. Post Veil Walker picks up the Backstabber. And I'm kind of curious how Hydra Nation view the role of Drifter in this comp. You know, it could be interesting. You know, we'll see who ends up winning NA. But, you know, in a world where Hydra Nation retakes the throne this week, you know, which is still going to be a very tough task, I'm just curious where they view Drifter at the moment. Because I think it's a little bit, you know, mixed in terms of how people want to use them. EU doesn't really use them. NA, you know, they've been experimenting with more, multiple teams. So I'm curious.
I just like the shift towards using it in the mid lane as opposed to the side lane that we saw from the Baroness Hotel. Like I mentioned, the boosting damage is ridiculous. It's a Spirit Lasso miss there from Erebus. Obviously, always snares thrown down there to cause problems. AVG, though, wants to surge back into this fight with a vengeance, but not before the Guardian is picked up by Chain Gang. So starting to get some of those crucial objectives, but there's big pressure on the right side of the map, and this is the drift over towards that mid direction. Speaking of which, it has to be a baggage cart to peel Hydration off of Division, but he's hungry, he wants more, and he's going to be hunting with that speed boost off the Veil Walker.
Yeah, and even if you don't get a hero kill here, you're probably going to steal part of the jungle as a team effort, and while you have people distracted on the left, you just get the push on to the right. Another walker going in favor of Hydra Nation here, and really the macro pressure has been ridiculous so far. Connor, I mean, a seismic slam with nowhere to go, Mitch.
And look, a power spike there for Hydration. Again, a Hunter's Aura picked up, which is an item that obviously synergizes very well with your proclivity to try and isolate those targets. So he's looking very, very powerful. I mean, Hunter's Aura Veil Walker seems terrifying to go against. This is an example, I think, Drifter really looking at its best right now. There's a question, of course, of how the late game scaling looks, but this is very good for Hydra Nation. They're flexing their macro muscles right now, and there's already been a catch on the Abrams. Combo will secure it. Of course, they were isolated for a time, but here comes the rescue. Hydration picked up there. Connor able to deal with them now. It's Ranger sent over to the Baroness Hotel, so that is isolating further these members of Hydra Nation after things got a little bit sour at the start of the fight.
Sometimes you're thinking you're going to be doing the ambushing, other times you get ambushed, and that was the latter. Hydra Nation go for the set play in the Veil, and it goes completely against them. Chain Gang, just more people there, ready to back up Connor after the attempted hit. So really nice play here from Chain Gang, where Mitch, not only does that get them the kills, it gets them room here to go on the mid boss without a lot of risk here from Hydra Nation. Like, you have AVG coming in for a little bit of distraction, but with Nox Nostra bringing down the mid boss, this is going to be a hard contest and may result in more. What? AVG got 2.
Unbelievable. And this is even without concussive combustion. Leffa does not have that ultimate. Still doesn't seem to matter. Throw themselves, of course, at these rejuves. It is going to be Chain Gang benefiting from those credits, but I think might not get out of this fight alive. AVG is looking absolutely terrifying. The life drain keeping him in the fight for so long. Matt, very, very low. And you better believe this. Some zipline boosts that are coming on in. Arctic back in the fight because of that credit, but now there are no rejuve buffs left on Chain Gang, and this is still looking dangerous. There's still a combo in the back pocket here for Ranger. Chain Gang thought they had the window, but the respawn time is too low, and Hydra Nation get back into the fight.
Man, oh man. I mean, the last 3 minutes, still not the worst for Chain Gang in terms of getting a little bit back, but they would have loved to have actually taken mid-boss and had rejuves for pushes after. Hydra Nation, off the heroics of AVG, able to do enough of a contest there where even though you don't get a rejuve charge, you burn them immediately, and you stop Chain Gang from getting a bigger advantage on the game. Now, we'll see what they do with this urn, if it's going to be the final trade to get the last walker on the map, or Hydra Nation tries to go for it. More than anything else, I just don't think they want Chain Gang to get the urn.
I think you're dead right. Still, though, Paradox gets snapped up here. Trying to stand pretty deep in enemy territory. And, of course, you notice the urn turn-in location definitely favors Chain Gang. Hydra Nation can't afford to make a miscalculation like we saw from them earlier. And now their key initiator is off the map. So no real hurry for them, I think, to try and turn this urn in. Low main back in 12 seconds, and they can start to shore up things on the right side, but the left side, excuse me. You notice that lane is pushing. It is shoving. I think Chain Gang see an opportunity here to potentially threaten this right side walker.
One thing that's a little bit scary for Chain Gang, and will get progressively more scary as the game goes on, is just the farm gap that Leffa's starting to build up. Leffa at 21k, significantly ahead of the game average right now. And, from what we've seen from Leffa, being up, now 4k on the other tops of the game can easily escalate to being up 10k after just one more team fight. So you're kind of in the zone now where Leffa could get ahead of everything if another team fight goes badly.
Silence wave picked up here by low main. Going to be pretty crucial in these fights when you don't have a Mina of your own. Here's a shadow transformation now from Poshy Pop to shrug off a lot of these effects. Good damage mitigation, but going to be flying striking elsewhere. Hydration was hoping to pick them apart, but Matt gets caught out easily enough. Now, oh my geez, they're getting really scary in terms of their itemization. Veilwalker, of course, available to be used yet again, but the chase is on, and it's going to be tough here for Erebus to back away. Here's a Traveler coming on in. This is telegraphed to Hydration, but he thought about fighting it for a moment there. Arctic just blown to smithereens. Again, teleporting in just to die.
Second time that's happened that game. Just not really the greatest traveling experience. I'm not sure what sort of airline you use for those Mystic teleports, but whatever's going on there is just not giving Arctic a good deal in the least.
Oh,
Low main also just catches Division from the back.
such a nice carbine catch. Didn't have to do really anything more than that. And that's the danger, of course, of this Paradox. With some map control, right, with a 3-to-1 Walker advantage and Veil Walker plus that silence wave. It is pretty scary. You get hit by a carbine and you're dead. You're going to be basically locked down for the foreseeable future, especially with slowing Hex in the build. There's just no escape. So Lemaine being very present, active across the map. And look at this. We see Hydra Nation trying to collapse here on Chain Gang's position on that right side.
They're looking for any pick they can get. Ranger has combo up, is going to be fearlessly leading the front.
Well, that's a combo.
On the chase down, and Matt just gets caught in the crossfire, and kind of rare to see that happen. We saw in EU just how evasive Minas can be, so it requires pretty significant shutdown to actually go on the Mina and succeed.
I mean, you have the catch, of course, of the Paradox, and combo obviously renders you unable to use your abilities. So there's no sanguine retreat when Ranger turns up on you. Again, between the Paradox and that Mo and Krill, Hydra Nation really get to fight wherever they please and also start to control these buff areas. We're going to have them spawn up now. Casting one going to be taken by Low Main, who again has the core of their build pretty much locked in now. And it's really just about those small tweaks. It's only, though, shrunk a little bit, of course, after the team fight win and, mid-boss take from Chain Gang, but they are still very much behind, and now Earn is going to be scrutinized.
Also, a little bit tough for Chain Gang, where they arguably got a bit too close to the sun, where they evened the gap enough that this is a neutral Earn turn-in. Probably the worst outcome here for Chain Gang, because you take a look at how they are on the map, they're not going to try and contest this. You have a doorman in the vicinity, but surely you don't go for some hero play here.
ABG also is getting disgusting in terms of their build. That Berserker is pretty terrifying in some of these more protracted engagements. All right, Earn needs to be picked up, of course. The doorman shenanigans from Division help them disrupt somewhat, but Rangers are going to turn it in and just turns on Poshy instantly with the combo. There's a window, of course, for the Shadow Transformation for the Yamato. Division, of course, making use of that ultimate to isolate one of those Hydra Nation players out of the fight. Now, can this be kited? No, it cannot. Poshy Pop, easy flying in and take down of the Grey Talon.
I mean, honestly, not the worst outcome to find at least one pick there, but the question is, what are you giving up for it in turn? Chain Gang apportioned more people to the left. They're trying to get a good left walker push going, and it just does not pan out. So, macro-wise, you delay the Earn a little bit. You give up kill for it. You get Rocker in the melee, which still isn't bad. It kind of leaves Chain Gang where they were pre-Earn, but now trying to get the right-hand side of Walker. Nox Nostra going to be popped. A little bit of pressure on the mat as it's going down, but it's not enough to save the Walker.
So it might be a fight to be had here. Door passed through by Hydra Nation. No chance to chase down by the looks of things. Debuff remover has to be picked up by Matt here because they are getting caught up every which way. And that's going to be handy against a lot of these active items from the Paradox. But there it is. Still not enough. The debuff remover does get used in the end, but there's just far too much gas in the tank for Hydra Nation. Once again, Mina is exsanguinated.
Yeah, Matt's been public enemy number 1, and ooh, speaking of public enemy, the charge here on the left, but
Bro, we fighting this
pretty ahead of the game right now. This is a 28k Infernus that is kind of willing to take this fight. Doesn't want to take a multiple end fight here, but is enough to not disintegrate from Connor coming in off the charge.
Yeah, that's okay, Souls. That's more than a tier 4 item, so definitely don't want to tangle, and that's going to be the seismic slam used there by the Abrams. Look at this. Look at that. I mean, this is the perfect scenario for Hydra Nation to fall back now and take their own camps. They've shoved up. They're in a great position. Definitely start eyeing off that mid walker, especially if someone like Division, gets a little bit too close for comfort. And again, the melee items continue to be picked up there. That's a Spirit Snatch now taken by Hydration. Once more, just being pretty scary as soon as he's able to TP in and get one of those hits.
And also going for a build that helps on the ult end too, deciding to go for superior duration, where you know what's worse than being blind effectively? Mitch, being blinded for another 20 some odd percent on top of it. Not ideal.
Bro, look at all these bloody silence waves. So many of them being picked up here. Also, importantly, it also reduces that spirit resist and spirit power, so can answer some of the itemization from Hydra Nation, but we're seeing a lot of those being picked up across the map. Ranger brooding from the rooftops here now, as it might be time to have a look towards that mid walker. And AVG is getting terrified. We talked about Leffer obviously being pretty built and able to fight the Abrams, but yeah, this Lady Geist build is pretty scary. And there is a catch potentially, but in the midst of a Poshy Pop just flattens Hydration. Not kneeling enough there for Hydra Nation to actually confidently go forward. And there's more where that came from apparently. Flying Strike on towards Ranger here. Silence Wave used instantly though on Poshy Pop into a combo. There might be something here. Shadow Transformation has to be used though, and now Poshy Pop is ready to throw it down. But what's the assess the situation? I don't know how he hits these. I really don't. AVG now, the object of some scrutiny. It's like healing tempo though, being picked up by the Lady Guy. So very, very hard to beat them, but still doable. Arctic down again. This time didn't TP in and died. They just died where they stood. That is a big hit. Charge shot flattens that Yamato in terms of damage, and Chain Gang might have bitten off more than they could chew, CP.
Yeah, despite how the fight started off really well, it's an incredible interrupt of the combo coming in from Division. You have the combo coming in, the luggage cart actually interrupts it, lets the Yamato get in with Shadow Transformation, but the chase down, as you say, they bit off more than they could chew. It doesn't work out in their favor despite the way the fight started. And now Division, really either you go in and try to miracle steal one charge, or you sit back and await the inevitable. Neither situation is quite good for Chain Gang.
I mean, they're in trouble. They can't intervene in this kind of situation. Really, I mean, Division can hope to be a nuisance, but they're just going to die for this. So that's obviously a minute off the map. And now, of course, 4 Regi buffs going over towards Hydra Nation, who've started to blow this Soul Leader a little bit more. Now, it's not all bad for Chain Gang, but this is definitely a bit of a trough for them in terms of power. Arctic is in a pretty strong spot in terms of that farm, but does not want to get snarled up in the middle of these engagements. I don't think the Mirage has really been getting the fights that they've been hoping for at all. And now we have an earn to play for, so more objectives for Hydra Nation to force a fight.
The delay coming in from Ranger, I haven't looked that deep into that end of the mechanics, but I wonder if that just gives you more time overall on the rejuve, as if the overall stack is set by the last one you get. I think that may be the case, and why Ranger just, stuck it out for a little bit longer, because it gives Hydra Nation just a little bit of extra time to set up their rejuve push. So I'm assuming was the reasoning that went
Might be right. This is an effortless earn take here. Chain Gang are shoving that right side wave, which is fine, but there's nothing to be got there. There's no walker whatsoever. So this is going to be weird now. They're a little spread across the map, whereas Hydra Nation want to move in numbers over towards that mid-side walker. They've decided now. They've basically picked up all the neutral objectives that they could ask for. Start to clear their own jungle side here. It's a bit of a nuisance, the wave pushing on their right side, but that'll be handled in no time at all. And yeah, this guy's just terrifying. Juggernaut alongside healing tempo. 4k health with a berserker. Yeah, pretty fed.
Let's take out Abra.
Oh, one rejuve charge down to his Hydration, losing his crystal, but you still got 3 more. And while Hydration can't use it again, the rest of Hydra Nation is very willing to just take a fight here if they're able to get the jump on Chain Gang. Chain Gang, though, were they able to fully disengage? Don't appear to be in the worst situation, so if they get out cleanly, it's not the worst, but Connor does not get out cleanly. I mean, they lose 1, or they lose 2 here so far, and now Hydra Nation is just picking them apart.
Arctic can't see anything. He actually can't be involved in that fight whatsoever. He's got no idea what's going on the other side of the veil. Oh, the guided hour connection. Nicely done. Erebus obviously disarmed for that window and forced to back on away. Demo and Krill definitely problematic for you there if you're trying to rely on your gun whatsoever. And obviously not a lot of souls on the holiday here. Definitely not in a power spike of their build. And there it is. Another slot opened up here. That is 3 walkers down. And we're going to start to knock on that very front door. No ultimates up for Hydra Nation outside of the soul exchange. So they'll get what they can. Maybe get some base guardians. And be happy with that.
The issue for Chain Gang is that they still have 3 rejuves to deal with. Hydra Nation, at a bare minimum, should be able to threaten shrines if they decide to sit here. I guess it depends on how long or how safe they want to play this. You take a look at the rejuve timer. You still have plenty of time right now for Hydra Nation to do another round of wave push-up and come back before the rejuve is gone, which again, may have something to do with why Ranger staggered the rejuve hits the way he did. But the win conditions here are pretty tough, especially while the rejuves are up, where you go, oh, maybe Erebus can land a Spirit Lasso and get us up 1. Well, it's not really how that works in most cases when rejuve is up on the other team, unless you get Hydration again, who doesn't have it at the moment.
Now, where's your burst supposed to be on this Chain Gang side? Like, your souls are being farmed into your sustained sort of damage dealer at the moment. Poshy is getting to the point now where you might still be overwhelmed by debuffs. Presumably debuff remover being picked up here, but I mean, this build continues to get more and more disgusting on AVG side of things now. We've added the Spellbreaker into the mix, of course. So just, I asked what the burst damage is. Even if it was there, it would be further mitigated by the itemization here on this Grey Talon. This is, this is the end game fantasy for AVG right now. 39k souls and not a care in the world.
Yeah, AVG probably has done the last of their dying this game, barring a big turnaround from Chain Gang. I think that is a safe assumption to make at this point. But we'll see. Rejuve is nearly gone here, and Hydra Nation, they may have... on one hand, Chain Gang has just been stuck in their base and giving up the entire map, but Hydra Nation decided they didn't really want to push with the remainder of the Rejuve. The Rejuve is about to go down, and all you see here is Hydra Nation claiming their side of the jungle after pillaging the end of Chain Gang.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you've answered the sort of speculation there. They don't need to push because they can really just ransack Chain Gang's jungle and deny them. Anyway, back into the game off of that comeback mechanic. Bazimbo, thank you very much for the subscription, for supporting us here at Night Shift. This is our 8th night shift powered by our friends over at Intel. Hydra Nation want a crack at the crown yet again, and so far not too shabby. It's a longer game considering the lead they had early, but a couple quasi throws. Here's a Spirit Lasso startup that you were looking for, ZP. On Ranger as well, someone who can't really deal with that sustained damage. That is an opening here, and with those rejuve buffs having expired, that's 70 seconds that Ranger's out of action.
The upside for Chain Gang, you got to pick. The downside is it's not a pick that's going to lead you to something like mid-boss that could truly twist the game to your advantage. But if you could get a walker here and maybe start chipping away, it is the path you need to walk if you want to make this game something that can be won. And now, in a 6v5 situation, see what they're going to do here. A little bit of doorman play around the urn.
All right, this is getting pretty messy. Notice Poshipop's positioning there on the minimap, going to be surrounded by a number of Hydra Nation players. And so Shadow Transformation is a must, and it's not remotely enough. Not with everybody on Hydra Nation looking at you with derision in their eyes. So even without Ranger on the field, Hydra Nation still well prepped to fight. And that urn is being rushed across the maps. The Chain Gang are trying to at least extract some value from this exchange and probably have the... Oh, okay, nicely done. There is actually going to be presence here from the Lady Geist of AVG. Can they disrupt this? The answer is no. It's going to be an urn turn here for Chain Gang.
Honestly, in getting back into the game, the last few minutes, pretty decent for Chain Gang. However, is being down 1 going to mean they lose mid-boss? Because if they don't get at least half these rejuves, the game is going to be over. So that's a penalty. They got closer in souls, and now the mid-boss screams, and Hydra Nation looking for the quarry that may have been baited in.
Sango retreat here for Matt, who... Again, still trying to get into a position of power. I mean, this is going to be bad news for you. Nox Nostra attempted here, but the silence not really of any concern to Hydration, who boasts some pretty spectacular gun damage at this point of the game, especially you'll note that they've made investments to that effect. So, yeah, nasty stuff. Great to see, honestly, this Drifter gameplay from start to end. We kind of featured it a little bit, if we're honest, chat. Watching it sort of play out through the mid lane, but Hydration did everything that he needed to get Hydra Nation to a nice little lead early, paired up with low main and mid.
I also feel like Hydration was somewhat of a lightning rod in this game, where a lot of focus went on the Hydration, so it'd be easy to go, okay, you got blown up the entire time, but when you're also accruing that level of interest, you're also creating space for the rest of your team. So it's something that may be a little bit deeper than that. But Rejuvenator about to come down. And should Hydra Nation get all the charges, Chain Gang can kiss this match goodbye. The contest is coming on end, Mitch.
Here we go. We're going to go for it now quickly. These buffs are going to be picked up by Hydra Nation, and Arctic is nothing but a smear on the middle of the map. Chain Gang absolutely annihilated, and this is about where Hydra Nation will decide to exercise their royal prerogative to end the game.
Yeah, nothing left that Chain Gang can do here. If this were the EU finals, Aoreo said GG and left the game. Things are a little bit more prompt over there, but in this instance, I mean, okay, you do have stage 1 patron left, technically, but this is... It's a bridge too far here, Mitch. Barring the biggest throw imaginable, even with a few people potentially up for second stage patron, Hydra Nation can walk into the pit and just go. Nothing is going to stop that at this point.
Eternal Knight going to be popped here. This makes it even harder for Chain Gang to try and put something together, find a pick. The game is pretty deterministically over at this point. Just need to wait for the drop into the pit for the patron, and there they are. They're going to be turned into scrap metal and shift off to further the ends of the Amber Hand as Hydra Nation looking good here, opting to out of the pit briefly as Chain Gang do throw themselves into the mix, but that's only just to pick them off one last time. Convincing win in a long-ish 33-minute game as Hydra Nation just, dot their I's, cross their T's, and get the job done.
They get the job done, and the freight train makes its way to somewhere, wherever it's going. I guess to the finals, because that's where they are going to now, being a part of the money match up against the Baroness Hotel for the rematch, the third week in a row. Now, guys, obviously Chain Gang were the underdogs, heavy underdogs going into this one. What are the positives? What are the positives that we can take away for Chain Gang, what they got going on?
I think the positives were is that the game was very close until what was probably an ill-fated mid-boss take, where realistically, I think the decision-making wasn't bad. It was the execution, and I think it was one half. I think there were some mistakes being made by Chain Gang on where they went to take it, but also one half AVG's heroics that ended up getting 2 charges and leading to Hydra Nation getting a lead that they would never surrender thereafter.
I mean, there's a lot of work here. I do think that Hydra Nation, with the exception of the small slip up, which they recover nicely with like a quick zipline boost back into that mid boss area, get everything they want from this game. Hydration starts the ball rolling early, right? Getting some picks and just sort of starting to be oppressive and start to control that mid pretty quickly. And then we get a Walker take and an Urn turn in. Hydra Nation with some sick macro, and it's Lomain again involved as he rotates across the map and sets up a pick for Leffa and then allows them to just, take the Urn elsewhere. There's a slight issue as they're over pushing a little bit. I think it was Hydration that got caught out, allows Chain Gang to at least start a fight, but AVG is mega fed. He and Leffa, like this whole time, have been uninterrupted in getting fed, and that also has the impact of Poshy Pop not really getting enough of those souls, Matt not getting enough souls, they're getting caught out, Arctic doing okay in that regard, but still so squishy. He's just TPing into fights and dying. So like some of those travelers who were pretty inopportune, and unfortunately, at situations like this, right, got turned on pretty instantly. That was without TPing in. That's just Hydra Nation being in a great spot. So I don't know. You get your Lady Geist fed, your Infernus fed, Lomain setting up 22 kill opportunities across the map, and yeah, you're probably gonna win.
That's a fair enough way to put it, I suppose. But I gotta ask, the Drifter, could this have been a much more dominant, faster finish for Hydra Nation without the Drifter? If there's like a Billy in there instead, for example.
I think as I look at the Drifter play here, again, off the eye test, it didn't seem to be as impactful as you would expect as some other heroes that could have been played. But also it depends on what you're judging off the eye test. If your eye test is Drifter going to go off and go on a mega kill streak and get a ton of stacks for his passive, well, no, that didn't happen. On the other hand, Hydration, as mentioned before, was also eating a lot of resources out of Chain Gang, where Chain Gang was going out of their way to stop Hydration. He was eating a lot of Spirit Lassos. He was eating a lot of early Abrams charges, or luggage carts for that matter, where Division had a lot of good carts over the course of the game. But if you just kill Hydration after using all those resources on him, you're not looking at the other aspects that are taking you out, like Leffa, like AVG, like Rocker, that are also laying in extra damage, and you end up losing these fights in total, even if Hydration gets picked off early. So, on the whole, it's kind of one of those things that I would go back to the VOD and, look in depth, but I think Hydration actually worked really well as a lightning rod, would be my guess.
All right, well, I do see a lot of silence waves in this in this game. It's definitely something that has come to quite a lot of popularity. I think there's a few items, Veilwalker, Silence Wave, Spirit Snatch as well. We're getting like a meta of items here. Is Silence Wave OP? Question mark.
It's pretty freaking annoying. Pretty good. Considering that when we talk about how impressive like Mina Ultimate is in some of these fights. Also, low-key, look at all the Spirit Shieldings picked up. There is like 4, 5 on the Hydra Nation side. I just think, you want items that give you that sort of nice out of combat sort of regen. And like Fortitude does that to some degree, but Spirit Shielding offers this to you at a tier lower. And also, it shuts down like that burst damage, or rather, it gives you that barrier if you sort of just take a big spirit hit, which is pretty important. Up against Yamato, up against Division's Call Bell, the barrels from Erebus, there's like a ton of reasons why it makes its way into the builds here, and I think it smooths that early game out pretty nicely for like Hydra Nation. So I like that we're going in that direction. I think their itemization looks pretty good, and the Silence Wave I think has come to the shores from EU.
All right, well let's take a look at our MVP for this one. Our MVP is going to be the Graveyard Shift Man. That's who we'll be talking to later if you're a patron or a subscriber. You'll be able to ask him some questions. But for now, we're going to look at his gameplay. Great performance on the Geist. Geist, always a good pick. You can never say something or anything bad about Geist. And if you do, it probably reflects on you. You probably suck. Right?
I think the key thing for Geist is that Geist doesn't really have any periods of the game where you go, well, okay, Geist fell off. Geist is, I would say, above average in the laning phase. And even if Geist has a bad game, even if Geist is under-farmed, Geist still carries disproportionate threat with swap. But also if Geist is farmed, Geist also becomes you cannot take this hero one-on-one. You need to bring 2 people. And you have to approach it delicately.
What is that?
But yeah, the heroics that AVG pulled here is why we're giving him MVP, is that this was such a pivotal moment in the game where Chain Gang could have evened up, and AVG goes in and is able to lay enough damage and be evasive enough to turn this into what was ultimately a winning fight for Hydra Nation, and you don't get more value than that.
Low-key, it's super based because he walks in and starts life draining mid-boss just for the sustain. And I think that they just died of like an essence bomb or something. I don't know what it is, bro, but like the burst is disgusting. I thought that use of life drain was really, really nice there for AVG, and didn't have to risk trying to stick it to an enemy to secure it. Just a sick game. I'm really, really impressed. Look, man, like even things like that. Like it's maybe not the most optimal use of the soul exchange. Gives him like an extra 400 HP, but that matters in those situations. Like you don't have to find the highest health target when you're at the lowest health.
It's also just like kind of scary hearing that sound, because you as the opponent who's getting life swapped, you don't actually know how much like that life swap's going to do necessarily sometimes in those moments. But yeah, Geist is really tanky as well, and the Mystic Regeneration items are really, really nice. But yeah, good performance for sure from Hydra Nation. I'm skeptical that we'll see Drifter get into the draft from anybody in this final. I feel like you got to pull out all the stops. I'm still not sold. So they'll have to just prove it. But as you guys can see, this will be the matchup now, the money match between the Baroness Hotel and Hydra Nation. Baroness Hotel, I kind of want to say it's Ido's team in one respect, just because he's the biggest like personality in a sense. He's got the biggest stream, but there's a lot of hard-hitting players on that stream, players we've had on the Graveyard Shift, people like John, who has come to a pretty impressive force with this team, as is his perma duos in Sire. So there's a lot to say about the Baroness Hotel. Maybe I'll be able to say their name after the break, because we'll go to a quick break and we'll be back to talk more about those 2 rosters as we enter the best of 3, the final one of today. Welcome back to the show, to the shift. We are clocking in, and we are clocking in for the final time, for the final best of 3. And it is a good one because we are going to see if Hydra Nation, now they've got 2 weeks with the Ranger, who's supposed to be a player that's, I suppose, supposed to organize the team more strategically. That's kind of the idea here. Second time, but will it be a third loss to the Baroness Hotel? A team that I guess just kind of came out of nowhere. We didn't expect it. Ido kind of isn't even supposed to really be on the team. Mitch already alluded to this if you guys missed it, his wonderful explanation. But that's what we're walking into right now. And the draft is always so important in Deadlock. So I want to start the conversation there, guys. You know, what do we need to see in this draft for Hydra Nation, who are coming in kind of as the underdogs to get off to a good start?
Well, I've got to hold my pen first because it makes me look like I'm taking notes, which I'm definitely not doing. Thereby makes me look a little bit more studious and astute. So that's where I'm starting. I think ZP actually mentioned it in the break. I think it is there. See, bro is a knower. That is crazy. I didn't have my glasses on, man. It's just fine. Look, I think, you know, we want to look at who Ido is going to end up playing. I think that the guy is able to take over the games on the right. That's crazy, bro. Yeah, and you might be able to see the last shred of my dignity if you squint your eyes, look through the super magnifying lens. Yeah, is it going to be Mina or is it going to be Pocket, right? Because I think Baroness Hotel really prioritized the Pocket very heavily last week. This team's kind of sick. Do also, yeah, is a Pocket player. But, I mean, the John Sire core is crazy. Sire is such an enabler for me, I think, for so many of the teams that he's on. He's just kind of correct, man. I think these guys are, just by some, you know, twist of fate came together and have started dominating NA. And honestly, sometimes it hasn't even looked close.
Also, I think the ridiculous part here is, we kind of open with Hydra Nation like, okay, we've added in Ranger to add more, more of a cerebral nature to the team, more intelligent shot calling, make the scrims better, all the stuff with adding, a higher IQ player, as it were, right? And then you go to Baroness Hotel and be like, do you guys scrim? Nah. Did you guys have a plan? Nah, we just went in there and did stuff. Like, it is the ultimate other end of the spectrum where, well, of course, Baroness Hotel is made up of incredibly mechanically skilled players, some of the very best in the world. On the other hand, the fact that they've had the success they've had over the last 2 weeks without being a team that has gone to a normal scrim schedule, without being a team that, is using the normal methods of preparation, is a little bit ridiculous. But you do wonder if today is the day that the bill comes due, because the one downside of being on top is that everyone is aiming for you and you are the team that is getting stratted against the most. And now there's 2 weeks of data to potentially use against Baroness Hotel as we go into tonight's money match.
Yeah, but if they have no plan, then how's the enemy supposed to figure out what their plan is? He's supposed to play against that. Also, like, yeah, you look at like multiple like rank 1 players here. I think Saya currently is rank 1. I think Du was rank 1 for a while. We know what Ido is capable of doing. If you want big brains, I mean, you've got them aplenty on this team. So that's kind of what I'm hyped though. I do want to see like Hydra Nation have been putting in work, right? And there's always a bit of a Dan, a bit of a lull for them after they, make a roster change, right? And they sort of have to reacclimate, but they have always found their way back up to the top. But I don't think they've really had to deal with a boogeyman like the Baroness Hotel in NA before. This is something else.
And that last week matchup, I feel like that was one of the most exciting games we've actually had. And it actually, I think for me, outshone the EU matches, EU finals, which typically I think are kind of the headline of the broadcast, where the match quality is super high and it's like very close. But that last match, if you guys missed it, especially the final map, was really good. So I'm hoping to get more of that as we see these guys face off again here today.
It's going to be interesting, all in all. I'm curious to see how this one pans out, because I think Deadlock, yes, part of it is that the game is in its early invite a friend alpha stage, but it is a game that I think even as you get into release is just going to be a game where you're not going to have metas that are super stagnant. Like, yes, you will have some mainstays, but even in weeks where you don't have much in the way of balance changes, you still get a lot that changes between the teams from week to week in terms of priority. Ask Seven how he feels about it, where Seven gets no nerfs for quite a while and just vanishes because people realize, hey, we actually just don't want to play him over some other things.
I've got to say really quick, Steve, you just actually put me onto what I think is a flaw in Valve's system here, the invite a friend system. I mean, this is a problem because I know for a fact, whenever I go on Twitter, like most people I see on Twitter definitely don't have any friends. So imagine how many players we could have if it wasn't an invite a friend system. If you could just kind of invite yourself,
I was hoping we got that, at least that kind of angle. You buried the lead a little bit on us, but I was like, do I interrupt him and say, because you have no friends? But no, you done better. That's fine. We need to see Kelvin banned. Thank you, Hydra Nation. They let Kelvin through in the first game of their best of 3 last week, and they got crapped on. It was bad.
Yeah, I don't think you let Kelvin through right now. Even looking back to EU, the game Abrahams won, guess what? They had Kelvin. Kelvin just does a little bit too much right now, and I think if you're looking at heroes that maybe under the nerf gun in the future, it'd be that. But Baroness Hotel, they realize how much Hydra Nation loves running Bone Krill. They first pick it, but this is also a bit risky because I think if you're Hydra Nation, not only can you grab Mina here, but depending on how much you value your front line, I think they grab Mina no matter what, because you don't want Ido to play it. And then the question to me is, do you grab Pocket or do you grab something like an Abrams as your premium frontliner? But the Mina's gonna be gone, and yeah, she is.
Or do you take the Billy away from the Baroness Hotel, because they really prioritized that pick last week. We sort of talked about why it's so powerful, but again, just the level of sustain you have that also ignores anti-heal is really, really good. So Mina, obviously a great opener. That's going to take that away from the Baroness Hotel as well. It means that, now the question of Pocket or not is going to be circulating, and Ivy will be the second lock-in.
That's nasty, CP. That's a Mina into Ivy. That's rough. And Baroness Hotel, they've just got Mo and Krill.
Yeah, I mean, they have part of their front line. I would assume going in here that Pocket will probably get picked. I mean, Pocket's been getting picked before mid-stage bans a lot, and you have Du on the team. It also, Ido can still play it, but Paradox comes in. I would think it's going to be Pocket, but again, it kind of depends on, as Mitch alludes to, DMB played a lot of Billy in the past, and Billy looked really, really good for Baroness Hotel at securing things here. So it just kind of depends on what are you valuing the most, and whatever you don't value, you may lose in mid-stage bans or just a pick to deny it from you. So we'll see. But it is going to be pocket for Do.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, we saw the Paradox pretty heavily lent on by Hydra Nation when they tried to take these guys on last time. Obviously, there's a couple of other directions you can go. We even saw Warden attempted by Hydra Nation, actually managed to win that game. Still an outside option. Lady Geist, of course, might be a little bit too early for those. You might look for a hard share of your own. That's really the lock-in sound for Abrams. That's crazy. Okay.
Yeah. You play Warden versus Abrams, you're going to hear that sound a lot. I mean, Warden just has to let the people know.
God help me.
I feel like Hydra Nation's first 3 picks looking quite nice. I don't know the confidence I have for Baroness Hotel. What is Ido going to play? Because, if Do is playing Pocket, where do you put the Ido?
Well, I mean, in this case, you could still go for Yamato, which would be a perfectly fine pick. Yamato, a little bit more favored in NA still than where it's at in EU. That'd be a good start for me. Also, I'm a little bit surprised for Hydra Nation that they decided to go for the ban on the Shiv. I mean, yes, Baroness Hotel has played Shiv pretty well in the past. I personally think the Billy is a bigger threat here, unless they intend to pick it up themselves. Because in terms of how they're setting up their front line, they still have the ability to actually go Abrams Billy front line, which would make a lot of sense if that's what comes through and would kind of explain the Shiv ban, because you're getting rid of another frontliner while taking one of the good ones for yourself.
It's just like you need to find some good low econ picks here as well. Like farming. Okay, so Warden does come up again for Hydra Nation. It feels like definitely a bit of a comfort pick for them still. And fares okay in NA in general. Yeah, it's like Hydra Nation obviously have like the Ivy and Mina, and add the Billy. There's like, 3 heroes that want to scale. I do want to get to that sort of those power spikes later on in the game. So need, those less soul intensive picks to come up now. The Baroness Hotel have the opposite issue. So Mirage going to be trying to power farm his way through the game with Lady Geist already taken away.
And chat says Doorman Ido. That's what Chris Laura said in chat. And maybe we'll see Doorman come out for Ido. What a shout out. We'll see.
That's actually true. He has been grinding out a lot of Doorman on stream too, in addition to the Mina. So Ido on Doorman act, that is a good call, just based on his stream habits. So, and they could probably pick that up last unless Hydra Nation goes for the deny. Hydra Nation picking Warden there, I think, is kind of interesting. I'm not convinced Warden is the best pick in this situation, but it may be the best pick for AVG, where it's one of AVG's historic comfort heroes, and generally speaking, he's going to play, a spirit-heavy build. They'll usually get a fairly early Majestic Leap and use it specifically for pushing and keeping macro pressure up.
Ooh, I forgot about Viscous. That's a nice pickup.
Is this the John Bebop reprise?
Probably.
That's so lit. We asked him actually like a few weeks ago, like we'd see that again, and he didn't feel particularly bullish about it. But I do think the Bebop also like scaling on his range with boons is kind of nice, and it's an often overlooked factor. The Drifter comes in yet again for Hydra Nation. That is unbelievably spicy, and then they've got a great front line. And this Ivy Mini can get rolling. Like I like this Hydra Nation. I think the reason why we think their draft looks so good because they've got they picked the flashy heroes up front here and still had space for the Drifter, which is fantastic.
So question is it Doorman? Will he be of service? He will. And yeah, it's going to be Ido. So, I think we have a pretty good read on the Ido hero pool of, this month in 2025. Mina, pretty high priority. And then if no Mina, no Pocket, Doorman goes on in. And I mean, truthfully, I think you just kind of give the Pocket the due here regardless. So, yeah, I mean, as I look at this here, the early game for Baroness Hotel is terrifying. The ability to invade, get picks so low, the ability to go with the Paradox, the Bebop. I mean, your pick potential is out of this world.
But I mean, fighting pitched engagements, I mean, outside of like the Affliction and Mirage being able to put that consistent damage down, Hydra Nation get a lead and can force fights around key objectives. They look very, very good. I think a lot is going to depend on how Drifter factors in, because unlike the previous game, Dan, Drifter was paired with the Paradox. There was someone that was able to set up that isolated state in lane, which is not easy to do, and guarantee quick kills with that melee build. This time, Hydra Nation do not have that aspect. Maybe if they put the Abrams with the Drifter, they can try and shoulder charge someone, get them, to where they sort of need to be. But I don't think it's so cut and dry this time around.
I think you're right. I think it's going to be a great test. It's going to be a great test if this Drifter is actually legit. And a Drifter actually looks like he's a few too many, you know, what's like Klarna? It's like, how do they call it? Something pay later schemes.
Oh, you
He's
buy
done
now,
too
pay
many of
later.
those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Payday loans. So you're talking
Can I
about
just
payday
say-
loans.
Payday loan, there you go.
Sort of. Yeah, that's a variation of it.
There's a
Is it just
specific
me?
term for those, but he's
Is it
done
just
too
me or
many
is
of
the
those.
Baroness Hotel's comp designed to abuse the shit out of Vale Walker? Like
A little bit, yeah.
the whole thing. Like, this is disgusting, bro.
I like it.
Okay.
It's really designed to just break the game wide open in the 8 to around 16-minute mark. If they're not able to get good invades and get good picks with what they're doing, and if the game stays even soul-wise, Hydra Nation has a lot of tools to just make things immensely painful for them. Hydra Nation is also just going to have better scaling overall with the heroes that they picked. So it's, to me, Baroness Hotel is going into this game on a timer. They must get ahead by the mid game, and if they don't, Hydra Nation is working with a pretty obscene advantage in my mind.
We are, by the way, 12 subs away from 1,000. Big shout out to Milk and Joy and Pete_ZA. Thank you very much for subbing. 12 away from 1,000. And then Jason is going to do something humiliating. I mean, that won't be because of sub goal. He's going to do that without trying. But we'll also think of something for him to do for you.
What's he doing?
Well.
Is he taking his pants off or something? What's he doing?
No, yes, he knows. Yeah, I would have thought that. No, he's going to squat. He's gonna rack a barbell on his shoulders and go for it. No, we don't know yet. We'll figure it out. But it would be momentous, folks, if you can get us there. So if you got those primes sitting around, consider using them on us. We'd greatly appreciate the support. The prize pool, of course, for this show is supported by our friends over at Intel. But you help keep the lights on by joining us over at Patreon and also subscribing to our Twitch channel. It's much appreciated.
All right. Well, I'm vibing with the Baroness Hotel ZP. I feel that the Riz factor is too high on the Baroness Hotel.
I think also you kind of have to consider where these teams are coming from. If you're a team that's not doing a lot of scrimming, but you're a team that plays the game a lot, which is very much the case for Baroness Hotel, the cracks in your coordination don't really appear until the mid to late game anyways. So one of the better ways to put things away, you build a team that is incredibly stacked for the earlier part of the game where you can kind of win the game outright before the impact of coordination and scrims and otherwise could maybe give Hydra Nation an edge. So, for Baroness Hotel, maybe recognizing where their strengths are, it's not a bad draft for them, I would say.
The question is, in the broader sense of things, is the layaway scheme for the Baroness Hotel over? Do they now have to pay up after getting themselves some nice little bit of pocket change here? Thanks to our friends at Intel for being victors in night shifts 6 and 7 for NA. It's time to find out. We're headed over the Cursed Apple here, and we can get a bit of a look at our lanes. Already floating over the left-hand side of the map, you notice that Rocker is going to be set up here alongside Hydration. So, calling a tech pause here. Thank you very much. A deadbeat beat and the Hayron. Thanks for the sub.
Thank you.
Also, in terms of hero swaps here, it's going to be Ranger on the Drifter, not Hydration. So a change up in who's playing what. And yeah, I mean, look at the lanes here. The interesting part is that I don't think the lanes for Hydra Nation are necessarily weak. It's more so the danger for them comes into play once ults are a thing and Guardians go down and you have rotational play coming on in. That's where you get more of the power spike from your Bebops, your Paradox, your Moes, and thereabouts. But within the lane phase itself, Hydra Nation, let's take a look here. So it's Hydra Nation in the blue. It's Baroness Hotel in the yellow. And based on the lanes here for Hydra Nation, you got a Viscous Warden lane in middle. And at a bare minimum, I don't think that lane is necessarily going to beat down the Doorman Paradox lane, but I don't, if they play it safely, I don't think it's necessarily going to lose either. So, I think Hydra Nation, a lot of these lanes, even if they don't outright win, they should be able to keep it even if, they don't get mechanically outplayed.
One quick question,
very quickly.
ZP. You're talking about rotations, but I don't have a protractor. What do I do?
You've caught me off guard.
I'm sorry, guys. Puck is not here, okay? I'm trying my best to fill in.
ZP.exe has stopped working, bro. He's absolutely cooked.
I don't know, man. Don't forget your protractor in that instance.
All right, big shout outs quickly. Tetrasaur, Dark Fox, Hippo Flipper, El Scorcho, and Remy. Thank you very much. Could have gone either way. Thank you very much for your subs, primes, and all. We appreciate them all the same. We are 5 subs away from 1,000 here on the night shift. And again, we're all both filling in for Chris Puckett as much as we possibly can. We're going to shill. We're going to get you guys to give us your money. So thank you very much for your support. Let's get back into the action, though, now as ZP foreshadowed how these lanes might go. Since Ivy Drifter look here going up against the Bebop and Mirage.
Also, in terms of, doing... Oh, hold the phone. Hook over and in. Early enough, that's not going to be a kill, but it does help in gaining an HP lead. And also, Mitch, in terms of filling in for Puckett, I did my duty. I drank 1 Celsius earlier because it was on sale at Costco when I did my shopping this week.
How are you feeling? The shivers? Are you sort of dialed in? You seeing smells?
Not really different than normal, which may be more concerning in and of itself, given that
now,
I think it's like 200 milligrams of caffeine.
Yeah, of course, Celsius, great people. Obviously, not sponsors of the show, but they could be if they wanted to. If they wanted to get on board. Obviously, it's powering ZP tonight, so, that's an endorsement in and of itself, I'd like to think. Saya, looking for do here. Tough, though, for hydration. Was definitely getting eyed off by that pocket. So the Baroness Hotel already starting to put things together on this left-hand lane.
That's your Mina lane, too. Granted, the burst potential of Pocket's still pretty high. Just out of position for one moment is all it takes. And, always rough when it happens to your Abrams. The one hero that doesn't really enjoy being behind, probably has the most outsized impact on his game. A fed Abrams can take it over. A weak Abrams becomes support, and, not the way people usually like when playing the character.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And if we're talking about snowballing in that mid game and getting good invades off Veil Walker abuse, then that's a good start. That's what you want to do. Make it harder for Hydration to roam with that level of impunity and intervene in some of those pick scenarios. We'll see how he fares here, of course. Gone for some sustain in lane to the itemization here. But look at that. Saya always looking for a chance to come forward. He gets some scorn, regen, shoulder charge. Pretty bloody good. Forces the burrow here out from Saya. He will get his stay of execution, but he's very low.
Kind of interesting. People might look at that and go, why didn't he go for a melee there? Surely he could have went for a melee. And the reason is that teams have gotten pretty good about sensing out that and getting a parry in for your teammate. Dude could have gone in there and saved Saya if Hydration went for the melees, so that's why I don't think it came in. And 1,000 subs, bitch.
That's massive. Thank you very much, everybody, for your support. Sari's Shuffle. We appreciate you. Thank you for getting us to that particular milestone. Awesome to have you guys on board, and what an auspicious moment for it to occur. I know Chris Puckett would be absolutely cheering right now if he wasn't, I don't know, probably working another show. Who knows what that guy gets up to. Thank you. We've gotten there after 8 weeks. That is freaking awesome. Let's keep the good times going.
I think it's more like 6 weeks. We didn't have a sub button the first 2 weeks.
True.
Yeah.
Ooh, handicap. That is cool. Sick. That is sick. Love you guys. Thank you very much. Okay. In other news, Leffer fighting for his life here to try and defend his Guardian, which, by the way, has been chunked down very heavily. Again, it is Bebop and it is Mirage, so that is what they do. AVG also inflicting, trying to inflict the same on the Hydra Nation in that mid lane. But yeah, right side lane, definitely looking very strong here for Baroness Hotel.
It needs to be. With the comp that Baroness Hotel is running, they need to put this game away early. They cannot have this be an even game, past 20-minute mark with the combo there and hydration going down. It helps even more. More time uncontested here to get damage in onto the Guardian, because Lord knows Rocker at half HP isn't going to be coming up to challenge that. At least not until hydration comes back.
If this keeps going, at what point is hydration going to be able to be relevant in this game, ZP?
It's going to be tough. I mean, at the bare minimum, you're going to have to allocate more farm for Hydration to get back into the game. And while Hydration is off taking camps and licking his wounds, you don't have Abrams going on rotations and setting up picks for your team. So it's difficult. It's going to delay him from getting key power spikes like Warp Stone or Phantom Strike.
Yeah. Crucial, of course, to make sure he gets to his intended target and takes him out of the fight for as long as possible. Not to mention blowing them to pieces. So this is the right side of the map is worth keeping an eye on here. Binding Word will be circumvented by the use of the door for Ido. Always ready with the tech. He gets out of that situation. Scout's healthy enough here, but doesn't want to fight 1v2 for the time being. And Hydra Nation really starting to lean in a little bit. Of course, this is a pretty oppressive lane to go against. A lot of poke here between Viscous and the Alchemical Flask. DMB, compromising spot for him to begin trying to back away here. Decent damage they're being put down on Ranger, though. And looks like Baroness Hotel, but now to turn this fight. It looked like ZP, Hydra Nation were getting sick of being stuck in under their turret, trying to go for something and still get nothing.
Yeah, I mean, DMB just able to break the ankles just enough towards the end. And speaking of getting broken, Hydration forced back. DMB goes for the Guardian reset at the end, where, you know, we kind of talked a little bit about it, is that the Guardian reset, even with the longer respawn time, still generally seen as worth it. Although in this case, DMB may have fed Souls over, given the fact he didn't get the extra 10-second respawn on there.
And Ranger is
he might
here.
not have waited long enough.
Is Ranger trying to lane swap? Might be. It's 6 minutes into the game. Could be a bit late for that. Sai trying to go for the combo. Nox Nostra here from Rocker. Sai just a little bit too deep. It was just that extra player waiting in the wings for Hydra Nation to relieve some of the pressure they've been feeling on this left side. Their side lanes, been doing pretty well on the right side. So now a chance to get that wave shoved on in, give a reprieve, a window for Rocker, who's almost, of course, at that next soul milestone, can pick something up. There's that poke from Ido, though. Pretty problematic. Sai here as well, happy to dance in the middle of the map now. Binding Word catches, nicely done. Gooball making it impossible for the escape, and so Lomane is being sent on an all expenses paid trip to the Baroness.
Goes for the cube at the end to take 0 damage rather than anything. Still not enough for the save, but does end up being a bit of a trade regardless. AVG able to come out with a little bit of farm. Meanwhile, on the left-hand side, Guardian taking even more damage. But honestly, for Hydra Nation, so long as they don't get too far behind and they retain the ability to push objectives with Rocker as time goes on, if Rocker can, get a kill or two here and there, I mean, they're going to have options. Baroness Hotel needs to not only win, but they need to dominate in this period of time, Mitch.
That's beautifully done there by Do. A good setup as well, of course, with that baggage cart, but is able to emerge from the satchel with a flourish and keep the Baroness Hotel ahead of the game. It's been a very frothy 7 minutes of play, but the Baroness Hotel have found themselves ahead now with that Guardian picked up on the right side. They've been able to apply enough pressure, and also that left side one is getting low. This has amounted to a 6 to 7k soul advantage.
Yeah, and I don't think the left Guardian has a lot left in it here. One more good pushback from Baroness Hotel, and they're going to take that, be up 2 Guardians to 0 here so far, and see the pressure coming on in. Rocker, though, able to go in on mid, use Venus pressure to grab that, so opening up mid, not the worst here for Hydra Nation.
But they're losing out on the trades, right? It ends up being well, actually it's a 1-for-1 trade. I guess it's fine. But the Baroness Hotel get that Guardian on that left-hand side of the map, and dude, Hydration at 5k souls here is really squishy. Compare that to DMB, who's already made his way to 9k on this Mirage. Comma going to be used here to attempt to try and isolate AVG, take him out of the fight. Nox Nostra, though, to silence away Sire. And where's the backup supposed to be for Baroness Hotel in mid? It looks like Scout is trying to get there, but doesn't have a paradoxical swap to work with. And bro, this guy's got plot armor, man. Sneaks away with the burrow. Sire lives to fight another day.
Able to get on out, and now a healthy 12k lead for Baroness Hotel. And, Mitch, when you pick the sort of comp that they picked, this is exactly where Baroness Hotel wants to be. It's where they need to be if they're going to make this comp work. Now we're kind of into the execution phase where you have this big lead. Can you keep taking the fight over and in and getting Rocker the one-way trip into the Baroness Hotel? That's one way to do it. She doesn't have Sanguine up. She's not going to be able to desync.
Yeah, she's going to die. The cube got used early, I think, by Lomane, or I guess, yeah, trying to protect from that sort of burst of damage when exiting the Baroness Hotel, but then you can't escape the Baroness Hotel anyway, so... Yeah, see the idea there. It's only really something you can use on yourself as Viscous. Cube yourself as the Baroness Hotel's about to...
So, heading on in. Baroness Hotel about to be 10 minutes. First earn coming on up, and it's right at the barrier here, math-wise, where, if Baroness Hotel goes up another 1,000 or so, I don't think it's quite there yet, but it's in the world where Hydra Nation could get first earn in their territory, and that would actually be quite bad for Baroness Hotel if Hydra Nation gets earn control here. So the nature of the first earn and where it actually goes is actually a pretty high priority here.
Okay, well, we have a fight for buffs underway here. Baroness able to get that one on the left side of the map, but Hydration comes on in, and Scout is going to be punished. Scout, obviously, low econ, purely building for that utility and pick potential. And so here is that earn about to come about. And we see the turn-in is deep in Hydra Nation's territory.
And that was the important part about grabbing the earn here. It locks in. That'll be in Hydra Nation territory. Baroness Hotel fighting to get control over the earn just to prevent the turn-in, but they may have gone a little bit deep. Do barely able to escape off the cloak. Hydration a little bit low. Still fighting here. Tanky as the Abrams. 160 HP, and Ido can't get away to his own door. Do back into the fight. Maybe enough to finish off Hydration here, and but comes at the cost of his own life. And while this goes on, the urn has now been picked up by Hydra Nation, and this is going to equalize a lot of the soul deficit here, Mitch.
Yeah, I mean, that is definitely one that you can slot into your territory. Hydra Nation definitely benefiting here, and the Baroness Hotel might just let this one go. Without Duo on the map, who got jumped on early, I think, and had to escape in order to return after the use of the flying cloak. And yeah, could only get that sort of 1-for-1. So nice little earn take here for Hydra Nation. This is going to have the effect of acting as a bit of a relief valve, because the things they got going for them is that Leffa and AVG are starting to pump. If you want that Ivy to be a real threat later in the game, you are on the right track.
Also, you look at the income allocation here. I don't love John being one of your players at 12K. I mean, granted, you don't have a ton of ultra late game characters, but in terms of soul carrying, you know, your Bebop being one of your most farmed players, it isn't great if the game goes super long. It died for a second, Mitch. I think you're back. Say something.
I didn't realize that my mic sounded like doo-doo for a moment, but we're back.
You're good. You're good.
Yeah. I mean, that's probably my fault for trying to make use of a Zoomer meme in the middle of my casting, so I guess I got to pay the piper on that one. Well, if you have to ask, you'll never know. So back in we go. 5k souls is the difference now. The earn pickup for Hydra Nation, like we mentioned. Obviously, we already had the buffs fought for. Now we're looking back towards those big objectives. AVG is going to be caught here, and it's going to be tough to escape into the combo straight out of the paradoxical swap. And AVG, fed as he is, simply ceases to exist.
Even if he had last stand up there, he had no ability to use it, just completely locked down. However, Guardians getting equalized across the map here. Hydra Nation picking up 2, and that's huge, not only for souls, but also just opening up the map for a little bit more control as, you know, Rocker gets a little bit knocked off the zip line for a moment, and, you know, a little bit wondering, is it going to happen again? Eyeing the terrain.
Now, notice that TP's across the map here for Ranger. Very active. Gets caught up, though, and is hit by the slowing hex of the Paradox. Scout, unclear if there's any real desire to follow up on this. It might well be the case. Even a door popped here. And okay. Well, Ranger, enjoy your stay. Now, of course, is there a chance for Lomain to intervene? Looks like he's going to try to. And Ranger, yeah, gets cubed.
It's a good cube. I mean, it prevents the burst on the Ranger after he gets free. And in fact, on the chase down, you're able to get Ido, who just runs afoul things, didn't have door up and ready from the looks of it. And now things get really dangerous, I think, for Baroness Hotel here, Mitch, where Hydra Nation, they're going to get more of the map. They're going to keep things even with a comp that, you know, as we kind of talked about, scales better into the late game. And, you know, that early earn, I do kind of go back to that. This is a little rough, but oh, the hook! Grabs left in from a real long distance.
Note that this is a gun build by the looks of things. Tesla Ball's been taken here by John, so this is going to be pretty sick later in the game. I did wonder why so many souls have been funneled in that direction, and now we have our answer. John's always going to give us something special on the Bebop. That's what we've been conditioned to so far. So watch this space.
Next 10 minutes, pretty important overall here, where I feel like there's an indescribable amount of pressure right now in Baroness Hotel to get an extra pick, to turn things into a mid-boss. And, you know, to me, you got to be looking towards Sai, you got to be looking towards Scout and John, and see how this could be opened up. And Mitch, right now, they're saying, let's open up on left.
Yeah, this is looking very, very dangerous. Ranger brooding on the rooftops is going to pop that Eternal Knight here. Scout happy to actually just chase and hits the paradoxical swap regardless. Through the wall, silence in effect on Ranger. And the rest of the Baroness Hotel are able to turn up and find that elimination. That'll be now pressure onto the Walker that AVG alone is probably not going to be able to mitigate. Elsewhere across the map, Hydra Nation are trying to maybe do something towards the mid side here and a chance to pick Idorian off, but it is very much about this Walker, which unfortunately just won't be a factor for very long.
Another Walker take here for Baroness Hotel, getting them further ahead once more. Another trip to the Baroness. Goes Hydration. Hydration low on stam on the way, gonna pay the full checkout fee, and it's lethal.
Yeah, that is brutal, of course. Abram's not exactly the best equipped to run that particular obstacle course. An important pick-off, obviously, on someone who we mentioned that if they don't get started early, will struggle to be a factor. Both Hydration and Ranger, you know, might find themselves with difficulty taking any of these sort of singular engagements. Stalker's Mark was used there, but of course, invariably, the rest of the Baroness Hotel turn up where the action is, and that's a combo used to take the Drifter out of the game. Big pressure to this right side now. The Baroness Hotel, they're all in on these objectives.
They have to be. Here comes AVG, the one moment of power here for Warden. Off the leap with the last stand. This is going to be good enough here for Hydra Nation. Puts Paradox in a bit of a bind, but the rest of Baroness Hotel able to get out of the danger zone, and now you're stuck at the other end of Warden where you're just not going to be that effective for a while.
Yeah, Hydration able to catch them pretty deep here. This is likely going to be a 1-for-1 at best. Hydration knew that he was extremely out of position relative to the rest of Hydra Nation, I suspect. Still went for it. So Saya, comfortably sets the urn by his side, decides to ultimate the Abrams, and then, well, it's back to work. It's towards that left side of the map now. It's a deep turn-in location on the Hydra Nation side, but with a 12k soul lead, the Baroness Hotel feel like they're well equipped to throw down for it.
At a bare minimum, you don't want it to turn into a Hydra Nation urn. You don't want them to get the comeback souls when the entire way you're playing this game is to keep momentum up and basically stay paced ahead of Hydra Nation and where they're at. Baroness Hotel is still keeping with that objective, but should they give up the urn to Hydra Nation, they may be running out of chances to put this one away, but right now, they're in a great spot. And also, Dew has gotten very farmed over the last 5 minutes, Mitch. Dew is ahead of the game and a huge threat now to Hydra Nation.
There was an attempt at a turn in there by Saya. Didn't quite know what was waiting from the other side. He's still going to go for it here. Urn deposited. This could cost him, though. Burrow, of course, will allow him to get away. There's still a fight to be had, though. And Saya, well, that combo's just come back online. Does he have the help to make use of it, though? It's Nox Nostra from the sky for Rocker. But the Baroness Hotel have kept them at a respectful distance. Urn not fully turned in. That was interrupted. Here comes a tornado straight on in as the Baroness Hotel would hope to interrupt. DMB, key feature in these fights so far, but Rocker and Lomain able to find their elimination. Scout gets the urn yet again. Last stand was in play. Hydration a little bit low, just trying to shepherd people away from the turn-in location. And John is out of the game. It's on Dew and Scout, the former who wasn't really able to be much of a feature in this fight. And the urn gets turned in by AVG in that small window just before Dew can come home to call. And now it might be chased down by this Warden. 22k soul AVG is no joke. Cold Front used to attempt to try and hold Dew in place. He might be able to slip away after all.
Disaster of a fight for Baroness Hotel where they were Sai was real close to getting the urn turned in. It gets interrupted at the last moment, doesn't get the turn in. It turns into a sloppy skirmish across the way, and Hydra Nation is just able to outplay, get slightly better position. In the end, they're the last one standing, and between AVG and Hydration just have enough HP to tank a bit of damage, get the urn turn in their favor, and now the soul difference has been pretty much evened out. And Baroness Hotel, they're starting to get out of their window now, Mitch. It's not over, but they're progressively getting to a spot where their options to win get less and less, especially as things like Gun Ivy from Leffa start coming online.
And this is where the Veil Walker pickups are pretty relevant. Obviously on Mo and Krill's, no surprise to see that there, but I do wonder just how many Baroness players have opted to pick that item up. Okay, got some action here. Warp Zone attempt for Hydration to look for a connection. None of the abilities really sticking though, as yet another Veil Walker recipient here in Scout is able to slip away despite being blinded by that Eternal Night Ranger though. Gets picked off. I mean, you can't blind everyone. That's the fact of it. Hydra Nation now have lost their drifter, but he's, again, the least farmed member of their team. It's that mid walker, though, they've got to start to be concerned about. They might have to fight a bit harder for it. They've got AVG at least with last stand ready.
We'll see how hard Hydra Nation wants to fight for this. Again, I think for Hydra Nation, their strategy right now is just don't lose too badly if you do have to lose a fight. Buy time for your Gargoyle to get online. Buy time for things like Warden and Mina that get a little bit scarier, and they are very close to their goal right now. And even though Baroness Hotel, I mean, they have more control of the map, they still need more than where that, but okay, that hook from across the way pulls in Hydration. We'll see if they can make something of this.
Yeah, Zaire attempted a chase down there. Doesn't look like the combo was actually used in the end. Looks like Baroness Hotel thought they had enough CC. We've got some pretty big power spikes coming online, though. AVG recently got that Mercurial Magnum, and John has got that capacitor ready, of course, which is going to shut down those non-ultimate buffs, but more importantly, that very heavy decaying slow. It is a minus 100% max move speed that decays away for 5 seconds. Here's that urn picked up. Now, this time, Baroness Hotel feels like they over-prioritized it in the last fight. CP really concerned about turning it in and not about fighting and just sort of winning the engagement first.
Yeah, I mean, I think the reality is that Saya may have thought it was turned in to begin with. It was like so ridiculously close to being turned in. The interrupt had to have come in at the very last second, and it just, you know, it's one of those things where a split-second judgment kind of went the wrong way and had terrible consequences. But now this next urn could be vital for either Baroness Hotel reclaiming their edge or Hydra Nation being fully evened up or ahead. But here we go. The fight begins.
Yeah, nice door set up here. There was going to be a response straight away. Mark him in from Ranger Room. Going to be taking him a hydration puddle punch here just to make sure there's no interruption. Baroness Hotel would like to set up and sort of go for a fight win here. That urn, still a factor, of course, but you obviously see a Doorman ultimate going to be used there, and in comes Dew. Very, very fed at the moment, and even throws that barrage in after the fact. It's going to be Binding Word into shoulder charge that will claim the pocket. That's a 1-for-2 trade, rather, as John has been getting picked up pretty early in these fights, despite the power spike we alluded to earlier. This could be dangerous for the Baroness Hotel. Here comes the Burrow. Hydration going to be picked up as Saya emerges. No combo available to him right now, and this could get rough with DMB out of the fight. That's the sustained gun damage that has gone by the wayside. It's Scout, Ido, and Saya. Not the three that you want to have left here to try and clean up the fight. They're not healing nearly as hard as the Warden and the Ivy combo for Hydra Nation, who are at a clear advantage here.
Hydra Nation has a really good spot here. Should be able to force things back. The urn, of course, in the melee, ends up on the other side of the map. But for Hydra Nation, whose main goal is to keep the game close, they have to be really, really happy with that. And also part of the issue that Baroness Hotel is running into here is that the team fight presence for them is kind of rough. They don't have a team that's, with the exception of landing a really big affliction from Dew, Hydra Nation has more power in these team fights. They have way better disruption with the Viscous. AVG was able to zone people out at the last stand and get good damage in, and you still have to deal with the threat Nox Nostra and the part that at the beginning of the fight, you can't see very well because of Eternal Night. So Hydra Nation's team fight comp, to me, is just kind of straight up better. I mean,
we talked about this in the draft. We said the Baroness Hotel clearly playing a comp that is very good with Veil Walker, very good at getting picks, but now they have to fight for objectives. Now they've got to have pitched battles in 6v6s against Hydra Nation, and their comp is terrible at that in comparison. Okay. Saya finally gets there, and he was looking for. You can see the Baroness Hotel are really tunneling the soul lead, the objectives, just to try and force a stat check on Hydra Nation, even if their composition is way better suited to fighting. But how much of a soul lead do they need for that to happen?
I mean, ideally they need more, but that was robbery from Ido and Saya. They're just going like, yo, the door's up, go, get over here, like walk in. And yeah, I mean, that's also some of the things that people kind of theorized before Doorman has like, hey, what about the macro decisions? And teams are getting a lot more adept at actually executing on Doorman's potential now.
Yeah. Can't spell Idorian with that door, bro. Think about it. Let it sink in. Big soul advantage they get off the back of that, though. Dew is up to 34k. But you mentioned the Affliction needs to go pretty well. Needs to be good barrage connection on those individual targets. We get a game pause here called by DMB. A pretty decent inflection point, I think, to start to look across the map. And we are looking at, obviously, 2 remaining walkers here for Hydra Nation. And that's where our focus is set on this mid lane one here. We're seeing some passive farming for the time being. DMB waiting on his reason for the DC. Not that it matters. DC is reason enough in itself to call a game pause. So 13k souls is the difference. We are 23 minutes into the game.
Also, just reading some reactions here because we're in a pause. One question from Chad is, why does Warden have ult again? And I haven't looked closely at AVG's items, but I know AVG's build day has been running for the last few weeks, and AVG will prioritize getting at least compress cooldown on ult, plus getting Enchanter's barrier on top of it. And yeah, I mean, take a look at that. Yep, there's the Enchanters, there's a compress cooldown. So you're wondering, why does AVG have ult up a lot? It's like, well, it's by design.
Yep. I mean, he's obviously got that. Yeah, you can obviously build that still in the Transcendent cooldown. I mean, the truth is that Warden without his ultimate is just really not nearly as scary a prospect, right? That's where AVG looks to be his strongest. He's going to be interacted with here to some degree is Baroness Hotel, trying to set a pretty far forward line of scrimmage on this left side of the map, but they want picks. They're not getting them. Now they might have to fight for it. That's the problem. When these objectives come up, they don't quite have the stopping power here to make it hard for Hydra Nation to get in. Nailed edit. Thanks for the prime. Nailed it. That one. Yeah. Nailed edit.
Nailed dead it.
Nailed edit. Yeah. Okay. Hydration has to warp away. Does see an attempt at a pick on him. This is kind of the bread and butter of the Baroness Hotel, but then when the crackback comes, Like we mentioned, that's when they can look a little bit more fragile. This hasn't played out all that well for them now, and all of Hydra Nation have just congregated in through mid. Last Stand will make short work of Sire. Matchup combo carrier now down. Baroness Hotel don't want to have to fight any longer, but they may not have any choice. Looks like Ido's been snarled up into the mix here. Dude's taking that ethereal shift to try and get eyes off him midway through these fights, give him more potential to fight those prolonged engagements. This is about to get messy though, just to break in the fight. Ranger goes down, exchange for Scout though. Another pick potential player off the map. Ido also looking a little bit low, and John is down. This gun gets his gun build, the capacitor carrying makes perfect sense against the comp that Hydra Nation have, but John is just not getting enough done.
Also, I gotta give credit where credit is due. The way that fight started out was discombobulated for Baroness Hotel, and a lot of it I think was because of Eternal Night. There wasn't a great reaction to AVG popping the last stand. He was able to get enormous value with it, but the fact that Baroness Hotel was blind going in, I think really made the response quite poor position wise. And now as a result, mid boss underway. We'll see if there's any form of contest. Ido getting ready for a little bit of chaos here with the door.
Through the door!
Away!
The goats! Oh my goodness! All the region credits. That is just a dastardly work. Do and Ido going to be back, going to try and make use of the door, but Do is on the wrong side of it. Ethereal Shift going to be used here in the middle of the fight, but there's no affliction to make use of. They will fall in the end. And the urn's been taken by the Baroness Hotel. That is extremely cheesy.
I saw that. I was like, wait, that's Ido, a doorman. Wait, this is actually a danger. You just get carted through the door as Ido commits a little bit of casual thievery. Also, even though Hydra Nation, from all the kills here, Mitch, they've evened it out. I can tell you that in terms of, whatever imaginary tilt meter is there, getting straight up robbed by the bellhop is not a fun experience. I'm just gonna put that out there.
And they have 3 buff still. Well, they've got 1 credit remaining, which is big. The problem is that they still don't team fight well, right? Like Hydra Nation, even at a soul disadvantage, look a lot stronger. And again, I think you mentioned it. That last pick, Drifter, the Eternal Night, again, discombobulating, line of sight, making it hard for these pick heroes to actually do their thing. Ranger definitely adding a whole lot to this team after having come in, that's for sure. Big brain draft, and it's panned out pretty well. Unstoppable now taken up for AVG with Hydration, which is he had that item right now. I suspect he's been taken down. The Baroness Hotel able to do their thing. Play to their win condition now, but they're deep within their own territory, and there's going to be a fight to be had here. They've got to throw down. Sire taken out, forced to come back. Ido is blown to smithereens now as the Nox Nostra pursues a retreating Bebop. John healthy enough here to fight should it be required, but that urn has now been picked up. Lomain, though, down amidst this action. And Hydra Nation start to call a cancel on this.
If you count the rejuve, that was a 2 for 2, but Baroness Hotel, even with things being even up, have been playing exceptionally well, kept in the game from Ido's hero play, back at mid-boss, and now up 1. A big advantage going here for the urn, and I think you look at how Hydra Nation's playing this right now, maybe looking for more of a trade, but I don't even think they get that here, Mitch, because their lanes are too pushed up. This is a rough spot for Hydra Nation to be in macro-wise.
Yeah, I mean, that's the difference between these comps, right? Baroness Hotel have decided to try and play to that strength. Even the freaking Mirage has Veil Walker, bro. Like, what is going on? Left here, forced back, do able to put pressure down, still has that affliction in hand, should it be required. Looks like he's being pursued by the Mina. And yeah, has to make use of the ethereal shift here. Can we get away? A couple seconds before that Majestic Leap is up, and it looks like Do has cleared the blast zone.
Also, that combo is ridiculous on both Pocket and Mina at the moment of Transcendent cooldown, where, the main reason to upgrade cooldown to Transcendent is because it works on items. And it puts Ethereal Shift, which has a pretty low cooldown nowadays, at its higher tier item state, just to ridiculous levels where you can start chaining Briefcase, Cloak, Shift into another round of like Briefcase, Cloak, Shift. Do is not easy to lock down at all, barring something like a combo, which of course is with Baroness Hotel and not Hydra Nation. So actually taking out Do is a difficult job for Hydra Nation at this point.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Seeing this popping up, it does give you, I think, like a little bit of extra ability cooldown. But yeah, you're dead right. We want that item cooldown, and AVG seems to agree. They've also taken one of their own. I guess that's pretty handy for Unstoppable's purposes.
I see a whole lot of goo.
Now we'll see how this emerges with Baroness Hotel. Again, in good positions to try and find a pick. You'll notice the van down through the middle part of the map. Buffs up in 20 seconds, though. You might see Do already setting up to try and take a quick take of those. Already though, something is afoot. Okay, Rangers actually popped that Eternal Night. So Baroness Hotel, I feel their players flying blind for the time being, and Hydra Nation are encroaching on their position. Sire doesn't see it coming. Knocked out of the park there by the full weight of Hydra Nation's team fighting composition. That's the unstoppable there for AVG. Last stand also used. They got the one pick on the Molten Crew, but is that going to be enough? Lomain here in the thick of things. Wants to come forward, but Leffa just blew John and smithereens. It's time for him to take center stage. 38k souls on this Ivy. He has farmed up enough to be a true nightmare.
Eternal Night has just been getting absurd value for Hydra Nation in the later game here. Baroness Hotel, they're not able to react efficiently in these team fights because they're blind. And now you get the pressure on the Ranger at the very end, but Hydra Nation's still in a better spot here, trading up more efficiently, getting Ido towards the very end, or Tornado. Now, a little bit of chase down here on the Hydration. Hydration low enough, able to finish it off.
Isn't it?
Still one up is Hydra Nation when the dust settles.
Yeah, I mean, not bad though for the Baroness Hotel considering how the fight started, but there's an issue. This wave push here for Hydra Nation, this macro outplay from the Baroness Hotel is starting to cost them some health in their shrines inside the base. They're going to have to turn around and deal with that immediately. Look at the Baroness Hotel. Go towards the right side of the map, start shoving that wave in as well. Urn has come up. Map control is looking very, very good. And I looked at the turning location should be approximately neutral, maybe even favoring the Baroness Hotel now with how these waves are pushed.
That was closer than it should have been for minions potentially getting a shrine, but Hydra Nation able to rotate over in time. Still, overall farm here. Hydra Nation has to like the state of the game because what we've seen in these fights here, Mitch, Baroness Hotel somehow have to get Hydra Nation to pop Eternal Night and disengage in a way where they don't lose someone, because the way the last few team fights have gone where Hydra Nation has generally gotten the more favorable trades is that Ranger sets the tone, goes in with Eternal Night, and someone gets blown up, and Baroness Hotel is not able to have a response that keeps things in their favor. And again, we may be seeing more this year at the Urn fight. We'll see if Ranger goes over, but ideally, maybe you go for the Urn turn in and then go with the intent of disengaging as soon as Night gets popped.
Yeah, you might be right. And Baroness Hotel want to make use of their map control here. That means a safer Urn turn in, more threat implied at least by that. But there's a catch already on the one who would start the fight up for Hydra Nation. They need Ranger to bring that Eternal Night into the game. Rocket, though, still going to hit like a Mack truck, and Scout is on the receiving end of it. But he's one of the least fed members of this Baroness Hotel outfit. It's really about getting DMB and Dewey in the thick of things. DMB really can't get too close to the action either. Sire, still alive, made good use of that combo to find that first pick, but look how quickly the reprisal has been. Scout and Idorian, basically paper mache out there on the cursed apple, get blown apart.
That is tragic for Baroness Hotel. They nearly had the exact opening they wanted. The rest of the team fight, not necessarily as good with both Ido and Scout getting caught towards the end, but taking down Ranger before the Knight gets summoned, that was the ideal. Now mid-boss is back up. Rocker is about to have Nox Nostra up, and we'll see if Rocker chases us down. But realistically, Rocker should just be going the mid-boss and lighting it up in one ult.
Yeah, 100%. It's about forcing a fight over an objective, or it's hard for Baroness Hotel to find a sneaky pick by making use of map control and information. And there it is. Nox Nostra eats mid-boss for breakfast. And now we're going to have a fight over the Rejuve. No funny business here with the Doorman this time around. Let's see what's to come of it. Coldfront going to be popped straight away. Stone Idol going to be thrown into the mix, though, by Leffa to interrupt. A lot of players stunned up right now, but as Reju buffs are slowly trickling in the Hydra Nation direction, John gets himself one, but at what cost? He'll be brought down, and we'll have Do brought back into the fight at the very least. Affliction in play. DMB is found, though. And Baroness Hotel really don't have any legs left to fight on. 3 Reju credits for Hydra Nation. Buff in hand. Do eventually falling. And this is looking very, very bad for Amberside.
The souls may be even, but if you listen closely, you can hear the bells and the tolling of the end and where this is heading. This Urn going to be Hydra Nation's. The remaining walkers that Baroness Hotel has likely about to be gone. Take a look at AVG off on the left. I don't think anyone is going to get in his way as he grabs that, nor is anyone going to be interrupting Ranger as Ranger turns in. This lead right now that's relatively even is about to get very Hydra Nation sided when they already have a comp, Mitch, that scales better than where Baroness Hotel is.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Baroness Hotel's window for making use of this team comp is well and truly close. They were hoping for, a pretty successful laning phase with a lot of pick potential and, 2v0 fights. Unfortunately, it doesn't pan out that way. Hydra Nation do very well at trying to eke out edges in the macro game. even if they sort of suffer from the constant sort of threat of being picked off if they're left out on their own. Now, while they're dealing with this full power Hydra Nation roster with the Ivy's up to 50k souls, Rocker is at 45, AVG is at 56. They are scaling out of control. Now, flex slots matter at this point in the game, but I think Hydra Nation are going to be able to collect those just fine.
I think it was used in the last fight, and we didn't talk about, but also this is a full-on refresher Ranger. He is a one-man solar eclipse right now, Mitch, is what is going on, where, again, the ability for Baroness Hotel to actually respond appropriately, now soon to be down 30k souls, is going to be difficult unless they can blow up Ranger early the way that they did before, but without the side effect of losing people in the process.
This comp is obviously the extreme end of the spectrum when it comes to comps that use Veil Walker really well. So that's been fun to see. It's cute. You can see what the idea is supposed to be, right? Fortunately, that's not quite enough. Mid Nox Nostra, though, there's going to be a switch up on the Mina, but I don't think Scout like what they turned up in the end there. Divine Barrier going to be used here for Rocket. They're going to be able to keep fighting happily enough, and now they're going to shove straight down mid. Scout is very out of position, forced out of the way, not able to intervene now, as there's definitely going to be some objectives taken. This is the swift reprisal from Hydra Nation. They were hoping for a quick game, but they'll take painful for Baroness Hotel, and those base guardians are getting absolutely slammed in, and it's really not a good way to stop them.
Dude drops on N53k. Massive!
That's big!
Absolutely the most ridiculous affliction you're ever going to see. All of Hydra Nation is feeling the plague of the frogs here, Mitch. But they also have 3 rejuve charges. What is the follow-up going to be?
I mean, they disengage. That's all well and good. Dude's hoping to find a little bit more now off the damage done by this affliction. And here it is. Rejuve credits getting used. That was insane. He buys the Boundless Spirit and then goes in with the affliction. And is that a bug? There's 2 Arctic Blasts in the inventory? I'm not sure. Either way, we'll circle back to that. DMB and Do come out here and at least able to stave off these attackers of Hydra Nation. That's left and Lomain out of the game for a little while here. Rocket doesn't want to linger too long, but might see an opportunity here to descend on an isolated target. No! Paradoxical swap for Scout. This is dangerous for Hydra Nation. They might have walked too far into the enemy's lair.
Yeah, I mean, this shouldn't have happened in this case, but also Do just came out with the biggest pocket play we have seen in a very long time, and that's kind of what reversing the situation is going to take for Baroness Hotel, but they get another lease on life here, Mitch, and now you take a look at things, more Shrine defense coming in from Ranger, the only one up right now for Hydra Nation.
Yeah, not where he wants to be at the moment, but he's got no other choice. Now the Baroness Hotel are starting to knock on the front door of Hydra Nation's base. Those are shrines down. Now with the Endless Night, Ranger at least is trying to negotiate from a position of power, but I have all the cards. You have none of the cards. I have all the cards. Baroness Hotel pushing in, knock the patron down. A ridiculous game. They know that maybe he can't find Hydra Nation in a pitched battle, but when it comes to this miserly little 1-for-1, these little picks, punishing an overextender for Hydra Nation, they come in, they get a patron knock, they've got extreme map control, and now they need to turn this into some souls.
What a ridiculous turnaround here so far, but can they prevent it from going out of their hands? Saya going to get caught. Hydra Nation on a chase down of their own. 2 dead here from Baroness Hotel. And you take a look, mid-boss is up in 1 minute, so there is going to be a brief window of time to potentially just force it. 15 seconds, if they're timing it correctly, where Sai and DMB won't be up. And it doesn't take that long, Mitch, for Rocker to evaporate the mid-boss at this point.
No, it certainly does not. That is plus 60 on the Nox Nostra, which is obviously going to be increasing its duration by a hefty amount. And also making them bats hit pretty darn hard. Now, what's the play? Hydra Nation need to force a fight. They need to get an engagement. They don't have any raw, pure pick potential. They just have to hope that someone gets isolated by the Endless Night as they step up and say, you are going to come to us. You are going to fight us. That's an Amber Patron knocked. Sire and DMB still out of the game. The reprisal is swift but deadly for Hydra Nation.
I actually don't love this for Hydra Nation, because now you're going to get the quicker respawns on Saya and DMB. And if they were timing that there, Mitch, they could have had a window to do mid-boss 6v4 with no Saya, no DMB. And instead, they decide to use that window on getting first stage patron down. I do wonder if that's optimal. I mean, I think you can make arguments either way, but we'll see how it pans out. I think it gives Baroness Hotel another lease on life that they might not have had.
Okay, there's more to be done here, though. We're looking for picks. If we're Baroness Hotel, mid-boss is going to be a factor. They can't fight this in a fair fight. They have to be sneaky about it. Lomain gets tugged in, but Goo Ball is active. Affliction on the field right now as Hydra Nation are feeling that tick down. Escalating exposure was picked up, though, for Rocker. So, again, that Nox Nostra is going to be getting worse and worse the longer that it's in play. There is so much damage, but Hydration's picked off. It's a trade. Sire's out of the picture now, and Rocker's trying to keep a respectful distance. He can't stay safe. His AVG gets in there and knocks some heads together. Rocker now runs straight into John. Hooked on in. The damage is pretty nasty, but still, we are very fed at 51k souls, and John eventually falls. This is Hydra Nation paving the way for a mid-boss take if they can, but Do is still an issue. 62k and counting. The guy is hitting very, very hard. One of the few sources of damage on the Baroness Hotel side alongside DMB, but are these two enough to make it happen, ZP? Do's in trouble, has to cloak away. Ranger actually catches him with that 2 ability, and now the chase is on Do. Will not be allowed to escape. That's the pocket down. Hydra Nation with 4 up still, and they're going for the throat.
At this point, yeah, you just end the game. You're at second stage patron. You got 5 down for Baroness Hotel and the DMB that could barely... Wait, okay. At this point, they're being ultra safe and going for mid-boss. I think you take a look at where the lanes are. Okay, that makes sense, Hydra Nation. They're too pushed up. That's why they have to go mid-boss in this instance. Backdoor protection is a little bit too good. And as a result, while this is going to be an incredibly difficult fight for Baroness Hotel to somehow win, they do get one more attempt here, Mitch.
I think 4 Regia credits matters a lot for the team that wants to sort of throw down a team fight. Now that means that these Baroness Hotel picks, they, in a sense, they get erased, right? Hydra Nation can still fight. It's tough to sort of pick yourself back up from that soul revival and sort of fight, but that's still going to matter a lot. Leffer, Vampiric Burst, Crippling Headshot, though, are crucially picked up. This is about as good as it gets. This is about as fed as it gets. This is about as competitive as it gets. One of my favorite games of Deadlock to date, I think, with 2 very different takes on the game. It's a battle of ideas. 40 minutes in, who knows how this one's going to end?
I kind of want to see AVG's build by the end of this year, because 67k on board and you start hitting the point of what core items do I normally never sell? Do I need to start adding on in? But the skirmish already taking place here. Goo Ball out, Lomain on the chase down. Hydra Nation perhaps sensing a little bit of weakness, and they get one down already in Scout.
That's a start. They still pick potential though for the Baroness Hotel if they can carve out some of these players, but I think they might have struggled here. It looks like they've been found on the back foot. Ranger, of course, is able to make use of that Eternal Night, and it's no escape for the Baroness Hotel. The 3rd domino topples. That's John going down. Hasty Cube on Ranger to keep him in the game, of course. He has that refresher, so more Eternal Nights to come. Do is definitely going to be targeted, but we know how dangerous they are. Escalating exposure on that Nox Nostra means that pocket will crumble under the scrutiny of the entirety of Hydra Nation. And this is it. The cleanup has happened. It looks like DMB is trying to push here for the Patron, but it's a long walk, and I just don't think he's going to have enough time. Patron in the pit. Baroness Hotel know just where to hit. Insane game for Hydra Nation. What a win for them. And the team fighting comp reigns supreme.
Oh my god. What on earth did I just witness? Do with maybe the best affliction ever in competitive Deadlock. What, he got the entire team. They had a few chances, couldn't come back, and it's because of Drifter? Someone please explain.
Well, I think Drifter, we saw the power of it here in the vision. I think people in evaluating Drifter at times are going like, he's going around and just getting all sorts of kills and, doing that. It's like Ranger's just like, no, I'm just going to blind the other team and set up my team for success. And that is what was sort of the kryptonite for Baroness Hotel. But also, when Hydra Nation had scaled to the point that it should have been relatively easy fights, Baroness Hotel kept getting bailed out by hero plays. First, Ido in the mid-boss pit with some of the sickest doorman tech you're gonna see, executed at the highest level, and then Do just turning a lost fight into a win with, as you mentioned, Dan, the biggest affliction I think we've ever seen on stream. Just ridiculous.
I think he fat-figured into buying 2 Arctic Blasts or something. I don't know if that's even possible to have duplicate items, but then he bought a Boundless Spirit and straight away dropped in and altered. Do ends the game with 83,500 player damage. The next closest is Rocker's Mina at 56. Unfortunately, the rest of the Baroness Hotel are sub 30, most of them. Not really able to keep up when you've got Leffer who's going nuts. You've got AVG, obviously, who's so built. Man, this game had everything. It's 2 different paradigms. It's 2 different approaches to the game. It's literally macro versus fighting on objectives, like just team fighting, turning up, rolling 6 deep and throwing down. And the Baroness Hotel, they played to their edges, right? They tried to find these isolations at the start of the fight. But like CP mentioned, when Rangers are able to use that Eternal Night, there's nothing for Baroness Hotel to see. They can't really set up a favorable engagement, and that window closes where they can isolate an individual. By that time, Hydra Nation have turned up, and they've got a pretty mobile composition themselves. They're ready to fight, and they're forcing the Baroness Hotel to take them on 6v6 as opposed to 6v1 and 6v1 over and over. It is sick. Such a great way for both these teams. I'm so glad to see them both play to their strengths. This Affliction, absolutely disgusting. 6 players hit, and it's not enough.
I gotta tell you, you have to go back to biblical times when Egypt dealt with the plague of frogs to get something of that level of affliction. I mean, it was biblical. There's no other way of putting it. And it was just the right timing, too, because Hydra Nation wasn't all that clumped up, except for that period of time. Unreal.
Incredible.
Sick.
So
Sick
we can use debuff remover on that on the blind, right? Like, I've never like thought about this, because I have to say I actually don't run into drifters very often. We don't see drifters in pro play very often. What is the counter?
I mean, no, you can only purge non-ultimate negative effects with debuff remover. Non-ultimate.
Yeah. Right. So is drifter OP now?
Here's what I'll say. In terms of the debuff end, I'm still waiting for the Blood Tribute meta. I think Blood Tribute is a little bit slept on. Just because of the fact that it's 50% debuff resistance, and it turns what could be a very painful affliction into just a mild cold, as it were, or lasso into barely an ability at all. But we'll see how things evolve.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Do we have the match stats, or are we going straight to a break? Oh yeah, okay. We're waiting for those match stats so we can see.
We got to show them
with our own eyes. We had obviously a little spoiler there from Mitch, but that's okay. That's okay. We're going to bear witness.
Dude, I mean, it was timely. Of course, we're sort of looking at the replay, but yeah, look, this is great. I mean, again, we've been sort of going on about this for a while. NA being so competitive, really enjoyed seeing that. But I think that there's probably a less extreme version of this comp for the Baroness Hotel, where like there's maybe one more like damage threat, one more sort of really powerful late game scaler, because it wouldn't hurt to have a contingency. Because against another team that really understands the macro game, Hydra Nation, despite getting players picked off, sometimes we're fighting like 5v6 or just like claiming an important objective in response, getting an urn turning. Like that urn fight was just a cluster storm for the Baroness Hotel. And they were still able to extract value even when they got players picked off and were sort of liable to lose an objective. So that's something like that you might want to consider. Maybe, is the Bebop, do you need that extra level of pick, or the Doorman, I think, sets up so many incredible plays. I would never suggest that they switch that up. Ido is, I mean, if they won, bro, this is the MVP. I mean, Do probably gets it in the end, but that Regi play was a cinema, man. It's just sick Deadlock. We're getting really good games today.
Yes, it's so cool as well, because it's kind of, it's like so representative too of the identities, I feel like, of the two teams, where you've got the flashy stuff, you've got the big names on the Baroness Hotel, the tech, the tactics, the grinders, and then you've got the more macro play, the well thought out strategies, especially bringing the drifter tech in this way. I love this balance that we have between these two teams.
Yeah, we'll get stats after the break. Apparently that's fine. I mean, I can.
All right. Okay. Well, let's take a quick break. We'll need it after that one. That was an epic match. Hopefully we get 3 like that, or 2 more. We'll see you guys after the break for the next map 2 of this series. This is what your pocket damage looks like if you hit the greatest affliction of all time. All 6 players right at the end of the game. Sadly, for Du and for the Baroness Hotel, it wasn't enough. And honestly, the Baroness Hotel, they did so well in surviving as long as they did in that first matchup. And now we understand truly the potency of this Drifter build and how annoying it can be. So guys, we're going to be going into the second match. I know off camera you guys were talking about kind of some of the expectations of how the Baroness Hotel might respond in the draft, as well as Hydra Nation. So where are we landing with that? Now we're moving into the second map.
I mean, we talked about this. The Drifter pick, it's a last pick. It's like it's a really heads up response, honestly. I'm just really impressed with like what Ranger's been able to bring to this team. If, I am attributing that idea to him just because, obviously he's one that was brought in to really get that draft going, but it was awesome, right? Really great idea. But we get to that part of that end game and it gets really volatile. I think that the Baroness Hotel buy their way back into the game on a few occasions. Like we said, their window had kind of closed to sort of abuse the game. You can see here, right, between 12 minutes and 31 minutes, they can't actually extend their lead, right? That window is where they need to win the game. And as time goes on, you can start to see Hydra Nation just clawing it back as they outscale. That is something that we have to be very mindful of when you sort of craft the kind of confidence. That's why I mentioned before the break, having an extra scaling hero on Baroness Hotel might have helped a lot.
Yeah. I mean, I look at that and I feel like Baroness Hotel, like they were able to make that game the great game it was, in part though, because they basically hit on what are generally going to be lower percentage plays. Like even if Ido executes perfectly every single time, you can't expect to get a Rejuvenator steal the way he did there, because it requires the other team to also mess up a bit at the same time. Same deal for Du, right? Where Du is like a really effective pocket, but if you're getting a 6-man affliction to extend the game, you've sort of entered into right place, right time territory. And realistically speaking, if you run that match 10 times and you go to those particular game periods, it probably doesn't go as long every time, but it is a ridiculous effort from Baroness Hotel to take a team comp that was more early to mid game and find ways to extend the game and give themselves opportunities to win until the very end.
Yeah, super impressive. And I mean, the Baroness Hotel, I feel like there's a lot of different looks that we could also see from them as well. It does seem though, the GT and Kelvin bans, one of the things I don't like about how you kind of have to ban them to avoid, the just horrendous nature of having them unbanned, is that you have to ban them. And so you can't be more strategic in that opening phase of the draft where those bans seem to be kind of a given. I mean, we did see that in the EU finals, that not be the case, I think, until the final map of that best of 3. But still, I think it'd be unlikely to not see just the same old story in the first 2 bans.
Yeah. I mean, I think like that's when you have a really balanced game, then I do think you can actually make use of the pick ban system more liberally instead of having like bans you have to make, right? And like a lot of your fortunes being based on whether you get first pick or not. So that's something that we're going to be tracking, of course, over the course of this game's life cycle. But there was still room for innovation, right? Especially that last pick from Ranger. And I'm hoping to sort of see more of that. Can we go off the beaten track? I like the idea from the Baroness Hotel. It feels to me a nod to... okay, I respect this. It feels like a nod to Veil Walker to play that comp. I don't think they'll do it again. And sorry, dude, it'll have to be something else.
Yeah, I look at that. I was just like, yep, I think everyone in the world understands why the pocket got banned. I don't know if you're going to get the respect Drifter ban in the first thing. I think Drifter is more set up for a mid-stage ban, but I'm willing to be way too surprised. But okay, you get rid of GT because Rocker on GT is still a menace. My question is, does Hydra Nation immediately clap back with the Kelvin pick here? The smart money would say yes in this instance. You have an open Kelvin, and Kelvin has had a pretty ridiculously high win rate when he's even allowed into the game recently. So I'd be shocked if this isn't Kelvin, personally.
It's exactly, yeah. I mean, you get it now. He got through up to the first round, and that is kind of sick, honestly. That's because Hydra Nation are first pick, right? So they get the luxury of banning the pocket and getting the Kelvin. This is a very good start for them in this draft.
Dude, by the way, I don't know if anyone has ever said this, but Kelvin looks like Tormund from Game of Thrones.
Yes, he does.
The city could use
like a spitting image. There we go. The Mina. So okay, Ido gets to play Mina at least. That's something. But aren't they forced into a shiv here, guys?
Loki. I mean, is Kelvin Shiv that high prior? It's the most
Yes.
effed up lane. It might be that high prior. Yeah. Shiv minus Kelvin. How do we feel about that pick though? Is that really that compelling? It feels like Baroness Hotel kind of losing out on. Ooh, okay. Mo and Krill instead. They still want the remnant of last game's pick overload comp.
I also think it's, again, this is a area where Hydra Nation may have just went with the Mo and Krill anyways. It is one of their favorite frontline comfort foods. Yes, you're giving up the Shiv, but there may be a world of Baroness Hotel. I was like, okay, do it. Just go ahead and do it. Like, it's not a guaranteed win. There are ways of playing against it. And in fact, I've seen Mina with Nox Nostra actually deny it if you go back EU a few weeks. But yeah, the Shiv comes in. It shouldn't be a high surprise here. And I would guess probably Paradox, because you don't have the Mo and you want some form of really good catch here for Hydra Nation. And the Paradox would make sense, but we'll see.
We're being asked to be green. The chat wants us to be green again. All right, we can do that. God, I mean, Shiv, Kelvin, Geist. I mean, all of us. Yeah. 10 subs. 10 gifted. We go to 1,013. We'll be green. I'm going to make the executive decision. We'll be green for the rest of the show. The rest of the show. Oh, that could be another whole map. That's what's on the line. 10 gifted.
Also,
Ivy, all right, look at the Ivy. So that's not too bad. That's not too shabby. The Geist priority is interesting, by the way, guys, because we don't see Geist prioritized in EU, and it's not because Geist isn't good, for sure. It's just that for some reason EU tends to, I think, go like Billy and Abrams and so on, kind of prio over the Geist. And we don't see much Billy prio, I got to say, in NA still.
The interesting thing for me about the Geist being picked here is like how Hydra Nation is going to build. It tells me that they're not as interested potentially in going for Warden. Like you think about hero pools here, AVG is also usually who's going to play the Geist for them. So I'd be surprised if they went Warden for the rest of their draft. And also in terms of mid-stage bans, I was thinking for Baroness Hotel, okay, maybe you take down the Drifter, but with Paradox still being on the board this late, which is kind of an oddity in and of itself, they decide Paradox is the bigger threat. But now, if you're Baroness Hotel and you don't pick the Drifter, you're letting Ranger run a similar setup, albeit, in terms of team fight ults here, I don't know, in ways it could be worse because you're still going to have to deal with Kelvin ult here and a potentially pretty fed Shiv.
That Yamato ban was really nice, by the way, because, what deals well with Kelvin and Shiv, I think, is the Yamato. Getting that ult definitely is quite nice.
Yeah, Hydra Nation, do they just not want to play an initiator? It's only Holiday really left on the table now. I guess.
You got Bebop.
Yeah, you can play Bebop, exactly. Yeah, okay, so they do. Having some form of that, I think, it makes perfect sense. Obviously, Bebop reducer rather pretty good, so that's still a way to mitigate that. I think Holiday, those. This for me, the Hydra Nation comp, actually both of them look quite well rounded, but I think the Hydra Nation building off a core of the Shiv Kelvin, these lanes look pretty nice so far. I think you can still construct one more terrifying one. We got a late game carry here in Infernus. It doesn't necessarily say too much about a strong early lane. You can see that, Infernus, when he gets rolling, it's fine. It's a lever pick.
Do you deny the Drifter? That's what I'm looking at here for Baroness Hotel, because I think based on what you can expect the different players in Hydra Nation to play, they are kind of angling again to potentially go down the Drifter road, or at least it's a good option. What? She's not dead?
Wait, but they nerfed the...
Okay, I did not expect this. This is either...
Can you still play the cheesy double steak build?
A dumpster.
Yeah, we grilling
here right now.
We grilling out here? Get the double steak build again? So for those at home, and also because I don't quite remember fully, what were the nerfs to Vindicta that pushed her out of Vogue?
Steak basically lost its ability to pull people in after going for extra range. So you can't really pull people around corners the same way you could previously. And Crow got hit very hard in terms of its overall
the spirit
uptime.
Shred.
Yeah. So Vindicta is not as good of a support character as she was previously, and she hasn't gotten anything else to sort of compensate. So that's why she went from always first ban, first pick to just dead.
What do you think about Alk Flask right now? Is that still worth building into?
Yeah.
Especially Vindicta obviously being the premier carry of that item.
We asked Sergey at the end of the last broadcast, the EU segment. He's what's an most underrated item right now? And he said Alchemical Fire. He felt like was super underrated. So
Alk Fire. Excuse me. Alk Flask is Warden. Okay, last year to round out Hydra Nation's composition, feels pretty well balanced. Feels like it's, you know, really solid in kind of all stages of the game. Baroness Hotel, some spicy picks here. I think the Vindicta is what got our eyebrows raised. They're also going to try and keep this Warden going. This time taken away.
I mean, that kind of scares me for Baroness Hotel because they've got 2 flyers, and Lash is actually pretty good at catching people. You know, flyers, they're both low HP. You know, Flog does a lot of damage. She can really create problems with that. And also, obviously, if they're up in the air, you know, the ult and so on. So I think it's I mean, CP, do you agree? Is this like more of a counter pick for the 2 flyers?
I mean, it's useful versus the flyers. I think it's also the fact that like Frozen Shelter and Lash, like they're both mortal enemies and also best friends. Like when you have Lash and Kelvin on the same team, I think just the virtue of being able, if you do get someone in your Death Slam, which gets harder as the game goes on, as things like Counterspell get bought. But if you are able to land a good Death Slam, then you have Frozen Shelter to make what could be, you know, an on the margins Death Slam, something that it ends up being guaranteed 2 kills. So getting those 2 together is usually quite good.
So we've made a departure away from the very different comps between the Baroness Hotel and Hydra Nation, going to something that looks a little bit more of the archetype of what we expect to see in Deadlock. I'm stoked for this, Dan. I think this is going to set us up for what feels like much more of a pitched battle than the previous game.
Yes, I love that we're not seeing Drifter, just the diversity from Hydra Nation, not just relying on one thing. And the Baroness Hotel with Vindicta. What build are we going to see from that Vindicta? I'm so curious. This is going to be another epic matchup, I am certain. So I cannot wait.
Let's do this, folks. Let us get in the game. Okay, it is game number 2 here in this best of 3. Remember, with $1,000 on the line, thanks to our friends over at Intel. Big support, of course, keeping the Deadlock scene well and truly thriving at this very, very early stage. So again, Shiv Kelvin going to be matched up against the Abrams, and if my eyes don't deceive me, the Mina.
I love how it's just gotten to the point with Shiv Kelvin that if they're both on the same team, they're going to be lane together. I think there's maybe one point in the last many months of competitive play where they were both on the same team and they weren't paired up. It just, I think at this point, may be the most iconic lane in Deadlock.
Yeah, I don't think that's out of the question either. It feels like they're always obviously playing together. It is really dangerous. It can be tough to overcome. But we're talking about the Baroness Hotel here, folks. And we've got that Abrams beam to work with. So we definitely got some gas in the tank. Right, Hydration with a shoulder charge into a parry instantly that Ido's able to sort of see coming. He instead opts to back out, but just awkwardly takes a ridiculous amount of poke damage. And now getting slowed down by the Aurora Beam. It's going to be Rocket taking Ido down. And that is a disaster of a start. Soul's obviously lesser for kills early in the game, but you do not want to give this lane any head start.
No, not where a Shiv Kelvin lane brings you, which is to your demise. Also, interestingly enough, Ido's on the Abrams, which of course is in his pool, but it means here that he bent the knee to do on the Mina. So you think about hero pools, and Ido historically is the the mobile hero guy, especially Pocket and recently Mina. But do maybe more of that guy, at least in terms of how Baroness Hotel is a ranging priority. I mean, do maybe a little bit more specialized, but also after last game, who's to argue? Warden Vindicta lane though in middle. See how this pans out against the Geist Holiday. I mean, it has ways of it staying somewhat competitive, but I think it is also at risk of getting pushed back, especially when ults come into play.
No doubt about it. Obviously, plenty of early action. Here's the Vindicta, obviously, through mid. We're going to be tracking this pick very, very closely to see what the idea was. Binding Word, of course, is going to trigger, but obviously AVG just tucks himself around the corner to make sure he's safe from any sort of reprisal. And so that lane, of course, featuring the this Lady Geist will still have something to do. The Suppressor going to be picked up here pretty early on now. Slam comes in rather from low main. Big damage on Sire. But be careful, though. Hit with the Flog. Leffa can only do so much from this high ground at this early stage of the game.
Well, any concept of Vindicta, at least at the beginning, going off on a different build, probably going to the wayside, because the general Vindicta support build always did rely on, rushing Suppressor and, getting things like Mystic Slow and really taking advantage of the benefits of Crows. Maybe, now you would prioritize Duration Extender a little bit more, but Mo, again, up close and personal with Infernus here, may have gone into the danger zone. Scorn still on cooldown.
BB ticking down, of course, from that little exchange. Look at the Baroness Hotel across the map. They are getting kind of pummeled here early on, but it's very robust composition from Hydra Nation. And this is the dream scenario here for the side on Sapphire. getting to really ratchet up the pressure early on. So Holiday with the little off angle here. Ranger just trying to abuse that crack shot cooldown to get nice little bits of poke and scout an easier target when he's suspended in midair like that.
Oh boy, the Shiv Kelvin lane, it's not getting any better. Yes, that is a 4-minute Guardian. And Rocker, I mean, you talk about Shiv players that have had good showings here in the night shift. When Rocker is able to get on Shiv and have a good start, it doesn't usually end well for the competition.
All right, that's for sure. My main at least able to drag himself away here.
You think you can outfight Mo?
See, in mid, we have a pretty deep dive. DMB looking for a little bit of something, but May have overstayed his welcome. Leffa should be able to burn him down, and he does. That is big. Leffa and Low Main get value, and it feels like the Baroness Hotel are forcing the issue pretty heavily in these lanes in order to try and find an edge. So far, though, it's been feeding Hydra Nation more and more.
That's vintage Leffa right there, the living at 20 HP. Just barely on death's door, just gets away with the smallest of margins. I mean, that was very likely to be a double kill between the burn after death and, Leffa likely just dying. But in that case, gets away with one. And now, Baroness Hotel, it's not out of reach here just yet, but it's a tough start. And it's already eaten into their margin for error. And, how many more times you can have this happen before the game gets out of reach?
Again, yeah, like you mentioned, stakes not quite as high for those kills early in the round, but it's your absence from the lane that also hurts. Like, you don't want to miss a wave. You just can't really afford to do that at this stage of the game, and that really starts to add up. We can look here over the soul totals, in general, and yeah, obviously the Shiv Kelvin lane is doing pretty well. I kind of expect that. It's limited pressure. We've seen what happens when Abrams sort of gets behind and struggles to be a factor, so Ido's definitely going to have his work cut out for him here. Here's Scout once more with that suppressor rust, really limited sustain early on in the lane, just going straight for that item as quickly as possible. Can they be a factor? DMB flatten their knockdown into the death slam. Low Main completely uninterested in the damage that Sai is trying to send back in reprisal. And this could be, honestly, the complete opposite of the previous game that we saw. Hydra Nation, it feels like ZP are getting a lot of what they want in this early game.
I think the downside, though, is that while Hydra Nation is showing a better early game, they have a comp that also scales well into the late game with the Shiv Kelvin, so there's no reprieve, there's no rope-a-dope per se. However, the punish here on the Holiday, Assassinate finding its mark. You see Ido off the Seismic Slam, in and around middle as the skirmish continues. A little bit more last stand in from John. Also over and in.
Zipline boost coming in here pretty quickly from Ranger, back into the fight. Try not to miss any of those waves if at all possible. Actually have the departure of Idorian from mid here, and straight away, yep, Lasso catching on. Well, again, after the fact, not a huge amount to do. Looks like we saw the escape there for the Baroness Hotel. So Ranger hoping to make something happen there off that quick return to lane. John very nearly got picked off. Feel like I kind of undersold that a little bit to you folks. Sorry. There are 3 players on the side of the Baroness Hotel on this left side lane. They're looking to start something up here. Low Main stunned up, flattened. Eventually sheer weight of numbers here for the Baroness Hotel. They're looking to collapse into a lane, but look quickly off the zip line. Rocker's trying to get into the fight. 6k souls to his name. Can he defend this adequately? Leffa's in deep trouble. Rocker wants to be the difference maker. Now dancing underneath that Guardian, parrying like crazy is Leffa. But it looks like the distribution of damage from that Guardian and from Rocker is enough to keep Baroness Hotel healthy enough. And there's help on the way still, though. Rocker does find his. Low Man was looking for more, but that'll have to be it.
Still, really nice work for Baroness Hotel to go for some unexpected rotations, keep things scrappy, find a few eliminations, and even things out. DMB also getting caught, towards the end. And, I mean, Baroness Hotel not really adhering to the normal rules of rotations here. It's like, okay, even with Guardians not being our favorite, we're still going to look to mix it up, keep things a little bit off guard. I think the one thing they would love to get right now, though, is Middle Guardian, just to free up Scout to enjoy part of Vindicta's power spike that does still exist. I mean, Assassinate in this 8 to 16 minute window is still a really powerful ability at creating mismatches, but you do want to free your Vindicta up to roam, if possible, first.
Baroness Hotel still insisting on stacking this left side of the map with 3 players. Can 3 players beat Kelvin Shiv? That is a pretty low health Guardian already, and it does look like Rocker's happy to play passively because they're already 2 Guardians up on the Hydra Nation side. They've done well in mid and on that right side, so they give the Guardian, and honestly are just happy enough to proceed because there's pressure on the right side. It looks like Dew's getting looked at now as that sort of lash lane is going hunting. So a full lane switch up here for Hydra Nation in order to shore things up on the left ended up happening. And look how Baroness Hotel are distributed here. Still lingering, still hoping to try and silence this potentially powerful lane combination.
Right now, you got Ido just bouncing between left and middle as a force multiplier. Taking a look here at DMB. Running into the center of Shiv Kelvin here. Has combo up and stuff. Going to get put into the freezer, and Mole is on the menu.
I mean, you have to know.
Like it live. Gets the parry, and actually, that's going to get him away.
So an Idol as well, the follow-up. This is looking a little bit dangerous now. Rocker, of course, can stave off a lot of this damage, but not only were they unsuccessful at getting DMB, but now they find themselves in an awkward spot. Quickly, though, rotating into the fight, it's Ranger. Can the Holiday be the difference maker? There's the combo assassination. Yep, the old 1-2 punch, and Rocker is down. This is big investment for the Baroness Hotel in order to try and dismantle this lane, but now Ranger's a little bit too late to the fight. They might have found themselves caught out, trying to escape, but the chase is absolutely on. Looks like Cold Front was able to catch her onto the Holiday. Ranger doesn't have any help in this vicinity. Spirit Lasso onto Scout. Come with me if you want to live, apparently, is the question, but a shoulder charge will disrupt that. And that's the end of Ranger.
That entire sequence is part of why I really do love this game. Is
This
just
game is so good, bro.
you realize like that all started off a parry. If that parry doesn't happen, Mo probably dies and the combo doesn't go on, and like half that play takes a completely different trajectory. But that split-second parry completely warps that fight and turns it into something that Baroness Hotel is able to take advantage of. Just now, ridiculous.
There is a cost to this stacking of 3 players to the left side of the map. It has been like decent walker damage on the right, and Do has to just farm really passively. But hey, they're still getting their souls. They're still getting to the game. That's a pick off on AVG. Wait a minute. This mid lane setup for the Baroness Hotel has hit the spike now with that assassination in play. They're able to take yet another kill, and that is the Guardian down in mid as well. Looking good, Baroness Hotel in his last couple of moments, but Do eventually has to pay the piper. There's only so long you can solo against this 2-man lane before being forced to suffer. And a walker take off the back of this. Now, there will be an answer for the Baroness Hotel. They are going to try and chase into this. Frozen Shelters caught Idorian out of position. Apparently, low main is down. That is John ensuring it. And Ido also picked off now. This is, again, that Kelvin Shiv. Hard to kick them down. Sire's found himself in a bit of an awkward spot as well. The Guardian take should be forthcoming.
Guardian going to be going down here on the left-hand side. However, another response is coming in. Look at Baroness Hotel. Straight off the zip line. It's going to be another 3. And do you have what it takes to run away? You got no Frozen Shelter in tow.
He's trying.
So Rocker right now on the way out. And okay, Baroness Hotel decided we don't want to fully go after it. Why? And part of this is that the urn is in motion. I don't think they want to give it up, at least not without extracting a cost.
But again, there's no Guardian on that side of the map for the Baroness Hotel, so it is somewhat dangerous. And already both teams are grouping up. These are 2 comps that this time want to fight each other in pitched battles. They want to try and get picks if they possibly can, but they are ready to throw down at a moment's notice. It's a 3K sold game, but this turn in from Ranger is far too swift to answer.
All right, turn in. Ends up going the way of Hydra Nation, so nursing a bit of a lead here at the moment. And I still think for Baroness Hotel, it's a little bit different in terms of scaling. They have things to look forward to, like the gun Ivy, so they're not as invested in the early, the mid game as they were before. But Vindicta does kind of transform from early to mid game menace, where Assassinate is a big threat, to a hero that's more on support as the game goes on. And you still have a little bit of time to set up ganks as Vindicta here. So I really want to look at Scout's rotation as potentially getting into it here and now, Mitch.
Yeah, it looks like something's brewing once more. AVG not quite in the eye of the storm, so to speak. Scout is going hunting. Great point in chat, by the way. The lasso wanted the Vindicta to deny a snipe there in that lower level to take away those potential extra souls. Very well spotted, chatters.
Baroness Hotel looking around. Also, I mean, you're running the Mo here too, so you still have this threat of just being able to walk in, invade, get Mo combo and go from there. Counterbalanced, of course, by the fact that Hydration and Rocker are just going to be simulating their best married couple impression for presumably most of the game as Shiv Kelvin.
Hanging out. That is the plan. Nice little rake there. AVG definitely laid low. It's going to be enough to force the Baroness Hotel back. That Walker disparity is pretty glaring, I think. And that was that the double lane left to set up there. Oh, Scout. Not where you want to be, my friend. Not at all. This could be worse. It's now 2v2, at least in this position. So looks like the Baroness Hotel trying to get some, value for money. And they chase Ranger down. Ends up being a 1-for-1. Left it though within the safe radius, safe, I'm using air quotes, of that Guardian. He's got to go at some point, and he's thinking about fighting. Nostru though is in play. That silence is in effect. DMB though pushes straight through the veil and over the top. Yeah, it's going to be the meter finding the extra damage. AVG now is in a bit of trouble. Cold Front's going to hold him in place. Soul Exchange is good. Big top up there for the Lady Geist, and it's enough leeway for her to get on out back under a Walker. And they're going to lose a Walker on the left side. Another one.
Yeah, I mean, Hydra Nation is keeping the macro, bigger picture in play as some of these fights are going on, where they'll go, okay, you're going to go in there and take a little bit of presence on the map. That's fine. We're going to grab a Walker in turn. Both side Walkers now down, and Odu going for the vault. May have bit off more than they could chew. Going up over a little bit extra mobility. Never doubt Dude's ability to get away, but this would be another case. 150 HP with Ranger in hot pursuit.
Wait, there's another target though for Ranger to go after. They've still got to respect Do back from behind them. But notice Ido, only 10k. He and DMB, in fact, the tanks on the Baroness Hotel side aren't really very fed ZP. Bro, no way! He was hiding the whole time. Do kind of crazy, honestly. Now, once again, the Lady Geist is in an awkward spot, and AVG doesn't have that soul exchange yet again. This guy, man, bro, he's living.
The best part is, well, okay, he's not living. He's just get away with a bag.
Never mind.
A little bit extra damage, and Wolfmane says, yeah, no, not this time. Still, you got to respect the effort and how it nearly fully panned out. Earn, though, is down here, Mitch, and it's going to be Hydra Nation looking for another turn in to extend the lead, which has been brought down to a mere 5k.
Well, that's Capacitor for Sire. Once again, a pretty good comp to be making use of that against. Definitely represents a power spike for the Ivy, who's going to take some more time, but at 17k, Sire is doing what needs to be done. Thorough here, response quickly from DMB as he knows that reprisal rather will forward up pretty darn quickly. Rocker wants to get forward here, but he's taking note, of course, of the Baroness Hotel having good defensive positions. Low main. Upstairs we go, challenging those buffs apparently. Soloed actually gets turned in amidst all of this, though. So Hydra Nation, again, sneaking that extra macro value out from under the noses of their opponents.
I mean, Hydra Nation just has a team comp that's really difficult to fight in the open around Urns. I mean, you have to play around Death Slam. You have to play around Shiv Kelvin running at you. You also have to respect the threat of getting Spirit Lassoed all the while. I don't think an even open matchup is great for them, but okay. Now into the freezer goes Ido. Shiv Kelvin not splitting up. And the HP pretty low. Just about to be in killing blow range. Seismic Slam up over. Gets a little bit of support now, Mitch.
Yeah, might actually try and throw down for this fight. Ido back in the mix. Still, of course, gonna be a feature. Rock hit with the shoulder charge. That's a nice little collection, but the damage is pretty extreme. Range is there. Crack shot triggers, and of course that Shiv is nothing to sneer at. John goes down as well, and that's Baroness already cut down to 4 players. Hydra Nation getting pretty close to considering that mid take.
They're not just considering now, they are straight up going for it. They feel like they got the 15-second window. They're gonna do it, and now you got to look at potential rotations here. Right now, they see other people coming in, and now they go for the counter engage. They take down DMB, so sometimes baiting mid-boss and getting extra kill is the way to go rather than full committing.
I mean, I love that. You've taken down the combo carrier, right? The lockdown component of the Baroness Hotel team. That's about perfect. Also, Vindicta does not want to fight around this part of the map. Like, she does not like that roof existing at all. Hydra Nation here, though, still, can they get more for this? Can they bait more engagements? No, Sire! It's heartbreak central for the Baroness Hotel in trying to intervene in this mid-boss take. They've lost yet another hero.
The mid-boss is just bait at this point. It's just a mousetrap with cheese, and we just keep seeing the mice
means to an end
in repeatedly. And they may have just gotten another.
Stop! The Baroness Hotel, they are just throwing themselves into the wood chipper now, but that's a nice combo. At least DMB comes back off respawn and gets something done. Rocker's down, however, this is where it gets awkward. Hydra Nation in a 5v5 is going to be a fight over the rejuve now. Sangle retreat going to be popped here, but no, those buffs going over to Hydra Nation. Now they're ready to fight with them. Do going very, very low, throws in shelter in a great spot to protect Hydra Nation and also lock the Abrams in there with them. DMB's getting low. He's going to struggle. Ido now surely would be the next target of scrutiny, but he slipped away. Gotten out of the situation. The Hydra Nation keep that soul lead and 3 rejuve credits to their name. That's pretty nice.
Death Slam. Just when you think you're out, you get pulled right back in. Ido in a world of pain, gonna try and jump pad away. Take advantage of the Abrams resilience, but it's not enough.
That is great movement. I will say that. But like 8 to 10 seconds away from the warp stone used there. So no chance. And again, Ido getting just a little bit too close. And Soul Lead starting to billow out. But again, it's the buff. It's the implied soul value of the rejuve buff on this Hydra Nation squad that makes him a true terror in the team fight.
I think the real tragic part too about the last mid-boss contest is that not only did Baroness Hotel not get a charge, but they also weren't able to get a kill to drain at least one charge off. And the build for that, Mitch, is going to come due here soon. Plenty of time left on the rejuve, and winning a fight when the other team has 3 rejuve charges is just incredibly difficult. So it's going to be reflected in an even bigger soul lead. One that it's 17k right now. Likely to hit about 30k by the time this rejuve is said and done, unless Baroness Hotel is able to find just one whopper of an opportunity.
That's like the Klarna of the cursed apple, bro. You know what I mean? You always end up having to pay it back. Big map control here for Hydra Nation. Klarna, by the way, sure they're great people, you know. I'm sure they've got nice people over there. If you want to sponsor us, well, you know where to find us, of course. Buffs up in 20 seconds. That's going to be worth fighting for, I think, for the Baroness Hotel to a degree. They know they're definitely unfavored in terms of just the raw numbers here. I don't know if we're in stat check territory quite yet because John and Sire and Do all respectively are purring along nicely. And we're still, you know, C-Scout, we've actually got that Alk Fire taken. So my question is answered. Is Vindicta, obviously with the nerfs, still in position to be pretty dangerous?
I mean, it's just your window is a little bit smaller in Vindicta now. You're still able to apply some of the debuffs you were doing before, but the uptime is a lot less than it used to be. But I mean, it's a fair point on the income economy right now, where Dusai and John are all pretty significant threats. Mo is fine being broke. Ido, not so much. I mean, you'd prefer your Abrams to be a little bit more fed, but their allocation is such that they still have the ability to fight some of these fights. And I mean, frankly, even though I think the Hydra Nation team fight is better, going to enemy territory here could be risky, but we'll see how much they want to contest. With Mina not being there is a little bit riskier for Baroness Hotel.
No, I think we're trying to fight with that Nox Nostra feels a little bit dangerous. So the lead lengthens. Baroness Hotel hoping to cut some of them off at the pass. So in the middle part of the map, Side though spotted and forced away quickly. Forced away from their teammates is John, who was trying to go for a final stand while surrounded by harsh critics. Will fall. And now that mid-side Walker, it's being eyed off by Hydra Nation. They are licking their lips. They know they're going to get more than just their pound of flesh for that pick-off on the Warden.
Rocker able to deepen the pain, cuts down scouts right over by the base Guardians. Actual order of operations taking objectives, not something Rocker respecting here. DMB goes down, and Mitch, this is a collapse.
Yeah.
This is a full collapse for Baroness Hotel. The game is quickly going out of reach into a point that they don't have a whole lot of win conditions left.
Yeah, I mean, they're being tempted to fight for objectives, and they got a comp that probably gives them some level of confidence in fighting, but I mean, what happened around the mid-boss there should be studied. Like, just the slow capitulation that we saw from the Baroness Hotel on there. They wanted to do something after the urn take, which I get. They felt they had position, even without Do in the fight. We know just how crucial this player is to the overall strategy of the Baroness Hotel, and now it is 3 walkers, 2-0. This is about as bad as it gets, and we're looking at like a 28-minute game at best if this is going to be the case. Sangor retreats. Oh, use it. It's still not enough. Back down to earth comes Do. Gravity hits awfully hard for the Mina, and Hydra Nation maintain their player advantage. Leffa has Capacitor online now as well. 28k souls along with AVG. So things going to plan for Hydra Nation.
Just get hit with a little bit of Looney Tunes at the very end. The old anvil on the head, and things are quickly, rapidly escalating out of control. John nowhere to go. Even if he had last stand up there, probably not going to turn back into his favor. And now, Mitch, I gotta say, barring Baroness Hotel once again, pulling a rabbit out of the hat and, coming up with some truly revolutionary plays, this may be the week that Hydra Nation reclaims the throne.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a spell away, but they look incredible. And now we've seen just, or at least we're presuming, the impact that Ranger's been able to have in this roster. These guys are looking sick yet again. I will say Rock has also come in, by the way. We kind of joked about it at the start of the show, but just going to turn up and help them win, and help them win in a pretty palpable way. Rocker has been absolutely fantastic. I mean, he's a core part here of the Kelvin Shiv lane that basically gives Hydra Nation a great start off the mark at the start of the game. And I'm sorry, your tanks, the Baroness Hotel tanks, have half the soul. In fact, DMB and Idorian together have the soul total of either AVG or Leffa. That is extremely bad.
It's not good. Also, I mean, you do wonder if Rokane, who is not off the team by everything was said, was just unavailable this week, is Ralph wiggling a little with the history of Hydra Nation, going like, I'm in danger because Hydra Nation just won minus Rokane. And by the way, that's not saying Rokane was a problem or anything like that, but this is the winning roster and it doesn't have Rokane on it. So, there's always a little bit of anxiety to that.
Oh, wow. Okay, this is pretty aggressive with the Baroness Hotel. Got some good push, but DMV, of course, it's like a wet paper bag out here. Just, couldn't even get that combo down. Chased up, Leffa though picked off. So that was at least a decent look here for the Baroness Hotel, but they are committed. They are in this fight, and now they're starting to find out that soul difference really matters. I think is the Vindicta going to die here too?
Not looking good to be in.
Outfire, drop
fire in a panic, and there's too much damage between the Holiday and the Lash, and yeah, I mean, again, kind of running out of options here. 40,000 souls in the hole, and these skirmishes just continue the goat away of Hydra Nation.
Okay, we're looking for edges that the Baroness Hotel can take, but the problem is that when mid-boss comes up, Scout is still going to be 30-odd seconds away from coming back into the game. That's another pick on Rocket. We like that. That is a last stand, though, used to that effect. And there's no cooldown reduction here, and specifically being built for John, so it is going to be a minute and a half or so of no ultimate available. And that's a window that Hydra Nation are more than happy to exploit here. Straight on the mid-boss, Baroness Hotel forced to defend their base Guardians, in no position to say anything about this, and buffs are going to be up, Urn's got to be up. There's just so much to do. Yeah, they got to go for it. I agree. Rock is out of the game. We're going to have a bit of a fight on our hands.
We'll see if they're able to get down over. They're at least going to get a parry attempt over and in. One rejuve already the way.
Nox Nostra.
Hydra Nation, however, it's being contested. John's able to get one. It's a full split here, Mitch, but the freezer is out.
Yeah, big frozen shell. That matters, especially now Ranger coming back off respawn amidst that healing buff. It's big. Look how low they are. Ido's low. Saya is barely alive. DMB is going to struggle to stay in this fight. Ido's going to be returned to the fray, but not before Saya is out of it. It's DMB that ends up getting brought back, but look at the 1v1s. AVG is more than happy to fight against John. Try and take it to Pound Town. It's a 4K soul lead. That matters. Do a little bit low, but a little caught out, though, was the Lash. John eventually is going to be handled. Doom might be able to slink away here, but it's a long shot at best. Ido came back midway through the fight. Now we're still fighting for his life. You can see that Scout is trying to have something to say about this, but there's only so much he can do. And unfortunately, the blue Hulkster will fall. Scout tries another Alk Fire on the back foot play and is run down.
There's nothing more hopeless than seeing a 3k HP Shiv with barrier run at you as a half HP Vindicta with not actually that much fewer souls, but that end is tough. But yeah, despite the really good contest, about as best as you can expect.
Both at the urn. Everyone go looking at him. Oh, what a knockdown. Thank you for your service, DMB. Trying to at least take that urn away, but the Arc Beam's got to come out here, and eventually Mo and Krill will both have to give up the ghost. So this is an urn turn in that's quite doable, but Left is being looked at right now. Do seize an opportunity to pounce on the Infernus, who is alone, but can't quite get purchase.
Please be more careful.
Yeah, and I think the tragic thing there is that in terms of maximizing opportunities at a bad situation, that contest from Baroness Hotel, the opening was picture perfect, Mitch. Given the nature of how they had to engage, the time they had, splitting the rejuves there and even living out of the dome and being able to, even up the rejuves, it was great, even if the final part still didn't go their way with the, big difference in souls between the two teams.
Death Slam, what do we get? I think just the Vindicta picked up, and behind us the urn is taken. Scout is turned into paste. So Hydra Nation with a 2-player advantage and an urn turn in are now knocking on the door. Those base Guardians are about to come crumbling on down. I may would like to peer in, taking a decent amount of poke damage, but happy just to throw a flog in there for the hell of it. Base Guardians down, and amidst all of this, Left has been taking camps. Sinner Sacrifice is going to be easy to pick up here. Leech has been added to the inventory now. So that Infernus is getting online.
The Infernus is getting online, and the Infernus is, the deadly weapon that you might not even get to. But the charge! Ido getting the 2-for-1 special, but is the fall through going to be there? It is enough to take down Ranger. We'll see if they can get a little bit more, chain this into something meaningful.
Scout's still off the field, but Do has been, a standout in this game, even when, the Baroness Hotel have been struggling. The Mina pick's been pretty good. It's going to take a lot if you're going to take Ido off of it and put him on an Abrams. AVG going to be stunned up, knocked down. This is awkward for Hydra Nation. There's an opportunity here for the Baroness Hotel. That mobility there for Do, looking to try and chase down this elimination, but AVG only has eyes here for John, and he will be picked up. Now Do realizes just what a fed Geist can do. 40k souls, no laughing matter, and Do is going to run away.
Oh man, if the soul count was even remotely even, Do would have feasted there, but at some point you're just chipping away at a rock that may be a little bit too beefy to handle. Here in the moment, Flash over in, looking for Vindicta one more time, maybe the last time, and just barely to scout, get back into the fountain. Actually, take a look at here, low main. Now going, he's like, hey, can I get a little bit
healing tempo?
Kelvin? You know.
Yeah, that item, pretty sick. No problem, you've got Kelvin. Frost Grenade, healing tempo is going to get you healed back up. So, Shrines are starting to fall here. John, DMB, Ido still out of the fight, so it should be a knocked Patron to boot. Baroness Hotel can fight with very little. At the moment, they don't have any sort of ultimates that can set themselves up favorably. So a Death Slam that we noted there. Dude just trying to peer out behind the veil and take some shots in, but that's a knocked Patron now down into the pit. However, looking for a fight here. Dude has it, drawn a bead on Rocker. Taking a retreat, trying to get back into the window. Does so at quite a high cost.
Decent amount of HP going the way, and Do though, Do kind of approaching the game from the perspective of, so long as I have 1 HP, it's enough HP. Still coming in on a bit of a chase down. Getting hydration would be big. We'll see hydration right now. Looking back the other end. However, lasso out. Doesn't quite connect. The fight taking place here in the lane could be the very final one as the frozen shelter is unleashed.
Oh, it's over. It's so cooked, bro. Oh, no. They walked straight into it, folks. The Baroness Hotel thought they had the drop on hydration. I think Do sniffed it out earlier on. Unfortunately, the rest of his teammates snuffed out instead. Inside the frozen shelter, could not fight. And now that Patron is being looked at one last time. Hydra Nation have come back. They've re-emerged from a bit of a sabbatical to take their title at the top of North America. It's a 2-0 victory. And a BM pause here from AVG. Unreal scenes.
Some chatter told me to EU pause. Well, pause or no, Hydra Nation reclaims the throne as AVG says, on God, not
Toxic.
me. AVG, you hit the pause button yourself. That was all you, bro.
Bro's toxic, man. What do you think? Did Jesus really take the wheel there, bro? No, you did it your damn self. That's crazy, BM. Of course, there's no other way for Hydra Nation to take their spot at the top again than with a little bit of banter. But jokes aside, DDK, what a series. We really got what we asked for in the first game. And in the second game, we got a Kelvin Shiv lane that snowballed, pun intended, out of control.
Yeah, it really seems like a lot of teams are like, oh, you know, well, we have an answer for that. We can let it go. But it just never seems to be a good idea. It just universally just doesn't seem to be a good idea until something about the game fundamentally changes. Unless maybe someone figures something out that we yet do not know. But it does result in Hydra Nation's win and return to dominance, to hegemony in the North American region. And it feels like all is right with the world. But with this win, it does have me asking the question, what happens to the Baroness Hotel? Because as we understand, there were projects kind of working out behind the scenes, and they probably only were just like repeating the performance, or rather repeating the application to this tournament with our roster because they were winning. So
that's true.
What do we make of this?
They've had to stay together because they get a ticket into the money match. That's a great point. I'd not considered that.
My understanding is, given the fact that Melee Creeps was doing scrims during this time period, that this may be the end for Baroness Hotel for now, until the next week where NA goes, oh, we're missing 2 players. I guess we have to pick up team again, which, knowing NA, very well could be next week. This is just what I deal with in dealing with the NA teams. But
fun. Either
way, even if this was the last for Baroness Hotel for a while, what a run it was, and even in defeat, gave us some very memorable moments.
Oh, man. I mean, such a great series. I think this game, I think it's worth, we're going to look at it a little bit closer, I think, in terms of some of the bands and how they came out. And, but Hydra Nation's comp, there were lane swaps here. They were putting Rocker and Hydration in positions to succeed. They knew they had a big spike club, and they were not afraid to hold it over the Baroness Hotel's head throughout much of that lane phase. And they also, I think, the Geist and Holiday lane, or I think it was Geist Holiday, or whichever lane the Geist was in, performed really well on top of that. We had some great moments. This was good to see Baroness Hotel go for a fight. We went back to more standard compositions, but as you can see, Frozen Shelter is pretty incredible. There's a soul exchange right in the midst of that there for AVG, who basically started to take the game over pretty severely by the end of it. Still didn't get as much damage done as Do did, though. They ended up, with spoilers, but they ended up top in the lobby. So this Mina gameplay, pretty nice. The individuals on this Baroness Hotel side are really terrifying. So whatever happens to the man, I know that's 6 players that in NA that are going to continue to make waves.
Also, I have to say here, when I think about, okay, did we see the absolute best out of Baroness Hotel? First game, yes. Second game, I'm not convinced. I think you can make very plausible arguments that was at least 50% a draft loss by virtue of the fact that you gave up the Kelvin, which is bad. I think part of what's been described to me is that if the other team doesn't ban a Kelvin or GT, you should not ban a Kelvin or GT in turn, because at a minimum, even if you're giving up the Kelvin, you could have given up the Kelvin, one of them, but still gotten the GT. Yes. So I think that was probably draft mistake number 1, and draft mistake number 2 going into it, giving up the Shiv Kelvin combo. Draft mistake number 3. It wasn't the worst thing in the world. It wasn't the only factor, but I still don't know if Vindicta is it at her current level of power. The Vindicta pick to me was still a little bit suspect.
I gotta say, it does, there are moments in Deadlock which make me sort of almost imagine into the future, what this game will be like as an esport when it's a lot more serious in terms of you got lots of coaches and analysts and, teams are way more experienced and putting way more time into it. Just like what you might see, because seeing a draft like this where the Vindicta's picked, for example, maybe there is some tech, that has been hidden, or maybe there's some kind of a build, or maybe there's some kind of a strategy that makes sense, or a power spikes at some point during the game, where these types of things could actually really work out. And that makes me excited for the future, that we could have an immense diversity due to the nature of the levels of complexity that are inherent to this game. So I love that the teams are not afraid to give stuff like that a go.
I think Game 1 was my favorite game. It kind of had, of Deadlock that I've cast so far, it kind of had a little bit of everything. And like the way the two teams were trying to play was so defined. It had hero moments. It had a clash of 2 very different styles. It went the distance. Over 40 minutes is really great to see. And I thought the last game was also pretty solid as well. But the Baroness Hotel really prioritized heavily the Paradox ban. In those early stages, and don't want to take the ship for themselves, which is fine. I mean, the Kelvin is the more important part of that whole equation, right? But because the fact Hydra Nation, they have to ban the pocket, so like them having to go for one of those heroes to ban, one of those like less like OP must pick heroes, can in theory give you a window to get something really good there, but doesn't end up being the case here. Great stuff by Do, but I mean, no surprise that Hydra Nation and Rocker have like pretty sick, crazy impact over the game. Left, I felt, was like that late game contingency, the guarantee was definitely getting to the point where they were going to be pretty impactful. 7-3 is great scoreline. You got to be happy with that. Just in general, it's great to see Hydra Nation back in business.
Yeah, so not our usual stats page, but this is the best we can offer when things are being a bit buggy. So hope you are okay with that.
Yeah, I mean, look, it gets the point across nonetheless. And yeah, again, I just kind of look at how this panned out draft-wise, and I just think that a lot of this game kind of went by the wayside from the draft phase. Yeah, you still got the Mina for Do, and that was great. But also, too, you think about in terms of order, it was Baroness Hotel that decided they wanted to go second and kind of put themselves in that weird angle where they banned the GT and gave up the Kelvin. They could have picked first here and put themselves at a spot where if anyone gets a Kelvin, it was them. So I would be curious at some point to kind of talk behind the scenes and go like, okay, what was the idea draft wise and where did things go wrong? But, on the whole, look, I think you got to give up for Hydra Nation, where they just looked a lot better than they have in recent weeks, fixed some issues, and did it on top of it with the sub, because Rocker was not the intended player here, but came in the sub for O'Kane and clearly performed very, very well.
And in fact, gets the MVP, which we'll be checking out right now. Mitch, this guy just walked into the server, obviously got the Shiv, part of that Kelvin Shiv duo, and just sent it home for the team.
Kind of egregious, really. And I mean, recency bias has us remember the Shiv, but the Mina play was spectacular. Really nice. 13 and 5, really just securing a lot of these kills around the map. Playing alongside this sort of drifter in a lane that we like a little sussy on it. We don't know if that's going to be the difference maker, but as we get towards the end of the game, you can see like Rocker is so important to this comp. The only reason they don't have top damage in the lobby in game 1 is because Do does 83k, so that's fine. This guy, man, comes out of nowhere, I just love a plug and play option like this, don't you? This guy's the real deal, man. Just solid performance over both games.
Also, you wonder here how much of this came to the idea of, well, Baroness Hotel have the just chaotic energy of we're going to throw it together last minute and the team is going to work. And Hydra Nation just, and finishing the seasoning here is just like, we need a little bit of that spice too. Rokane, go have yourself an unplanned vacation. And actually, Rocker, can you fill in tonight? Is that going to work out? The actual true meta in NA is you need at least a few players on your team that you never play with, or at least haven't played with recently, technically.
You've got to get that honeymoon phase canned, right? So you can just pop it whenever. I mean, that's what the Baroness Hotel were able to make use of so effectively. Here's those game 2 stats though, and you can see a good start is a good finish. This whole win lane lose game idea, you can sort of throw that out the window. You can see how look at when the walkers drop. Just the objective control, very, very good for Hydra Nation. And here's a more effective breakdown, I guess, of our stats. And obviously 40k healing is light work for Hydration. He seems to be, just kind of being that consummate flex player for this team now, and it's working for him. The guy's a seasoned veteran.
I have a quick point, by the way, as we're looking at here. Veilwalker has gotten a lot of shit, and rightly so, in recent times, but can we talk about how many people are involved in the cult right now? Look at the game. Yeah. Cult of Sacrifice as an item currently I feel like does way too much. Is that it is an economy item that also gives you incredibly competitive stats while the buff is up, and has resulted in this instance where you look across the game and that's like what, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 Cult of Sacrifices out of 12 players. Come on, this item is actually ridiculous at the moment and has been for weeks now,
and it lasts for 180 160 seconds. That's forever. That is so long. And also, it's just sick for shoving waves. Like in this game, you just want to keep shoving those waves. You want to clean them up. You want to try and go elsewhere, especially at that stage of the game. And it builds out of the monster rounds, which is also kind of works into your game plan anyway. You just want to shove under that Guardian, get that early Guardian. So it's not only really effective at that stage of the game, but also, you can build it out of an early game item that you want to use to take that early advantage and gain that pressure.
Well, you know what, guys? We have an interview from the man himself. The man is named AVG, and he's anything but average. What is up, AVG? How you doing? Congrats on your victory. You're winning again. You're back in the throne. It's been a couple weeks of struggles.
Yeah, thank you, bro. We are back. Yeah. I felt like we played pretty good today, so probably deserve to win. I think we played better than them in game 1 and game 2. So yeah.
The graphic on the screen says the Baroness Hotel wins. I think production hates you.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, and it's the reprisal for the EU pause. I think that's diabolical stuff. Tell us a little bit about that last pick drifter in game 1. We speculate what the thinking is, why that gets picked up, but what's the discussion going on amongst you guys during that draft when you decide to lock that in?
So basically, usually I draft and the team gives me feedback. This time we had Rocker, and I didn't want to draft. I feel like it was I some superstition, so I was like, you know what, I'm just not gonna draft. Rocker can draft, and Rocker just clicked all the characters. No one was even. Everybody was just muted. It was all good. After the game, he's like, after the draft, he's like, yo, you are on this, you're on this, and we just played, and it worked out. So all the credit to him, honestly.
Let me ask you this. How much more effective do you find it is on your Ward engages, where obviously people are well aware of what goes on when you play Warden? It's okay, he's going to jump in and ult and you have to go away. But also you're playing versus Drifter and it's oh wait, Sand just got kicked in her eyes. I don't know what's going on. And then all of a sudden you got a Warden in a very inconvenient spot for you, where it just felt like the Drifter game plan there eventually got to a point where it was very difficult for Baroness Hotel to actually get a proper team fight engage, just because of how much the blind was just crushing their ability to react.
Yeah, I mean, Ranger was basically playing around the blind, so then they were blind, and then the Warden ult was better because of it. I agree with that. I think the synergy with the comp was good. We were definitely playing around a team fight kind of idea, and our team fight was just way better. I'm honestly surprised the game took that long. They're pretty good, those guys. I'm surprised that they haven't just decided to make that team a team, but I mean, I guess shit happens. But But yeah, no. I mean, the Warden Drifter it's a great combo. I'm not gonna lie. I think the biggest thing is like you probably just give me Warden, and then we just probably win the game usually. But I told him before. I told Rocker before. I was like, if we get Warden and the draft is good, like it's 100% win rate. I think Warden is like so underrated. I think people think he's like not as good as he was before, but I think he's like super strong still.
Do you think there's anything like? What's your take on the most underrated item in the game right now? Because we've talked about a lot of overrated, or not overrated, but we talked about a lot of items that might need tuning. But we asked this question on the EU broadcast as well. So I'm curious what you think is the most underrated item right now.
Like Blood Tribute. There's like so in the entire history of North American Deadlock, there's like one guy, his name's Goober, he buys the item. There's like literally nobody else that buys the item, and that item is good. And you know, I'm sure that they're honestly just gonna buff it again and again because nobody buys it, but that item's already like good. But you know, well, it's gonna get even better in my opinion, because I'm pretty sure the way they buff is just based on like buy rate, and literally nobody buys that item. So it's like extremely underrated.
Question I got is that, whether rightly or wrongly, because public perception may not be reality in terms of ideas like, oh, Hydra Nation, they're full of tilters, which, again, you clarify one way or another. But I will say, how do you keep your cool when what happened in game one happens, where you guys are at a great spot, and Ido comes in and pulls off, the 1% doorman play, knocks you guys out, and they take not just a rejuve charge, but they get all the rejuve charges. Like, what in the world is the team mental there? I almost feel like you need a tack pause to recover after that.
So, okay, I'm really glad you asked this question, because I think people's opinions of Hydra Nation is that we're tilters and like we replace our teammates when we lose. Obviously people tilt when bad things happen, but like it's really not like that. That in particular, like that is just nothing to get tilted about. You know, they got all three of the crystals. Why even get mad? We're still winning. They both died, so it's all good. I mean, if they somehow killed us in that position, then like you're just sitting there in silence and you're like, how did that just happen? But like, you know, what he did was extraordinary. That's not supposed to happen, but it didn't change anything. It just delayed the inevitable. Yeah. Like our comp, like basically being able to do mid boss there with our comp is like an added benefit. You know what I mean? Because like our comp scales better and better as the game goes. So yeah, they delayed it a little bit longer, but we like the delay. It's not bad for us. You know, it's good. It's a good thing. So in the end, like thing went wrong, but you know, it's like it's all good.
That comp doesn't play that well from behind. I guess is the issue as the game goes on.
Yeah, exactly.
Awesome. Well, AVG, I know we have you later for the graveyard shift.
Yeah.
So we will be diving into some more questions there, but I think that about wraps it up for the interview for now. And thanks for joining us for this quick post-match interview. Congrats again. You guys are back on top. And I can't wait to see you guys play again next week.
Yeah, thank you. Can I say one last thing?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Sure.
Yeah, Hydra Nation is the best team in North America. You know, we just weren't trying the last 2 weeks. So, yeah, we weren't trying. It's all good. I'm out.
Fair.
Love it. There we go. That's a good one to exit the Discord on.
I love that guy, bro. He's so funny. I mean, I'm glad he has the chance also to address like just random. I get like it's so easy to develop a sort of an idea of a team. Just like one rumor gets into another rumor, and like people think it's funny to say like they're tilters and they replace players. Obviously, like that's not based on fact. It's just correlation is not causation. I guess is the whole thing. So. At least our players have a chance to dispel like these rumors and sort of try and set the record straight. So I respect it. The guy's a ball knower, man.
I feel like we might be complicit, Mitch. I feel like we spin some of these narratives.
Fudge,
here
yes,
on this
we
show,
are. Because
Mitch.
you know what?
No.
We editorialize for the sake of showmanship. So I'm very happy to invite a correction of this narrative from the player's mouth itself. It should always hold more weight than us just messing about and making a show of it. It's a symbiotic relationship as entertainers, and sometimes our objectives can be at odds with one another, but at the end of the day, we're all here to grow the scene. We're all here for the love of the game, and that's what's important.
Yeah, totally. I mean, that's actually one of the great things about this show is that we have a pretty close relationship with the teams and players, and we also try to use that relationship to be able to get their thoughts, to get to know them better, and in terms of telling the stories, but also I think making it so that the players are way more relatable because you kind of know them a lot better, I think is one of the things I like the most about this show. So it's really cool that we have the opportunity to get that from AG. I totally agree. So ZP, you got to stop talking shit now.
Yeah, bro, you need, yeah, man, that's crazy, bro.
Oh yeah,
Bro,
clearly,
he gets fed
I just-
information like blood tribute is busted, and he like says on the broadcast that he's smart, and then he stabs him in the back by making up salacious rumors and untrue stories about these teams, all for the sake of a narrative. Shame on you, ZP.
I specifically worded it because I didn't believe the tilt narrative. I was on a team myself. I was on a team with Hydra back in the day, and my most asked question was like, does Hydra tilt and rage at his teammates because of what he did in StarCraft? I was like, no, he doesn't. That's why I brought up that question. It's like, look, I know that cannot be true.
Yeah. Okay, buddy. The call's coming from inside the house, buddy. We all know. We're all trying to find out who did this, bro.
Well, you know what you could say here? Doorman stock still rising, up to 6 here,
That's
almost
crazy.
in every single game. And take a look at what went up and what went down here. Some things kind of remain the same. Great Talon, Kelvin, still very much on top. Bebop, bit of a rebound week. Billy, oddly enough, a bit on the decline.
Prio falls off the face of the earth. It's so interesting.
That is really interesting. I almost feel like we should make predictions on how we feel like the next couple of months might see a hero strength or value rise or fall, because it is kind of interesting. I know a lot of us speculated about Doorman just because the skill ceiling is really high, that we didn't know how it would work yet, but we assumed that at some point it could be pretty nasty. So really cool to see that players and teams are finding better ways to integrate it and better ways to utilize that tech.
Oh man, yeah. I mean, I think that Doorman's impact on the game is always easy to measure, right? It comes to the utility, and you're only limited by your imagination. I think with that hero, we saw that, of course, from Ido today. That hopefully that gets clipped and shipped all around, because that's some sick Deadlock, bro. We've been treated to it.
Oh yeah, and you know what? This is a great place to wrap the show, because we do have the Graveyard Shift coming right up after this with AVG. And if you guys are subbed on Patreon, if you're subbed on Twitch, you have access to hang out with us, and it's going to be a good time. You can ask him more questions about his mouse and mousepad, because apparently I just saw in chat he said that's he got a new mouse and mousepad, and that's why he won today. Or you could ask him about his breakfast routine, really anything at all. You could ask a ZP about his prescription glasses, or Mitch about his colorful shirts, and this cool necklace that he's wearing today. You could do anything, and anything's possible with the Graveyard Shift. So we're going to wrap up. We're going to see you next week. If you don't tune in for the Graveyard Shift, we'll catch you later. Thanks for watching. That's all from me, ZP, and Mitch.